Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to another episode of Conspiracy Playtime. Tonight we have a rare and special treat for you. We have two returning guests, and also, I don't really get political on this show, but tonight it's bound to get that way, at least in the way we do. So I don't know who to introduce first. I guess, Chaney, you were on first. I'll introduce you first, and I don't think she needs an introduction, but for those of you who don't know who she is, she's been around longer than any of us, pretty much. I mean, she was around probably several years before I started, and I had her on, and I always wanted to get her back on, and here we are. And she and I see eye to eye on a lot of things, and not everything, but we're going to find out maybe what those things are and are not. And then there's Phil. Is this your third or fourth time on there? I think third, but I feel like I'm missing.
Third. I mean, we did the Clinton body count. What else? We did Danny Castellaro. Yeah,
I know we've been on panels together. I'm probably thinking of that.
I think we did one of Jack's too. We did a Jack Allen panel, I think.
That's right. So Phil is an encyclopedia on legs, and I always accuse him of having a photographic memory. He modestly declines that, but we have, all three of us kind of have this overlap, but I think our differences might come in tonight. And if they don't, oh well. And if they do, we'll have fun with it. So, Chaney, since I introduced you first, do you want to talk about your fascination with reality TV, politics, and maybe where the two merge, since that is going to be the theme of the show?
I believe the entirety of Hollywood is just propaganda. It is all set up like it's pretty much the same as politics, but I believe in spells and rituals, things that we don't necessarily understand, but we may be able to look them up in smaller scales in books. We might be able to look up examples of them or see them on movies like Eyes Wide Shut. But I think this is like this overarching thing that they always kind of want to show us what they're up to in a place that we think is fictional, so that we could never even believe what they're up to behind the scenes. And so I just think it's a huge spell set up to give us a little bit of our future, so we accept it before it even gets here. We're like, oh, there's terrorists. Oh, look at a school shooter. Oh, and I think it's past just Hollywood. I think it goes all the way into the books. I think the same authors that you see that are screaming really loud right now, like Stephen King would be screaming. If you look up into his like Bachman books, he wrote about a school shooter. Like he was the original prepper for putting this idea inside the zeitgeist. So there's so many things like a serial killer that I don't believe exist at all. I think these things are entirely CIA, Berkeley mind experiments, loose just done to the psyche of an entire population, or ways to end movements of things. They can use these serial killings. I think these movies are the perfect way to set up those things for the future or rewrite history of things that are really recent, like the movie W, to make you, oh, that dumb Texas guy, instead of thinking, oh yeah, his dad's CIA and Dick Cheney. But then they're like, oh shit, people are asking too many questions about Cheney. Let's make a movie and all about that, and we'll have Christian Bale play Dick Cheney. Like, so yeah, Hollywood is just not just political right now and how much the actors and actresses and they put these spells on us, but I think important to rewrite our history in a way so that we're like in this re-education camp right now constantly. That was a big answer, but
Well,
Damn good
surely, and
answer.
we want big answers here.
Okay.
Something else that came to my mind when you said all that was the Social Network that David Fincher did, and it was less than a decade after Facebook popped up that movie was made, and it really drove home the point that this is not a DARPA project taken over by a fucking, what was it? What was the school that
The
Zuckerberg went
Harvard
to?
Facebook.
Yeah, but he also went to this school with Lady Gaga. It was when they were younger, and I'm not saying they were there at the same time, but it was like, oh man, I can't believe I'm spacing this.
Was it
But
like the new school or something like that? Or one of
it
those
was like
places,
young,
or?
talented leaders or some shit like that, and I'm really pissed at myself for not remembering. But anyway, the Social Network really just was like, oh, this is a story about control between these twink twins and this guy that he stole their idea, and it's nothing to do with DARPA. So anyway, yeah, like the W movie, great movie. Vice, great movie, but they're movies, and they're almost like maybe more real than what happened in a way. But Phil, same question. Reality TV, Hollywood, politics overlap. Take it
Well,
away.
just a quick note. So, Social Network, that was David Fincher. I think Aaron Sorkin, The West Wing,
That's
wrote the
right.
screenplay. And you know who one of the producers was? Kevin Spacey.
Oh, snap.
Yeah, and
Of course.
it was based off a book, The Accidental Billionaires, by a guy named Ben Mesrick, who might just be the establishment narrative author, because he's written a bunch of books that have been along that. I think he also wrote the one about the MIT kids who were knocking over Vegas casinos with the
21.
21, another Kevin Spacey one.
Spacey's
Yeah,
the lead actor in that.
yeah. So, reality TV. There's always been an argument, like what was the first reality TV? Some said it was what was it, PBS's An American Family, where it was like a documentary following a family that was already crumbling or whatnot. Like the family, they were the Loud family. It was they did a movie about it years later with like Tim Robbins and James Gandolfini, and it was like I think the son was gay, the husband and wife were already divorcing. That was supposed to be the first reality show. Chuck Barris, who did The Gong Show, the guy who said he was a hitman for the CIA, said The Gong Show was the first reality show. And some try to say, oh, no, Cops was the first reality show. It's like, well, first of all, we're talking different decades. American Family.
What about The Real World?
Yeah. Season 1,
I
maybe.
would say
everything else.
the iteration of
after.
modern reality TV definitely was MTV. I mean, Real World, Road Rules, all that shit. And I saw it in snippets, but I couldn't tell you like which one. I think Real World was probably first. But yeah, I think I went to film school a long time ago, and they taught us about reality TV. They claimed it was something in the 50s, but I don't remember what it was. So the answer is kind of like a broad thing, but I haven't heard of this PBS thing you're talking about.
Yeah, it was. I think it was called An American Family. I think I only saw it like later on. I mean, they did this movie about it, and I think it was like 20. It was a couple of years before Gandolfini died, but they also, I think it popped up in like one of those like top 100 lists of like best shows. There was only like a few episodes of it, but with reality TV, yeah, like I grew up on The Real World, but I didn't really watch it. I only watched it because my sister watched it. But I remember the first one was New York, and the second one was Venice Beach, and then San Francisco. And
James Gandolfini, I'm so sorry to interrupt. Here is a perfect proof. Like a Brittany Murphy dies, we think sus, conspiracy. But Chris Farley and James Gandolfini can just die, and none of us look into it and think sus AF. And so I am just thinking like we should maybe do this loop back as a group of people with extra time on their hands. What were they talking about? Who are they linked up with? I just feel like we just are like, oh, chubby guy had a heart attack. Oh, he was into drugs. But they always set that up. It's like saying JFK Jr. was a reckless pilot, or saying that Marilyn Monroe was just an, drug addict. It's like they set up the narrative before they Amanda Bynes someone. So I just think that like James Gandolfini, in a way, I want to be like, we need to circle back to that death, and just maybe later on, like stick a pin in that, like on my wall, like put a picture so I could draw a thread to it later.
Well, you always wonder, because you hear years later, like I didn't know Chris Farley had recorded, what was it, 60, 70% of Shrek? before he died. He was the original Shrek. And then it makes Mike Myers just a little bit more famous. And
So Mike Myers killed Chris Farley is what you're saying?
No, I mean, I just think of like just the weird stuff. Like, what else was he working on? Chris Farley was...
I could tell you one thing, Phil. There was this fucking movie. It was a Canadian pre-production. I don't think it ever saw the light of production, but it was like fucking Sam Kinison, Phil Hartman, Jim Belushi, Chris Farley. All these people try out for the lead role of this movie, and they all end up fucking dead. And it was like this movie about an Eskimo. And the title is slipping me, but if you guys haven't heard that, that is a rabbit hole worth diving down. Because it's
not thinking of Confederacy of Dunces, because that's one where everyone who they've considered has died.
I might actually have to look this one up.
This is so... I just feel like every once in a while there's one of these shows that I like get the luxury of being a part of, where it's like completely like some little weird rabbit holes happen, and then it's like 1 year later. Like I can see the SpongeBob where it's like many months later, and it's like me, and I have all this information now. I now am like Tom Hanks killed James Gandolfini, and here's all this proof. And
Atuk, a cursed script that killed John Belushi. Oh man, this one's not giving me the whole list. But I guarantee you those people I said, Sam Kinison, Phil Hartman, Chris Farley, there's one other one I'm blanking on. It was 5. But they all end up dead.
Chris Farley.
What's that?
IRL. And I lived in Hollywood. I'm not a name dropper.
But you said you hugged Chris Farley?
I am my little kid, like real life high school self. I went out to eat with my boyfriend sometime 10th, 11th grade. Went out to eat with my boyfriend and his best friend for their birthday. And it was it probably was January 6th. I don't know what day it was. That just seems to be a big day in my life. But it was right afterward. I was at a place in my town, and one of my buddies was a server at this place. So he came up and he's like, Chris Farley's over there with his parents. And we were like, oh my gosh, this is when he was just on SNL, but we were little like comedian kids. Like I was always going to move out to LA and be a stand-up. So I was like, what? We all knew about Chris Farley. So we were like, we don't want to interrupt him. He's with his mom and dad. We'll send him a note over and just maybe he'll sign something for us. So we sent him a note over. He came up to our table and he pulled his pants all the way up. And he's like, you kids better stay in school or you're going to be living in a van down by the river. Wow. He did the whole fucking shtick loud in this place. Like it's a beachside restaurant in my town, which is pretty uppity. And like, it was like, oh my gosh, we just couldn't even believe it. So then his mom and dad come over. His mom sits right next to me. She opens her old school wallet, like 90s wallet with the plastic all in it. And she flips through it and shows us pictures of like Chris, his brother, Chris playing football, his sister. Dude, his sister looks just like him as a Gap girl. Like that's all I thought was, oh my gosh, his whole family, like his mom and dad look like they're like, his dad looks just like him and his brother and like the whole shtick. And so it was just even though I've had deeper moments, celebrity friends, all that shit, that spot is still like such a sweet spot of my, like we're a celebrity where they're like, don't meet your heroes. They'll disappoint you every time. Chris Farley did not. And his death was like sad. Like at my age when Kurt Cobain died and all my friends were sad. Oh, wasn't Chris Farley? You know, like, so I don't know.
The week before Christmas too.
Chris Farley.
I said, I remember that. That was, oof. Yeah, he was working on, so he'd already done Shrek. He was researching playing Herman Goring. That was another role he was set to do. And Fatty Arbuckle, the silent comedian whose career got ruined on I think it was like an involuntary manslaughter charge.
And David Spade was his best friend, and Kate Spade, look what happened to her.
Yeah.
She's a Red Scarf Club.
Spade didn't even go to Farley's funeral because in the end he said he couldn't see him in a box.
What did you say?
Because he probably had something to do with it.
What did you say about Fight Club? Did I hear that right?
No Fight Club.
No.
No, I was like, oh, Fight Club?
I thought I heard something about Fight Club from you. No.
Okay. We don't talk about Fight Club.
Yeah, we don't.
That's right.
1 and 2.
I broke all 3 of them right
Don't
there.
you dare try to catch us on that. Good try.
I'm reading his new book too, by the way. Chuck Palahniuk's new
Palahniuk?
book. Yeah,
He's writing it again?
It's a mind fucker. Shock induction, it's called. It's a mind fucker.
Dude,
All right.
I didn't know because he got fucked over by some manager or something with a bunch of money, and he quit writing for a while. But the last book of his I read, and I can't remember the title, it came out in 2018 or 2019, and it was, if not predictive programming, he had fucking premonitions, because it's like Hunger Games meets our reality. It was amazing. Wow. I recommend it to anyone. Maybe I'll put the title in the show notes when I look it up. Adjustment Day. That's what it was called.
Okay. Yeah, I'd only read Fight Club and Choke. Those were the two I read.
Choke is amazing. What's that?
Is he the guy that did Burning Man? The writer of Fight Club? Didn't he make the festival Burning Man?
I sure hope not. If he did, you're blowing my mind.
And I think
right
he
now.
got it off the Cacophony Society, or wait, not the Cacophony Society, the Suicide Club out of San Francisco and Los Angeles. And
you're
so
right
it's
about
all
that.
The exact same rituals that would happen in the Suicide Club, they actually make people go through in Burning Man.
Yeah,
so
the Cacophony Club
yourself.
did become Burning Man, but if Palahniuk was involved in it, I did not know that.
Oh, the Cacophony Society too, as well. Yes, okay. That I was like, I have a messy vanilla brain.
No, you said Cacophony Society. That definitely rang a bell. If Palahniuk, he was connected to them, wasn't he? Oh man, that's another rabbit hole to go down already. I don't know.
He's got a weird backstory, I think. Palahniuk.
I think Burning Man is like, I think it's representation across even I think the next Olympics has that weird flame, or it was the past Olympics that was the weird flame. I don't remember. Just the logo, that's Burning Man. Terracotta soldiers, those are Burning Men. When they play tennis on certain tennis courts, like Emily Moyer, I think when they play on a clay court, that's Burning Men symbolism. I think they're doing this over and over again, all across in different cultures. But there is something to the like burning of the effigy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Did you ever hear about? Oh, God, I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say, these people that religiously attend Burning Man, they don't even know the ritual that's going on. And I've like tried to explain it to them, and they're just like, dude, go to Burning Man. It's like, you haven't been there. It's like explaining colors to a blind guy.
It's a Diddy party.
Oh,
that's all. It's a Diddy party, but they're having the plebes
orgy tents.
Yeah, they're having the plebes take place, and they're like, "Oh my gosh, you guys, it's so enlightening because all the drugs that they've been sampling, the pink cocaines and everything like that, are also at Burning Man. All the things that you'll hear about at Diddy parties, or anything that they don't want to talk about that goes on in the playa, because it's so deep, and they wear their Burning Man necklaces afterward. It's like there was one whole tent, it was just oil." There was one whole tent. It was just, oh, you guys, these things. Like, it's so they can commit their crimes and get rid of all the evidence. And if people forget things with scopolamine, that's why I like that Blink Twice movie. I think everybody should see that. That's what they're up to. How many times are people involved in these rituals from the time they're children? And so by the time they're Lady Gaga, Lady Abramovich can say 4 words, and she's just like,
naked in the woods for 14 days.
Yeah. And
wow,
they get
I didn't
us
expect
to pay.
it to go Diddy already this early on. I knew we would get to Diddy.
It just makes
eventually.
me think of Andrew Schultz. Andrew Schultz, it's just, he's such a Joe Rogan, Howard Stern to me, like a setup person by the CIA, or like a Road Rules Real World. Christina Pajinski was a Road Rules Real World person. MKTV Ultra. Theo Vaughn was a Road Rules fucking dude. So it's like you start getting these people where we also have Kennedy being MTV. We also have, Anderson Cooper being Channel 1. And so they set us up. They set our generation up for this coming of everything they've done to us. I think the Gen X to the next thing, and even the way they're calling these kids Generation Alpha, that's the first, because they're supposed to, it's like, that's the re-education camp.
This is like, so I haven't heard this Generation Alpha. That's like the little kids right now.
Yeah, that's the generation. That's what they're calling them. And
I just think a 10-month-old boy, and I guess he's Alpha. I don't know. I mean, does it go like all the way down to babies at this point? Because I'm trying to picture the world that I'm going to bring him into, even though he's already here. The bringing has been done. But I'm like, fucking, dude, I used to make fun of people who homeschooled their kids and shit. Now I'm like, I'm going to fucking like lock you in a room so you don't have to go to school. And I don't mean that literally, but, keep tablets away from him, not put him in a school. But anyway, Generation Alpha, I have not heard that.
Yeah, it's upsetting. It's almost like, gosh, they really thought the COVID plague was gonna, do more than it actually did. Like that really had bigger hopes for them.
So will the next one be Omega?
I don't know. Is it AO, OA?
Yeah, that's another thing we could get into. I know that Chaney and my Maria always like to talk about the OA. You two made me watch that show, and I did not regret
wild.
it. Yeah, Westworld and the OA I got onto because of you two. And I mean, I'm sure Westworld will come back around at some point.
The number one thing I think from taking of Westworld, even if you haven't seen it, there's one line, and I think it's the maze wasn't meant for you. And that is what I think right now. There's comfort in that phrase in my brain when all the absurdity on the TV, all of the whatever the normal news now is now conspiracy thing, that maze isn't meant for me. Like, that's meant for my grandma. That's meant for my mom. That's meant for the person that believes that's true. It's not meant
following
for me.
Tucker Carlson, you're telling us?
I don't think I do. But it's weird. I felt the amount of mainstream news I follow I used to be a daily news watcher and I'm like, I'm just losing myself. Why am I getting heated by what the news is telling people? I need to just stop this and combat it with truth. Like it's making me so heated. I was like, oh my gosh, this is going to be the next thing they do. This is going to be the next thing. And then, but it's also easy content if you get and want to scream on your mic for an hour.
Exactly.
I was just listen to Anderson Cooper for an hour. You're like,
you have to watch the news like an archaeologist almost, and just like dust it off like as old news and try to see like where did what's going on now. I mean, we talked about predictive programming in media with more Hollywood reality TV stuff a little bit already, but the news to me used to be valuable. I try to watch it now. I mean, there's a few times I'll watch Twitter to see what news I should watch. Like people like YouTube posting something, I would check it out. But I mean, I conservative talk radio in the morning, and like if I can squeeze in some NPR if I'm feeling like lashing myself that day, I'll bounce back and forth between the extremes to like get some content, but it's becoming less and less. It's just more regurgitated, think speak from either side. And it's like you used to be able to kind of like bring those two together and come into the middle, but now it's like there is no middle. It's just all extremes. And the middle is like the sane people, but they're not really political. They're just kind of like they're, living their lives, and they might like catch some news here and there, or movies here and there. But I mean, what do you two think right now of the political climate going on? And I know all three of us, I think I can say this safely. I don't want to speak for everybody here, but I think we all kind of look at it a little bit differently, but there's a big overlap there too. So Phil, I'll start with you. What do you think of this I call this the intellectual Trump web, where you have people, and they're all ex-liberals, as is Trump. You have all these people that are like coming together, and it's Sam Tripoli said it best. Like you have the underdog getting pinned down at the end of the match. You think he's done, and then all these fuckers come in and they switch sides. And so when I see like Gabbard, Jordan Peterson, of course Bobby J, you see them all like piling on with Trump right now. So Phil, what do you think of all of
that? One of the things I've heard as a description is that it's becoming like a uniparty sort of thing. Tulsi Gabbard is an interesting person overall. She's former military. They had that picture a few years ago where she had that book JFK and the Unspeakable, one of the better JFK assassination books, and people were like asking her questions. They're like, "Oh my God, this is someone who might like actually question things or whatnot." I got into a huge thing. Actually, one of the first people who blocked me on Twitter had to do with the Tulsi Gabbard, Hillary Clinton thing back in 2019, I think. That was when the first of the two people who blocked me on Twitter, and both people who I met, by the way. That was Christopher Titus, the comedian, blocked me on that one.
I remember that.
Oh, it was a war of words. He blocked me twice. The second one was after January 6th. But I was saying, that Tulsi Gabbard is, a good person. Hillary accused her of being a Russian asset because, we're in McCarthyism 2.0 at this point. I think there are people who do see things in Trump, like Tulsi Gabbard, RFK, that is more welcoming than what we're seeing on the left, which is not the left of our parents. Like my parents are both now in their 70s. The left, that was when they were younger, were people like Frank Church, Teddy Kennedy, McGovern, Eugene McCarthy, Bobby Kennedy. Now you get people who I think are faux left. I don't think Pelosi is really left. AOC might be, but then again, AOC is not genuine in any form. I think her origin story is fake. There's nothing genuine about her whatsoever. Who else do we have on the left at this point? What's that guy? Raskin. I think he's kind of full of shit. I said yes.
Ilhan Omar.
Yeah, okay. And you know what? The one thing I agree with her on right now is the Israel stance.
When I find myself in the same court as AOC and Ilhan Omar on anything, I'm questioning myself. But I mean, the Israeli-Palestine thing has been such a fixation in my mind since I was like a teenager. So now I'm like, okay, I'm on the same side as those two on something. Anyway, I didn't mean to cut you off, but it is interesting.
No, it is. I 100%. There's just certain things I'm like, I don't want to be on the same side as them either. It's but
and maybe that's their purpose. Who the fuck knows?
Yeah.
I don't even have I don't believe, to me, the entire thing is like babies in incubators.
Oh yes.
I don't even
reference.
If like both CNN and Fox News are talking about anything to try to egg me on, I think the entire thing's fake.
Yep.
But I also think North Korea is fake, so take whatever I say with a grain of salt. I think
and
things are CIA.
The entire town of Sandy Hook.
Netanyahu. I think there's factions that work inside things. And I think whatever the faction is that is causing the harm in Palestine is put there. They're like a color revolution of there. I don't think the people inside Palestine back this faction at all. I just think this is what the news is telling us is the thing. And so I don't know how much, like, that whole thing, the idea that thing, it's like set up marketing wise. It's the only world war that can happen. And then think of like, I always am like, oh, the Mongols, never world war. Nope. Romans, Egypt, anything that happened in the Americas, no. You have to have the certain faction of things to be called a world war. Like it has to be. So it's all been played out with the like certain treaties signed by certain people with kings over the way. It's like a whole story that has to be played out that seems also that it's this biblical tale that's been set up like a pit against everything, churning religiously for all Abrahamic religions. So the idea that it's true, then I would have to believe in the plague that wasn't real. I would have to believe in a famine that's not real. I would have to believe in all the other myriad of things for them to convince me that, and World War III, here's this thing. Why do they want this thing? So like, to me, the General Soleimani thing being killed in Iraq, an Iranian general having the nuclear key, and how mad Nancy Pelosi got because the Trump White House didn't inform Congress that they were going to do that. And I think some things I look like chess moves. And so if you don't have certain chess moves there, how do you pull the plug on a nuclear thing from Iran if the one guy who wasn't even supposed to be in Iraq anyway? It's like everything's been set up by the Bush CIA to dismantle the Middle East to make a greater Israel. Everything. The Syrian war, pulling out Gaddafi, look at these, Saddam Hussein, like, look at these leaders on this huge timeline, and even their reach over to Afghanistan, wanting to get in Palestine or Pakistan, like all that. It's just so sus to me that now we're at World War III. Here we go. Look at these literal people, these Davids, for all intents and purposes, with slingshots, are penetrating the world's biggest technology wall. Like, I just don't believe this. Well, like, none of it makes sense in my head. It feels like babies in incubators.
Yeah, it does. I mean, October 7th, the first thing I thought of when I saw that on the news was Red Dawn. They're fucking parachuting in over the Iron Dome, and they're having this peaceful concert right on the edge of a goddamn open-air prison where Hamas was an Israeli intelligence operation from the get-go. Everybody knows that.
Hamas is equivalent as saying the insurrection, like the Buffalo Shaman in the insurrection, had anything to do with Patriots and QAnon. It's the same equivalent. That's how a false flag works. They just have to have 10 bad actors that the media knows who to follow. And then the rest of us look like dildos to even be associated.
Yep. Well, Phil, before I swing this same question back to Chaney, do you have anything else to wrap up on this?
Sorry, I blabbed.
No. We want blabbing from both of you tonight. So do you have anything to wrap up on the intellectual Trump web thing before I swing that to Chaney?
I mean, I do wonder if, I think Trump's going to win. I really do.
That was a question I was going to ask at the end. You might as well get it out of the way now. And I'll
say it.
But I think him and Bobby Kennedy, I don't think that lasts. Because I think Bobby Kennedy will push to be like a vaccine czar or something like that. Part of me wonders where this whole thing with him, with the Post and, the reporter and the whole sexting thing, where that's going to go. How much...
Is that even still a thing? Because it seemed to me like it was like a 4-day-long story.
All right, so I'm going to use a little bit of crass language. The New York Post has a hard-on for Bobby Kennedy Jr. Like,
did you just say hard-on my fucking podcast?
That's it.
Yes, I did. There was that book I read for review, the Ask Not book by Maureen Callahan. She's a Post reporter. She's had it out for him for years, and like talking about him defending his cousin Michael Skakel on the whole murder in Greenwich and that whole story. And I read that book. I said, they're like, well, he's a racist because he accused a black man of doing it. I'm like, so he's a racist because he accused the blak guy of killing the teenager? Is it that's not racist?
He should have called him Cuban or something.
Well, that whole Martha Moxley thing, that's a rabbit hole too, especially because when that case got reopened, what infamous OJ detective worked on that case? Mark Furman and Dominic Dunn. You have a whole can of worms there. And Dominic Dunn had a man crush on Mark Furman, and there's a whole thing to that too. I don't know if it's going to hold, like certain of those people. I think Tulsi Gabbard has come over completely.
She's going to be a fucking Secretary of Defense or something like that if Trump wins, probably.
But I admire what's his name, Derek Bros, for confronting her on being a young global leader with the World Economic Forum.
Dude, I could be pulling this out of my ass. I'm pretty sure she had a lawsuit against them because she said they put her name on that list without her permission. She's also fucking counsel on foreign relations. So, how can you keep dodging this shit?
Like Brian Callen's dad.
Right?
If we're talking the entertainment thing, we got Brian Callen, we got Nick Kroll. There's a lot of...
Nick Kroll is a one a lot of people don't know about.
Netflix comedians.
Yeah. Yes.
Well, I think I'd said to Chaney, I might have even put up on the 9/11 thing, how funny is it that Nick Kroll is on The League with Steve Renazizi, who I liked, who I met, and Steve Renazizi lied about working at the World Trade Center, and meanwhile Nick Kroll's dad does security for 9/11 and might have been in on it. And the person they employed as head of security, John O'Neill, was former FBI counterterrorism and dies when he goes back into the North Tower trying to save people.
Yeah, Nick Kroll's whole thing reminds me an awful lot of Laurel Canyon. Like, it's just like, okay, your dad's this guy, and now you got this fucking gold. I mean, the guy's talented, but they always are. Jim Morrison's dad was Golf of Tonkin. The guy could sing, but Nick Kroll is talented, and that's the thing. Like,
This is the thing that not enough people think about is speech pattern recognition of us in learning it and repeating it is a very easy thing. We're little mockingbirds. And so, like, the way Obama speaks and how they say, oh, he's the best speaker, he learned that from like, it's an actor speech. Like, he's talking like a president. That's not how he went around and talked all that time. So I just think sometimes a lot of this stuff is completely fake. Your vocal cords can be trained, and everyone out there, it might take years, but everyone could learn how to sing. You just have to train your vocal cords, and it's like that. It's like knowing how to paint. Everybody thinks, oh, I'm not an artist. You can teach yourself how to paint. You can teach yourself how to play the piano or have a great teachers teach you, but everybody thinks, oh, awful singers, awful singers. No, it's somebody that has to learn how to hear it and then get their diaphragm and their vocal cord strong enough to push it and then carry it. It's like all that can be done. So there's even that kind of thing, especially for a dude. And then you really think back at Jim Morrison. Could he sing?
No. Val Kilmer sounded way fucking better. You watch the Doors movie that Oliver Stone made, that Propaganda Queen. You fucking see, like, Val Kilmer sounded just like fucking Joaquin Phoenix.
Like Robert De Niro can sing like Sting. It's wild. I don't know if you've heard Robert De Niro sing on stage with Sting. That's one of the ones that'll blow your fucking mind. You'll be like, I like space because I said fucking, and I was like, am I allowed to say that here? After he just said he was going to talk crap.
Much like the Secret Society of Good Guys, this is a total free speech platform. Mini fucks and creeps allowed tonight.
Oh, perfect.
If I can just add on to what Chaney was saying in terms of like if we're talking like a dialect coach or speech coach, I mean, and I'm sure there's always been image creators, but go back to at least Nixon when, you know, he runs in 60, loses such a close election to Kennedy, where apparently the dead, you know, rose to vote in Illinois and whatever tricks were being pulled in Texas. Part of the reason why they brought LBJ on, because LBJ was adept at cheating in elections. And Nixon, you know, has his, you know, loss in 62 for governor of California, you know, and then says he's going to quit. But one of his key guys is Bob Haldeman, who was involved with, he was like a Don Draper. He worked for like, you know, Madison Avenue. I think it was like BBDO. It was like one of those like marketing advertising firms. And in 1968, it's a new Richard Nixon. You know, new Coke, new Nixon. And, you know, tried to make him friendlier. But, and, you know, there's certain things I'm still very torn on Nixon. I've done stuff on Watergate and things like that.
My dad was too. My dad said, if the truth were out about Nixon, it's one of the things that always echoes in my head that I feel like somewhere I haven't flipped over the right rock. He was like, if the truth came out about Nixon, and my father's passed on, so he hasn't seen anything in politics. He never met Obama. Thank God. Like, thank God. Like, poor guy would have been. But he said if the truth came out about Nixon, he would have been the best president in American history. And I'm like, what did he mean by that?
That's a narrative that's actually among people like us is starting to surface, is that Watergate, and I know, Phil, you were well fucking versed in the Watergate thing.
That's where I wanted to, I'm like, why we're here, Phil?
Yeah, because what's the guy's name? The main reporter on that?
Woodward, Bob Woodward, and Carl Bernstein. Those were the two guys, Woodward and Bernstein.
I'm talking about Woodward. He was fucking military intelligence. So you get.
Oh yeah, he used to brief Alexander Haig.
He wasn't a fucking journalist until that happened.
No. And Bernstein was
he was like Rolling Stone,
a degenerate. Right? No, he worked for the Post, so he was married to Nora Ephron, the screenwriter, and he cheated on her a lot. And in the great writer Jim, I forget how to pronounce his name. I'll go Hugan. Jim Hugan wrote Secret Agenda about Watergate. Said that Woodward was investigating Bernstein's sex life.
Ooh,
like there was weird stuff there.
Little honey
And,
trap situation going on there.
Well, Hugin's book was the first one that mentioned the call girl ring that was operating at the apartment building adjacent to the Watergate, and that was what the information they were looking for. And
Is it
that
All the
John,
President's Men? What's the new
Yes.
HBO?
that's
Is that the?
I
that was
saw
the
the old
plumbers.
movie.
That was the
Oh, the
plumbers.
Plumbers. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that had like Woody Harrelson in it.
Yeah, Woody Harrelson played
But
Hunt.
All the
And
President's
what's his
Men
name?
was the movie that was originally about these two.
They
Dustin
were
Hoffman, right?
Wow,
they
that is
were
in
doing the
the
movie.
Manila folder, and
Yeah.
I have never seen it.
Oh, it's a
No,
great
you're-
movie.
That was
but
just
it's
in my brain, and, like-
so much BS in that movie. Like you could watch it like The Social Network, just being like, yeah, none of this happened. It's good though. It's a good fiction movie. There was a guy named Deep Throat, but everybody's like, oh, it's Mark Felt, and we're like, no, it wasn't completely. I said they were getting leaks after Felt had gotten fired because Felt was pissed he got passed over for Hoover's replacement.
I always have thought Deep Throat was never a name given to a man. And so I think in the way that I believe real power would exist, and that's what's trying to somewhere emerge. They're actually trying to show us this women thing. I think the Following the Wives and the DC Madam Dead, Hollywood Madam, they made her look crazy. Like if you go through all of these ladies, I think there's this hotel, motel, Holiday Inn, Watergate, not a bunch of call girls and prostitutes. It wasn't already set up. It wasn't microphoned. It wasn't cameraed. There wasn't this kind of information coming in somewhere instead of just the Hoover's FBI doing the same thing. Because I even think this guy gets shamed at the end of his life too. And they're like, let's set it up and make sure everyone knows he was wearing a dress. Like,
Yeah.
it's like such a wild, like the whole entire thing. I'm like, I think Deep Throat was Deep Throat. Like, I think she was some bad bitch and she dropped information.
That makes more sense.
So there was,
but I don't know names. This is just like a
there was a woman named Heidi Reichen. She ran this call girl ring, and one of her friends was Maureen Biner. Maureen Biner's married name was Dean. She was John Dean's wife, and some people said John Dean was the one who gave the order to go in the Watergate. And he comes out, he's the one who testifies, and blah blah blah.
So was he ex CIA or ex FBI? Was he one of those guys? Because I
think he was. I think there was multiple conspiracies to keep things quiet. Dean was just a guy who, in the end, might have been trying to keep some of his own personal shit kind of kept quiet. And then you had the Joint Chiefs were already spying on Nixon and Kissinger. That came out in '71, but they didn't publicize it. Like there was interrogations going on before Christmas 1971, and they got a Navy yeoman named Charles Radford, who they were stealing. They call them the burn bags. The documents were put in these bags that were supposed to be burnt. Radford was giving it to Thomas Moorer, who was one of the Joint Chiefs. And so at one point you have John Ehrlichman, who will go to jail for Watergate, and a couple of the other guys in the Nixon administration doing interrogations. And they kind of still kept it, under the surface. At this point, the leaks had already resulted in the establishment of the plumbers. And I think one of the original guys was one of Kissinger's guys, a guy named David Young. You had a guy named Eagle, E-G-I-L, Crow, who his book, The Plumbers, led to that whole HBO miniseries. And then eventually they bring on Howard Hunt, who I think never retired from the CIA.
I think that's the guy I was thinking about, Howard Hunt.
E. Howard Hunt. Then you had Liddy, G. Gordon Liddy. Now, when years after you had the Jim Hogan book, you had a book called Silent Coup, which was these two guys, Len Kolodny, Robert Getlin. Dean sued those guys to try to keep the book from, coming out, or trying to get them to kind of do what they did to what I was telling you earlier, Fortunate Son, kind of try to bury it. And Liddy got involved, and he's like, no, what they're saying is true. Like, this happened. There was so much sabotage going on from within with certain members of the plumbers. Could have been Hunt, McCord, James McCord, who, by the way, they buried when he died. I used to look him up and be like, wow, he's still alive, still going.
Oh, you mean they wiped him?
They wiped his death from any publication until I saw it in the book. And it said, yeah, James McCord died in 2019 as mysterious as his life was. And McCord was burning files within a day or two of Watergate. You know, that whole thing, because he was the one who put the tape on the door, and that's when the guard, a guy named Frank, I think it was Frank Wills, found it twice. First time he's like, okay, take the tape off, shuts the door. Burglars find it shut again. McCord puts the piece of tape back on, and the only reason why they got caught is because there was cops right around the corner,
like a security guy.
Well, no,
it was.
They were undercover. Hey. They were undercover. One of the guys was on his birthday.
Did you ever watch Gaslit? I know I DM'd you on.
No,
X.
The one with what's her name, Julia Roberts, right?
Julia Roberts. Yeah, she somehow became the main character of this story, but yeah, because I think the Plumbers and the Gaslit show are kind of. It was like HBO and Stars, but it was the same story. I haven't seen the Plumbers. I did watch Gaslit.
I started the Plumbers. I didn't finish it.
I've never seen. Because I don't have HBO
feel like that
Max.
Actor Justin, whatever his name is, that's
Justin
not the Canadian Prime Minister. Yeah, I always get him confused when I'm saying one about the other. Everything he is in just bores me to effing tears. Like, I want The Leftovers. Such a great concept. Wanted to get into it, but I'm like,
it's good. It's so.
I love it. I watched the whole thing, but it's like, he's handsome. I want to like him.
He needs to stick to David Lynch movies because David Lynch wants understated actors to perform cheesy performances, so he's like perfect for that. He's
like to just sit there and be quiet and stare.
Just make a face. Yeah. Make a face and I'll film it.
Yeah, like he was on Charlie's Angels, one of those movies, and he was the villain, and he didn't speak a lot. He was like from another, they made him Russian or something, you know, the Russian.
He was an American Psycho, though. He was good in American Psycho. He was.
He is in that.
He is.
Yeah, he was Bryce. He was Patrick Bateman's best friend. He's like the one guy who's like, yeah, he basically is like, yeah, the guy who, even though he's sleeping with Reese Witherspoon's character, even though you never see anything, he's like, yeah, even though he's doing that, he's still my best friend, you know, sort of thing.
I could completely make American Psycho like the Golden State Killer, but make it about Robin Williams. Like, I think, and I believe this, and so I just think you could set up because they are like, they shouldn't make an American Psycho too. They don't have to make it a businessman. They can make it a famous actor, and he travels and kills everyone, and he's by different movie spots, and because he's in his trailer or not in his trailer.
Stand-up comedians too, like the stand-up comedians that tour the country, like
or Garth Brooks being a serial killer.
That's a big one now.
Tom Segura called that one.
Well, now people are saying Tom Segura is a serial killer. So it's like, be careful what you say about other people. So we are getting into the weeds on Nixon. And I mean, we could wrap it up on that topic because it is a big one. But I still do want Chaney to answer the first question.
Oh, yeah. Well,
that's how this is going to go tonight. I kind of figured, but it's going way better than I thought. So Chaney, what I dubbed the intellectual Trump web with these people piling on with him. What are your thoughts on that? And then we can move on to, I want to move directly from this onto Robin Williams being a serial killer.
There is a whole bunch of the people that were active on X when it was Twitter. The people that were allowed to keep their accounts for whatever reason, and the people that had big followings, they were all like Bernie people. And a lot of those people were Ron Paul people always. Like, it's almost like if Ron Paul was a Bitcoin, like you could stay with it forever. And it's always like, you always want to stay with a little Ron Paul. Like, it's all like about your personality. If you had a political personality, you always got to keep a little Ron Paul. And so it's like a lot of the people that were super loud libertarians. So now all of a sudden what looked like a whole bunch of different segments of different trolls and different frogs and different things and different whatever's been going on for us in the conspiracy realm for the X amount of years, it seems like everybody else is having this almost Reagan-like awakening, but they're people that were already politically motivated. They were people that were already politically, so it's just like, well, shit, our whole ship is sinking and we're not going to Kamala. And I think Jim Gaffigan kind of said it the best in the way that they were so scared of Trump doing an insurrection that they went ahead and did a coup. And that is just sums up, in my opinion, just because of being involved in the false flag of January 6th, I just think the left whatever the DNC is, whatever the monster is, that's that. And I do know there's two sides of the same bird, so I'm not even, whatever the CIA that's been running our country at least since Kennedy was assassinated, at least, and if just in my lifetime, at least since Daddy Bush, like the CIA, since Reagan was first shot at, Daddy Bush has been running the show our whole lifetimes. Everything's been put into place, every single. But I think
he took over in '76, so yeah, he'd had the reins for a while.
Yeah. And so even if Trump is a whole different facet of a whole different part of the shadow government, mafia, whatever, it's not part of that part of the shadow government. The idea that they have to like throw away people like Liz Chaney. They have to throw that. They could have used her in this whole script of politics for the next 25 years, and now they have her holding hands with Kamala. Like the amount of their actors, their bad actors that they're having to throw at this script right now, because it just seems to be falling apart. Like we were all supposed to be in a place that we were all like, yeah, like fuck pronouns. We were all like supposed to be in this like, yeah, women, I just want a woman president, let women roar. But really, in my opinion, if the script played out to if nothing went wrong in their script, we were supposed to be in Hillary's second term right now. We weren't ever supposed to get that 4 years of Trump. That was chaos to their plan. That was the New World Order we've all been watching. Like, it was chaos that even their agents of chaos, their Alex Joneses, their Joe Rogans, their Howard Sterns, these other people that people think aren't involved, these outskirts, these podcasters, those people have had to take he forced bad actors to have to take a side. And so in doing that now, it's like everybody had to show their cards at the table. And it's interesting to take somebody like Joe Rogan, who had on Tulsi, had on Crenshaw, had on Bernie.
He brought them in, well, not Bernie, but the other two you mentioned. He brought them into the mainstream.
That is what I think about Neil deGrasse Tyson. And so there's all these other bad actors. Like, good movies need great actors. And then we've also been watching bad actors for so long that I wonder how many people, if you were supposed to cut deals and whatever, some people might be able to, they're not in that deep. They don't have that much blackmail yet. They can have their script saved. And so we've all been watching crime movies forever. We've all been watching all this stuff. I do tend to lean glittery, and I don't know when people are like, do you think Trump was shot in the air? I don't.
I was going to ask you that, goddammit. So here it is.
Like, I am a WWE person. This is what I believe. Like, the WWE and TKO Entertainment now are all Ari Emanuel. Like, so that's all Rahm Emanuel's brother. And so this is all a private corporation that is all being run entertainment facets. So I've always set up the idea, if there was a secret society of good guys running around the world, you couldn't do it under any military or any country, because not everywhere would let you in. But if you just had the most trained people in the world and it was truth in plain sight, they would let you and all the best coaches from your team in anywhere we were going to fist fight. And so all of a sudden, I can get 20 dudes from Ireland to come in on a private jet, and customs doesn't ask any fucking questions. I can get the best sharpshooter from Chechnya to just fly her and her sister in, and no one asks a question about me getting all of these people from a certain part of Russia all in without asking questions. Now they're running around New York because Conor McGregor in a bus accident. I would be like, oh, this is really where WWE, which was always kind of, if you look at that for what America was, I would say originally the WWF was set up to keep Americana inside America. It was set up to teach you, take your vitamins, be a good kid, stay in school. It was all this kind of thing that Hulk Hogan always won. It was this kind of thing. And then we actually saw, they showed it to our face. They took our hero and they NWO'd him. They took yellow Hulk Hogan and they turned him part of the NWO. And then there's the Wolf Pack. They let us know all right in our face. But somewhere that script of WWE and those actors, we're not past that. We're watching part of that script. So I believe Vince McMahon steps down from WWE because this thing needed a script. And that's what I think we're watching right now. I think there has to be dragons that tie their wings behind their back and crawl on their bellies for a while, so the snakes all trust them. And so I think if we had a shadow government, I'd be like, fuck, how do we make somebody famous? Let's have cameras follow them around all the time. Let's make a magazine. We'll call it Inquirer, and anyone we say is famous will be famous. We'll just have the cameras follow them around. They'll be famous just for being famous. So Paris Hilton, you have Donald Trump, you have Kim Kardashian, you have all this whole reign of celebrities now that they're famous just for being famous. And it's like, I would just think, if I wanted to protect you, you're in plain sight. I can't keep a bunch of guns around you, but I can keep a bunch of cameras. So there's just certain things that I watch with Hollywood too, that I can take this building and put a gold sign on it that says your name and everyone believes you're rich tomorrow. There's certain things that some people maybe haven't released their tax returns because they're a fucking actor and everything about it's fake. They aren't a billionaire businessman. Like, how much can be proven on paper? Like, so some things I feel like good movies need great actors. And Kevin Spacey, even his worst charges are like, he's always around all the people. He seems to be the thread that is Epstein and Prince Andrew and Ghislaine and all these things. And he ain't behind bars right now, but all of them are like, so I just think deals are cut. Some people are there, and I don't know. Other people like Joe Rogan's real dad is like, no, Joe Rogan's mom stole him from me. And he like put a cease and desist order. So he's not even allowed to talk about his father on air anymore. And he hasn't for a really long time.
Twice. And it was both very fucking short and vague.
So I just think there's some people that are obviously like shadow governments. If you've ever seen the movie with Bridget Fonda, Boiling Point, that's what they do to kids. They really take orphans and they really steal someone's kid out of a hospital when they're a baby and raise them as a whole different thing. It's not just having blackmail, and it's not just, some people are actually hypnotized. Some people actually can have 3 words and then all of a sudden, snap, they have a mission. But people don't believe stuff that can be proven. So I just think Hollywood would be so easy for me to convince you that I'm famous.
Okay, well, my
so that's my glittery red pill. I'm glittery red pill.
That was fucking awesome. And hey, Phil, you snuck away. I want you to talk. I can hear you. I've got you on my speakers, but I'm gonna go pee real quick. And Chaney, anytime you want to slip away, I do edit. So
rad.
If anybody needs a break, let me know.
No.
I did not want to leave, but the last time I wanted to listen, everybody overheard me pee because I had no idea my headphones were a microphone.
I could cut it out. Just cut your audio.
That was my second secret society. Good guys, they're like, someone peeing, and I'm like, oh shit, it's me.
Well, you guys talk about that experience when I go pee. Oh, but Phil, honestly, I want you to respond to anything because I know that, like me, she probably just gave you like fucking 12 talking points to go off of. So
when I hear Robin Williams. When we're talking Robin Williams, and
I don't want to talk Robin Williams just yet because Chaney just opened a whole new can of worms about the politics stuff, because she's had me fooled all this time. I mean, I didn't think you knew what was up with Trump, but you do. So, I mean, probably more than I do, actually. Not that I mean, dude, my mom, who's a fan of yours, by the way, Chaney, and you too.
Oh, that's so cute.
She is a huge Trump fan, but so you say McMahon is writing the script. My mom thinks that the assassination was very Mel Gibson, like standing up and saying fight, fight, fight. And I said, but Mom, he would have said freedom. And she said, no, he's got to change it up a little bit.
Change a word a little.
All right,
I could see that too. I think Mel Gibson's an SSGG. He's a secret society guy all day.
Oh, for sure. As far as Hollywood goes, I would take Mel Gibson and throw the rest of them in my fucking trash can.
Yeah, some people are out there screaming. And who's still better than Mel Gibson? Look up fucking his dad. I tell everybody this. I'm like, his fucking dad is, because this is where I think there would have to be something that was interpooled between countries, and they would have to have a form of communication, and all their communication would have to be out in the open, because they couldn't hide it, because the second they hid it and anyone came across it, it would always be known. So the only way they could communicate with each other would have to be where all the paparazzi always was. It would have to be at events that the world knew was going to go on. So that's the other thing too about, I think, the truth in plain sight is the thing that, instead of like, I think the real ones would be all out in the open and the fake ones would have to hide it in our movies. And so I just think it's going to be so much more interesting when you're like, oh my gosh, these people like had to hang out. Oh, here's other ways. Golf courses and casinos. These are two ways. If me and you wanted to have a secret conversation and we might be bugged, we could sit in any casino.
Oh, God, yeah.
And like sit at any slot machine and have like a full conversation, and no one would even know. And so I'm like,
and no one would know how to timestamp it because there's no freaking clocks, and probably most people aren't bringing their phones with them.
And this is the other thing I was thinking about, if you're a dude like Trump, is you wear an outfit like Mickey Mouse. So you don't wear a different tie every day, because then it becomes harder for people to take certain pictures and certain things and certain. It was an old Jennifer Aniston trick I learned living in Hollywood, is that Jennifer Aniston would wear this. She had like 10 of the same gray t-shirts. So every time she wanted to go run an errand, she would always just put on the same outfit, because the paparazzi couldn't sell pictures that they were like, we can't timestamp this for any date. We can't always just have pictures of Jennifer Aniston in a gray t-shirt. No one's going to believe it's different days. You're just taking pictures and selling us. So it's like, that is so clever to wear as a superhero, to wear the same outfit every day.
Yeah.
Like, you got to wear your uniform. It's how we've been trained.
So let me just add something real quick, because we talked Burning Man earlier. Jim Keith, the conspiracy author, who's been gone now 25 years, who co-wrote The Octopus, the Danny Casolaro book.
Oh, yeah.
He fell off a platform at Burning Man and had knee damage. He went to have surgery, and he's like, I don't think I'm coming out of this. And he died. He was working on something that Princess Diana was pregnant at the time of her death, and to which the late, he's still alive, Jim Hugan said, a fucking knee operation? They said it was a blood clot, got loose.
Very Joan Rivers-ish.
Well, two of the guys, Jim Keith, Ken Thomas, the co-author, died a few years ago. I actually interacted with him because I did Trumpocalypse, one of his books that was about conspiracy stuff, for one of my review companies. And there was another guy who was involved in the same community, published some of Jim Keith's works, because he also did Black Helicopters Over America, The Gemstone File, that's Howard Hughes, it's the Kennedys, so many interesting stuff. A guy named Ron Bonds dies from food poisoning, from eating at some sort of like Mexican food truck. And considering that food poisoning is a very rare sort of death, he died from food poisoning.
I mean, it's 2 days of diarrhea for most people. It's kind of like
I think
COVID. If it kills you, you were probably going to die anyway.
I think Bonds died in 2001, and of course that was the year they got Bill Cooper, which that first time I ever heard of Bill Cooper was 2001. My cousin read Behold a Pale Horse. I went out to Arizona a month before 9/11. It was me, my brother, his best friend, who's now unfortunately passed, and my cousin. I never knew was into conspiracies. He's like, you have to read this book. And I was like, tell me a little bit about it. He's like, oh, well, Kennedy's driver shot him. And I was like, okay. I mean, I was reading a Kennedy book at the time, and I said, all right. And I'm like, all right, I'll look into it. Years before, and then I read Cooper's book, and then I read, November 2001, he gets killed by
the IRS and the police front yard.
Yeah, they go.
He's the real fucking Alex Jones, unless he's not, because like Chaney said. I mean, dude, Bill Cooper was known for feeding deep state secrets about aliens to us for years. He came clean before he died, but I mean, it's exactly like the Joe Rogan shit right now.
And you know who loved that book? And what that book became first of all, I don't think whoever his family is, his survivors, are getting any proceeds from the book, depending on who the publishing house was. But they said a great percentage of readers are African American. Because I said, yeah, there's theories in that book that speak to them. And I think some of the people, what's his name? Professor Griff from Public Enemy was like one of the guys who was big into Cooper's work. There was a book that I read called Pale Horse Rider, which was actually a really even-handed approach to Cooper's life. Because I said other people are like, oh, he was nuts and this and that. I'm like, he predicted 9/11, and then Alex Jones rode that.
Yes, dude.
Cooper hated Alex Jones.
Ad nauseam. Dude, so the first time I heard Alex Jones was in like 2003, but I went back and I listened to Bill Cooper talking about Alex Jones's Y2K performance, where he was like, there's generators blowing up in fucking Kentucky. He was going fucking balls to the walls on this fucking Y2K thing being real. And Bill Cooper on probably January 1st, 2000 said, I want you to listen to this guy because he's going to get big. And he's taking everything I say and he's sensationalizing it. And he is selling you fucking nothing but fear. And I happen to be, like I said, I'm more like human vibrations every day. I happen to think Bill Hicks is Alex Jones. And I laughed at that theory when I first heard it. I've been convinced since. That's a long story for another time. But Bill Cooper warned us about Alex Jones. But now I got to wonder, like, because of Cooper's military intelligence connection and everything else, like, was he legit?
I think he was, but you almost have to wonder, because there's certain people who've been law enforcement, who've been, whether it be CIA guys, and I'm not talking about CIA guys who wound up on Rogan or whatnot, but I'm like, you get an FBI guy like Ted Gunderson, a guy who at one point was like the special agent in charge of the LA office, but investigates McMartin, investigates Jeffrey McDonald's case, is involved in certain aspects of the Danny Casolaro story. He's in these things, satanic ritual abuse, these things. Was he completely, on the up and up? Like, I think he was one of the people who exposed the tunnels beneath McMartin. And I think I emailed him once, and he got back to me. But then I never got a chance to go further with that. He's an interesting guy. You get these people and you do question it. And I said, I think the one thing I love to read, and I'll just keep going further and further and further. I'm willing to consider all aspects. I said, I've read so much shit about Donald Trump, whether I want to or not, that I'm willing to consider a lot of things, except I don't believe in the piss tape. I don't believe in Russian collusion. I don't believe in any of that shit, because they've never given a convincing case. They just say, trust us. We know what we're saying. The Russians own him. I'm like, no. I said, he actually did more sanctions against the Russians than anything else. But they don't talk about that because it doesn't sell their narrative. CIA guys, there was a guy, Bob Baer, who came out, I think, after 9/11. They used his book to make Syriana, the George Clooney movie. Great movie. But again,
George Clooney was in handcuffs the whole time, so anybody who wants to see that, go watch that movie.
that movie was a good...
It was really good.
Good movie. But yeah, you think about, is it someone who's like really trying to get their conscience clean? Like you think of a guy, like an early CIA guy, like a Philip Agee, a guy who was like a Catholic who had issues with what the CIA was doing. Is it someone who's doing it out of their conscience? Or someone's doing it because they're being told, sell the story.
Like Kamala Harris when she tried Michael Jackson.
What?
Like, that's one of the things that makes me so crazy is that if you want me to get extra glittery red pill, but you have to do things in plain sight. You brought up Princess Diana, like even putting on a concert for Princess Diana. Like Princess Diana met with JFK Jr. Princess Diana met with Donald Trump. Princess Diana met with Michael Jackson, and Michael Jackson said Donald Trump was the best man he ever knew. And so it's curious that all of a sudden you have a Kamala Harris that's the prosecutor on the Michael Jackson case. That's complete bullshit. The entire thing, the HBO, you have them come up again and again and again with trying to steal the narrative, and they put more money into trying to steal the Q narrative than anyone will ever admit to. that nothing has had in the conspiracy realm. The Sandy Hook whole entire fiasco, they didn't come at Alex Jones as hard as they came at Anons. For some reason, it really hit something that they they had to come at this and make all this HBO and CNN and make all these certain actors pretend they were Anons. It was like a very wild time.
Didn't My Maria get that guy like twice and he didn't come back on the third one?
Code Monkey?
Yeah. Didn't he have
Code
to do
Monkey
with the
shill.
HBO?
I really believe now, honestly, that guy is a complete shill. That he was but it's interesting. His father has a pig farm. Curious. I think
in Canada.
No, in like Thailand, like some crazy, like they had like 8 coon, and like they ran all these other sites, but really they just gave kind of the space for those channels to run so Q could come there. And so they just, somewhere are these money men that have all this space so that other platforms can run off them. That to me is a John McAfee situation. So you have this, if you can control any aspect of what other people are like, ooh, we'll be able to do this thing and no one will be any of the wiser, you've just set up a honeypot. So somewhere with Code Monkey and his father, they feel like they took Q and did something else with it. There's a split of Q when you see the original stuff, and then once it switches over to Jim and his dad. That's almost where I think it starts going toward the insurrection. If you see everything about Jim, that's the father of Code Monkey, and everything he writes, it's almost like this is how you take over your country. And it feels in ways like that is part of it. So it's like when people are like, Q is a psyop, there's parts of it that I'm like, I think it totally, but I actually love My Maria's take about it being a conversation between people that had really nothing to do with all these other things. It's like, we don't know all these other words that had to go in so that this, and then you can see the language of it change when it starts like, ooh, we can do this stuff with it. The crazy part, we always think at this point, we think it's nutty that it's just nutty that the Trump team doesn't lean into Q Deltas more. We think this is nutty. We're like, they could go on and literally give a speech daily off these things and blow up the internet. Like, it's almost crazy that there's no connection between the two in that kind of way. If you were just from a marketing perspective, if I was running you for office, I'd be like, I'm gonna make Camilla say fucking the storm's coming. See what people are like, what?
Dude, she should do that.
That would be so funny.
With regards to with HBO and like Q or January 6th, who's a documentary filmmaker who they've worked with a few times? Alexandra Pelosi.
Oh, and she filmed her mom freaking out while that shit was going on.
She was established because she did My Journeys with George about W's campaign back in 2000, and because at first I was like, oh, she seems like kind of like a nice person, like as her and it showed a human side. I liked Bush anyway at the time. Now I don't, but it was like showing things and it was like a candid sort of behind the scenes. But I'm starting to think there, like Michael Moore, there are the narrative setting documentarians. Michael Moore, Alexander Pelosi,
Spielberg.
Alex Gibney. And Alex Gibney, I like some of his work. He's the one who did Enron, Smartest Guys in the Room, but also did Mea Maxima Culpa about priests. I think and Michael Moore especially, because, how full of shit he's been, and he rides off other people's work.
His first 3 movies were really good. So
what ones?
I never saw Roger and Me.
Roger and Me, I liked Bowling for Columbine, dude. His fucking take on why Columbine happened, we all know.
But see, like that's the whole thing. His take was all trying to all this other stuff going on in America. It was just another take to try to convince us this was happening. So,
Chaney, you just bitch slapped me. I totally agree, because I was speaking for like the 2022 me. But now I don't even know if Columbine happened.
And then oh no, that was Al Gore. I was like, but he did a movie like Inconvenient Truth.
I'm sure he did. Oh yeah,
well, he did Capitalism, a Love Story. He did Sicko about the healthcare.
I think Capitalism, a Love Story was the one where he did touch on like Al Gore type shit.
And then he did Fahrenheit. Before then he did Fahrenheit 9/11.
Fahrenheit 9/11.
Fahrenheit 9/11. So here's the crazy thing. So a lot of that is stuff, recycled material. He took off other people.
Yeah, that one was like his first dog shit movie, I thought. Well, not even, I mean, all of his movies were probably dog shit. But
and he released it in an election year. I mean, that's another thing too. I mean, I didn't see that movie.
Now they call that shit fucking election interference, because my mom, she just came to visit, and she was like, "We have to go see Reagan while I'm here." So we went and saw Reagan, and it made me think of. So anyway, Dennis Quaid was saying like, yeah, a lot of people are saying this movie's election interference, and then they did that movie The Apprentice, and Trump is suing those people, saying that's
because they accuse him of raping Ivana. That's part of the story.
That's
it's
in the
total
movie?
dog shit. Yeah, it's total dog shit.
Raping Ivana?
Now again, raping Ivana. I mean, and that would have come out. I said, if anything else, like when they were having that drawn-out divorce back in what we were talking about before Chaney came, about Trump in the 80s and 90s and all that, it was like, that shit would have come out. I said, he couldn't have buried that back then. He didn't have the clout. But I mean, if we're talking reality TV, The Apprentice, people like Mark Burnett, a guy who can make a cottage industry of, recycled shows. I mean, The Apprentice was different, but obviously you had Survivor and all that shit, and, shows brought from Britain to here and everything. But, I would say you would have to call it, like, there's supposed to be equal time for candidates, but you just made, and to be honest, even a movie like W was a rushed production in 2008 that Oliver Stone was doing.
It didn't seem quite like the usual Oliver Stone type quality movie where he makes his, like Natural Born Killers, he makes these movies look like music videos, and he did, and they're really good movies. And then W was just like a movie.
Yeah, it was a backlash thing. I mean, it was a movie, I think, to kind of just be like anybody but him, even though Stone holds himself out to be apolitical. And his son, Sean, is doing something about, he's doing a thing with, what's his name? Papadopoulos, doing like a whole All the President's Men about Trump guys who got framed. So there's a different, aspect going on there. That movie, I remember because it came out around the time my son was born, and I was like, wow, like, how long did it take? 3-4 months? Because I know Josh Brolin got busted for like a drunken brawl down there in Arkansas or something like that.
No, dude, he was just staying in character. That's what that was. But
you couldn't get a better person than James Cromwell to play HW. You're going to pick a guy to pay a starched shirt, kind of the way HW would be. James Cromwell, what is he, British or Australian? He's not American, I know that. But he was in LA Confidential. Again, Kevin Spacey. James Cromwell played H.W. Bush.
Oh, okay. I got to watch that.
I was thinking of James Brolin.
Yeah.
I was like, what? But I was like, Philip must be right.
He is.
Before we move
on from this, Philip, you said something that I know Chaney's going to appreciate when I tie the dots here, but we're talking about Ivana and the rape thing that I didn't know was a thing in that movie. But to tie reality TV back into politics, when she died, Chaney, you might have even had a Twitter post. It was Twitter back then, by the way. I'm not like sacrileging fucking Elon Musk, but
Elon.
It was when she died, I immediately thought of that Netflix docuseries, The Staircase, because apparently Ivana fell downstairs when she died, and I had just fucking watched that Staircase docuseries. Shane, does that ring a bell, or am I mistaken with some, like, mixing you with someone?
Could have. I could have.
It might have been my Maria.
Yeah,
because you two are interchangeable. Not I mean, in my recollection, I don't have the memory Phil does.
Yeah, I don't know certain things because she died like right in the same block as the Prime Minister of Japan, I believe. And
Shinzo Abe.
I believe certain people were taken off the world stage to keep them out of harm's way for a little bit.
So they're still alive, is what you're saying.
Some people I do think are still alive. I even think a buried upside down thing at his property with the tombstone at her foot.
I didn't hear about that.
To me, is all very Trump symbolism. Everyone's like, oh, here's Trump in a Jewish hat. And I'm like, also, here's Trump getting sworded by the Sods. And here's Trump getting the soccer ball from Putin. And here's Trump in India getting a full
Here's Trump
salute.
Shaving Vic McMahon's head.
Yeah, I'm like, him being on the world. Here's Trump walking in front of the Queen because he was the postmaster general. Like, there's just certain things that everyone forgets that you need that run this country. And there's certain military things that have to be in place for the country. But everyone always thinks like guns, guns, guns. But sometimes it's just a post office. Like, a post office has to be there. And there's a reason that Amazon tried to come in and they got all free shipping and handling and almost took the post office down to build their country on the back of it. And then right at lockdowns, it just so happened that all of us were inundated with Amazon trucks in our neighborhood. They had their own mail service just ready to drop off our ballots. So it's just the only way you can steal an election is if you can control the flow of ballots. And at one port, you have to be able to control them. You can't have 30 million votes go into just Arizona. So there's certain things that kind of shut down on them that weren't supposed to be that way, that were chaos agents. And one of them was making sure that you could go to the polls and vote, and that our mail service stayed open so that Amazon didn't handle our ballots.
6 days, by the way, between Shinzo Abe's death and Ivana Trump's death.
Oh, Chaney, you nailed that.
Yep.
My manila mental folder.
I knew she was probably right, but I was like double checking. I was like, let me just see. I'm like, yeah, it's been a little bit. 6 days.
That's like the red scarf deaths. Like, bam, 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 bam.
There was another one around that.
The death, they always say the death comes in threes, but I'm like, there's weird shit. Like, I think of certain years, like, so the same year Danny Castellaro dies, a month before, John Tower, who was a senator from Texas, influential, at one point possible Secretary of Defense, but it gets kind of scuttled because I think drinking and womanizing. He dies, I think, at a plane crash, and then who was it? John Hines, who was married to Teresa Hines, later Teresa Hines Carey, dies in a helicopter crash the next day. So, like, because politicians in plane crashes or Kennedys in plane crashes, there's commonality.
Gunshots and plane crashes.
And there was also that event in the late 80s, early 90s, where a certain Atlantic City casino owner chose not to take a fateful helicopter trip where 3 of his people died.
Or a few times with
Trump.
like yeah, that's like the few times with Trump, the assassination attempt that we all saw on TV. I don't know if it was real, but I'm for a fact that they tried to assassinate him a bunch of times so far. Like a bunch of times while he was in office. I think the missile in Hawaii, some things they were thwarted attempts. I think the SeaTac plane that was remote controlled and flew into a missile silo. These are all like weird anomalies that people kind of forget that they happened. Another big one is while Trump was in office, they tried to force him to get a new Air Force One. And he was like, nah. But then after a hullabaloo about it, he has the guys come to design this plane. And you see the plane in front of him at the White House and the design. And that design is Trump Force One right now. So it's just crazy that they're like, oh, they didn't want that design because Trump did it. Well, they didn't make a new design. Why are they flying an old version of Air Force One? Like, why are they flying something that they tried to get Trump to get a new plane? Trump's flying in the new plane, and Biden's flying in the old Air Force One. But Biden wasn't at the White House originally either. Trump left early. This is another thing that the left always brings up. He's going to stay in. He actually left early. And it forced it because he left early. They didn't have all their script ready. They didn't have a White House together. They didn't have all this other stuff. And so they had to film at Tyler Perry's fucking White House. They had to film at one of the other locations that nothing about it of Joe Biden's original time in the White House was the real White House. It doesn't matter how you feel about Joe Biden or Donald Trump. Joe Biden wasn't in the real White House. If this is just all script and we're all running and they're working together, why wouldn't they put that motherfucker in the real chair? So I just feel like some things seem amiss, but everybody has short attention span theater. And it's like they just want to be doom and gloom. But I do think the more friends I have out there, if you're in a place and you look out your window, you're on your 20th story and you look out your window and you're like, it's just shit down there. Probably you are in a place that's doom and gloom. They only sell overpopulation to the overpopulated areas. And they're only overpopulated because deep down in your heart, if you were ever in Kentucky or North Carolina or Florida or all these places that, oh my gosh, what would happen if that happened to us? Well, no one can feed you. Don't worry about FEMA or not. There aren't enough semi trucks to bring in food to New York. So if you guys go without power for a week, hope you got fishing poles. But I know in Florida, regardless of FEMA, regardless of anything, I'm going to feed my family. I'm going to feed my wife. I'm going to make sure my nieces eat. I know my brother's going to do the same. I know my uncles are going to do the same. And I know how to sit on the back of a gator and hold its mouth shut. And I'll cut that thing up and feed a whole neighborhood. But there's a whole bunch of capable people around me that we don't rely on electricity to pump water to our house. We have our own wells. We have our own generators. And so everybody has this fanciful idea of living off land. That's cool in the summer. How many tomatoes can you grow to feed your family in the winter? Have you really watched the Alaska bush people and how they're starving and most of them are very malnourished? So people have the luxury idea of living in a city. And then the crazy idea, the people that I know that really live off grid, they're talented motherfuckers. They know how to do everything with an engine. They know how to milk every kind of animal you can think about milking. They're alchemists. Everybody has a fantasy idea of living off land, and most of them can't they'd use nails to put wood together and you're like, oh, that's gonna fall apart. So I don't know. I think if you're living in a city and you have to have electricity just to have your water pump, you're not in a good place. And so your animal instincts are telling you doom and gloom. It's just once you get to a better place with better people around you and you're more prepared, you'll look at the world a little differently. Look at how they keep trying to convince everyone, what's Florida gonna do? Fucking rebuild without everybody else. We do it all the time. The thing all about through Kentucky, they blew dams. That's why all that shit happened in North Carolina, South Carolina. It'll come out just the same way they levees blew. They set that thing up to flood. It's controlled weather to flood that because those Americans, they've been capable for 200 years. They have not needed the government for 200 years. Those people have the milk. Those people have the bread. Those people are a different part of America that nobody else in America realizes they need. So it's you take out these people, but guess what? We're just going to talk about Asheville on the news. You know why? Because Asheville's this little liberal shithole in the middle of a whole bunch of red. So we're going to take care of this little liberal shithole and keep telling you that we're taking care of everyone else. But every real soldier will tell you, we loaded up so many planes full of equipment and Kamala took pictures in front of it. And then we didn't even fly it to the people. That shit's crazy. The people that are taking care of things in those small towns, it's the people taking care of the people. They don't need FEMA. So it's, I don't know. I think everybody has to wake up and realize, everybody talks all anti-government and look at how many black pills, all anti-government motherfuckers were screaming about FEMA or posting FEMA videos now. Oh, I thought you were all anti-government. If we have a federal government, what's it for if not a FEMA type thing? If it's not Florida sending help to Georgia, if we can't take care of the states around us, what are we doing? That's how Texas is Texas, because Florida, way back when, went over there and told them how to do it. It's this is why certain states are who they are, is because we all kind of helped each other put a line, because we were we have this beliefs, and if you're going to come in and try to change this, then you're going to get force met with that. And that's really what that line should represent, is don't step on our toes. We have our first. And if you step on our first, we're going to use our second. And we don't need the federal government otherwise. And so that's where I think the rubber's meeting the road, is everybody that was pro-Ukraine flag and changing their shit all the time. You look silly as shit now doing that, didn't you? You look silly. So it's like, now what? You don't care about your fellow Americans? Like, I don't know. So it's not about your whatever flag you want to put on it. You don't care about your neighbors? Like, how long of the line does your neighbor go? And so it's like, there is an ideal system I was set up around as a person with a big mouth, a chick with a big mouth. Show me another country, I can be me. And so that's why I fight. Like, where everyone's like, why? What's the big deal? Let's just let it all go. Anarchy. Yeah, you know what anarchy means? Me and my wife get raped in about a week. That's what anarchy means. So no thank you. And that's how most women feel. So it's like, the idea of anarchy, that might be great for strong men, but it isn't great for all the women I know and all the children they bear. So it's just like, we need some kind of structure, unless you guys are going to take care of us, and it's not you guys, but all the guys. But that's already proven not to be true, because they've been brainwashed since the 50s. So it's not our fault. We've been brainwashed by brainwashed men. Like, so, I don't know.
A lot of men are out getting tampons.
Yeah. Or white guys for Harris? No. I just feel like I need to go, like, eat your wife's pussy and give her an orgasm. Like, it just makes me so sad for her. White men for Harris.
Oh, yeah.
Doug. Could only be a Doug.
I am an anarchist, but I have a different idea, Chaney, than maybe what you've heard, because all my anarchy means is no slaves, no masters. And I do think that a lack of government doesn't necessarily mean a lack of structure, because I do think that, like, people like you and the thing you just said, those are the people that are going to make structure if government collapses. I hope our government collapses at some point, but
yeah,
I don't think it necessarily means chaos and getting raped. But I do think that little pockets like where you are, Philip, you're fucked. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, it's. I mean, Long Island.
I know where you live
for a long time.
and I have a direct line out of I'm right on a freeway, so I get it. Like, it's going to get bad if the government collapses, but Chaney's
think boat. If you're in that neck of the woods, think boat. No one's going to go out and around. Everyone's going to try to get in their cars and come down. So just think boat, catch one of the streams, come right down to Florida. No, you can rob a boat. You don't care. You don't even need to have a boat. Just know where there is a boat and know, like, set yourself up.
There's a lot of boats.
Yes, that's the thing, that you might have a little rough seas. You don't have to go too far out. You can stay close enough to shore that you can see the shore the whole entire way down the coast. You can even get off in the Carolinas and you'll be safer. But think boat if you ever need to escape the city.
All right.
I just hope it holds off until I'm down. You know, I mean, I'm looking forward to next year, my parents' 50th, going down to Florida. I said, the dates are set. I said, if the shit's going to happen then, I'll be hanging with you. I'll be hanging with you.
I think you got like 3 weeks, Philip.
Yeah, I know for that.
So, just want to add a couple things. So, when we're talking about Trump with the assassination thing, think of, because you can almost think back to so many different administrations, but like JFK, there was 3 different plots within 3 weeks. There in '63, there was Chicago, where they canceled. He was supposed to be there for, I think it was like an Army Air Force game at Soldier Field, and a 3-named assassin, who I think actually was from Long Island, a guy named Thomas Arthur Valley, but there was also Cubans already set. Then there was an alleged plot set, I think, in Tampa. It was in Florida, I know that. And then obviously we had Dallas. Most of these presidents, I don't know about Obama, if there was much of anything. Obviously, we said Trump, there's been stuff. Can't really say much. Clinton, I think, had a couple half-ass attempts. There was a guy outside the White House shooting on a Saturday.
So W was in office for 8 years, and there wasn't, you just said men?
I think it was like candy ass. There wasn't anything. It wasn't like Gerald Ford had 2 within like 2 weeks, and one was squeaky Frome, and the other one was like still murky. Sarah Jane Moore, who was connected in some form, or might have been like a COINTELPRO, MK Ultra. God only knows what type of person she was. Reagan had Hinckley, courtesy of the Bush family.
And Jodie Foster.
And Jodie Foster, yeah.
Disney kid.
Yep. And of course, Hinckley was on some sort of like same trajectory as an assassin from a couple months before then, Mark David Chapman. And, just like money coming from unknown sources, all this stuff. But I said, Mark David Chapman, he didn't have family having lunch with one of the Bushes that day. So, H.W. Bush, there was that supposed Iraq plot that led to Clinton bombing Iraq right afterwards. Nixon had a guy who was they did a Sean Penn movie. Sean Penn.
Those are all fake assassins. Every single, I think it's like they just seem like all the ones who stay alive, like the three name ones, the Sirhan, like the weird, but then we also get Catcher in the Rye. Like they also are like, oh, here's Catcher in the Rye. Yep. And then every library gets a list.
Conspiracy theory.
Catcher in the Rye. So now they know what all of us are reading, which this is the more important thing, is what we're all taking in. They need to know what kind of person we are. And then I think last night we really figured out that Book It is an extension of that. So they use, of all things in our face, Pizza Hut, to sell us the Book It program, which is just them keeping track of the books we were all reading during the period of time that our brain's starting to expand. So that we're all the kids that took that in. Free pizza if you read this certain amount of books. And now we're all the kids that are like right here. They knew exactly what we read when we were getting our brainwashing in 3rd, 4th, 5th grade. And now it's like, oh, that's exactly what they're selling us. Like this, they know the books we read. They sold us the programming. I don't know.
Where they mention that in? Where they mention the thing about them knowing what we're reading? Seven.
Yes, because there's the scene where the only link to the killer is library.
Kevin Spacey yet again.
but Brad Pitt and Morgan Freeman are sitting in the waiting room. Yeah. And they go to a pizza joint.
Pizza place. Yep.
Yeah.
And the guy is one of the guys from Sons of Anarchy. Is the guy who tips him off.
Is Brad the guy Pitt's who tips him off from Sons of Anarchy? Is it also Beast from Beauty and the Beast?
No, it's not Ron Perlman. It's a guy named Mark Boone Jr. who's like from New York because he was friends. He came up like Steve Buscemi, like blue collar guys who became actors. Okay. And they. If it was Ron Perlman, that would have been funny too, because he's an uber liberal.
No, but yeah, like he's like, "Is this legal?" And Morgan Freeman said, "No," but nope. What really is like this is how we fucking get our guy.
What was it? Patriot Act. They said by national security letters is how they could request your reading records from the library. And I said to my wife, I was like, Jess, I'm like, they're coming for me, right? And like, there's a good chance.
Phil has read all the books on the fucking list.
Everyone, pretty close.
And there's already been whatever crimes or FBI bullshit that they've done, so that now our personal libraries and the things you search in a card catalog, you can do that 10 times as fast on your computer daily, and they have all of it. And that's also where the Edward Snowden thing, like these information data collectors, it's so curious to me. That's how I think there's different facets. The CIA, not a fan of the NSA. And it makes me think, did the NSA gather information they weren't supposed to? Or the Sony music hacks, this is like the WikiLeaks of it all, where everyone's like, oh, Hillary's emails. But the Sony music hacks, who did they show that played ball? That's how we found out about Harvey Weinstein and the movie studios all paying him off, like paying off the actors that they knew all these people were in danger all the time. So it's just like, there was so many other hacks and things that when people are like, oh, this is all just a blah because of blah. It's like all those people are brand new to conspiracy within the last 4 years during lockdowns. They're all so brand new. They haven't researched all the WikiLeaks. They weren't here. So now for them, it's just Julian Assange is fake because they don't want to do. It's like a real lazy take because, well, do you know any of these other connections? Do you know any of the other things that aren't just Pizzagate? Because you don't want to believe Pizzagate because somewhere before you were woke, you called someone a retard for believing it. And now you're woke and something about your brain, your confirmation bias can't believe it's real. So it's just easier for a whole bunch of conspiracy theorists to take the everything is fake thing. Everything's a psyop thing. It's almost like a low hanging fruit of your brain just being like, oh, I don't like crosswords. Oh, I don't like Sudoku. It's like you don't want to overthink or do the things like, oh, that's debunked. Snope debunks it. We don't have to look any further. And so there's just as big of a market for the disheartened and the heartbroken, especially with everything that we just went through. And so everybody looking for answers, if everyone comes to you, you don't have any answers, black pill. So it's just like a church that people have decided to take where some people like actors on the main stage, if we all went to Asia, they would think we were related for such a long period of time before our nuances of just being white people started to look different. And if you just took 10 Chinese people and put them in our room right now, and then you got their name and everything like that, and then you had to try to name them again, you'd be like, I don't know, these motherfuckers all look alike. It's because everyone around you, they get nuance to you. And so I think it was Human Vibration that actually told me the human face, like each one of our things only has like a certain ratio that it can be in altogether. Like if it was a computer process before it's no longer eyes. You can't put eyes up here. They only fit in a certain ratio. They only fit in a certain space. A nose can only be so many sizes. It can only be so many. That's why everyone's like, oh, you have doppelgangers. I've seen somebody that look like you. And so it's weird to me in the conspiracy realm that how many people just in your everyday life that you know that you're like, I mean, just last night I hung out with a girl that I'm like, this girl looks just a split image of my boss. Like I hang out with people all the time that I can put in a thing. It's just that famous people, it's like when they look alike, it breaks our brain. But if you know both famous people and you've been watching them for a long time and know them both when they were children and seen them both in the same room together, essentially, you're like, oh, this is a silly conspiracy. So I don't know. Some of it's like everyone's not transgender. Everyone in the world where they're like, look at this person has these muscles or this person's arms are this long. You could take 100 different women and measure them and they're all going to be different. Some women can work themselves out and get the whole cut where it's like pink. And I think pink's a man. There are some ones that I think transvestigate. Probably, sure. But then there's this whole other thing that I just feel like, you guys, some skinny women, their throats just look like Adam's apples. Like, I just feel like it's breaking the brain of the incel that's living in their basement, not meeting people anymore. And so now everyone's a man, everyone's a woman. Oh, cool. I can just watch more porn, jerk off, and wait for the robot. And that's part of the breaking, I think. Like, here, let me give you so many pronouns. Can we just all be one pronoun? That would be great. Perfect. Walking the robot. So it's just, I don't know.
We're talking about, breaking the brain, like just thinking, have any of you seen Shock Doctrine or read the book?
Seems so familiar.
It was, someone who kind of went off the deep end in terms of other things. There's Naomi Wolf, who I didn't really think of, but now is big into the anti-COVID, anti-big pharma. I like her. And then there's Naomi Klein. Naomi Klein wrote Shock Doctrine. And she talks about, it was about like Milton Friedman, who was like the big capitalism, I think he won like a Nobel Prize, and he was like the Chicago School of Economics and how you make an economy scream, and comparing that to Dr. Ewan Cameron at McGill University up in Canada, who had gotten money from MK Ultra, and he used to basically take his patients and break them down to, like, I think he called it like depatterning or deprogramming, where you basically put the person back at square one and try to build them back up. Except some people couldn't be put back together again. So you had a woman who'd go in for postpartum depression and then put on headphones like this and then have a message, you're no good, you're no good, you're no good, for like 23 hours a day. And then she has the brain of a 2-year-old. And
Anna Nicole Smith, Britney Spears.
Yeah, you just have something where it's like you have these doctors, this sort of messaging, And you think of something like with COVID, what are we talking about? Netflix and chill, the new normal, build back better. You got all these messages coming. You have people who are fucking like panicking and frightened. I remember being asked, what do you think is going to happen? I thought it was just going to blow over. But at the same time, I never felt panicked. I said, I never felt the point like what I did when H1N1 was a big thing blowing up, and that was a manufactured part too. It might have been COVID part, whatever you want to call it, earlier.
Alex Jones really pushed that too, by the way.
Previd. That might have been just Previd.
And that was during Obama's administration and all that crap. But with COVID, it was like, I feel like the programming was strong. And then, Netflix and chill. Like, I remember one of the things, I didn't do much in terms of ordering out, but I did is when I first used Drizzly, ordering alcohol to your house. And I said, I would do that. And my wife still went out and shopped and stuff like that. But I was like, hey, get wine delivered to the house. Why not? And I said, yeah. And then you find out about people who are alcoholics, people who are addicted to porn, and people who are killing themselves because they have no human contact. But Netflix and chill. Hey, watch Tiger King.
I was thinking Tiger King. My brain the whole time. Like,
he's got scabies, according to the Post. He's got scabies.
Exotic Joe has scabies.
Yes.
Did he get it from the tiger or one of his boyfriends?
He thought he was going to get up until the last second. He thought Trump was going to pardon him. Like they said, he had a limo waiting to go, and never happened. But
maybe that's why Nicolas Cage dropped the Amazon Prime deal.
Nicolas Cage, oh my God, that's another one. Nicolas Cage could probably be a rabbit hole. Yeah, Coppola, and yeah.
That's what I just think. The Coppolas. If there is a vampiric family, they have the last name for it. Look how much they've created. All of them. They don't just and the vineyard thing. It's almost too in your face. I'm like,
he does Dracula. I mean, you have the fact that one of his nephew, Jason Schwartzman, Talia Shire's son, is not only an actor, but he's also in Phantom Planet, a band. So you got like two bases covered. I said, all you need is like throw into literature too. At that point, like you almost start wondering.
Write a book at some point.
Yeah, what's organic and what just becomes, hey, you're gonna take over this area. Become almost like a mafia family. Just start taking over.
I know how you're going to write your book. It just dawned on me right now. You're going to just write like each one of the chapters is all going to it'll be any one person. And you're just like Richard Nixon. You'll go off on this whole shtick of Richard Nixon. And then every person you mention, you'll just star. And then at the bottom, it'll say the tabs you can look up if you want it. So it'll be like follow your own conspiracy. Like all of them have links and all of them. So you'll just be able to go to tabs and it'll be like pink, L7. And you'll pull the L7 tab and it'll open up Courtney Love. And you'll read all this shit about Courtney Love. And then you'll get a mafia guy's name if you want to read more about him. And then you'll have so that way you don't have to put it in any order. And it can be like an interactive encyclopedia of different than just conspiracy. It needs a different name than conspiracy because it's something else going on. But,
well, when you talk about
or mafia,
just when that you alone. Talk about conspirituality, it doesn't just go to one answer. I mean, the whole thing about conspiracy is it branches off. It's if it were just one answer, then it wouldn't be a conspiracy. Then it would just be like mainline narrative and everything like that. I said the Kennedy assassination will branch you off into so many different rabbit holes. I said, you can talk about someone like, who could have been one of the tramps? Charles Harrelson. Oh, Charles Harrelson, father of Woody. Okay, Charles Harrelson, what does he go to jail for? Killing a judge. For a drug dealing Lebanese family, the Chagras. It can bring you so many different places. There's another guy who is accused of being on the 6th floor of the school book depository, a guy named Charles Rogers who killed his family and put him in an icebox. And it's like, it'll take you in so many different dimensions. Howard Hunt, one of the guys who couldn't say where he was that day, or even H.W. Bush, who even crafted an alibi by blaming someone else for making a threat on JFK. I love reading about conspiracies. I feel like the Mafia actually brought me further into the conspiracies because a book I read about Johnny Roselli, who was the dapper Italian and was hanging out in Hollywood and was also one of the what they called Mr. Outside with Vegas. A book I'd read called All American Mafioso one of the books in the bibliography was called Crimes of Patriots. Crimes of Patriots was about the Nugan Bank in Australia, a bank that was run by one guy who was a former Green Beret from the Bronx, who they said was dead, and then they find him in Montana in 2015, and he's not extradited, faces no charges, manages just to be outed, and then dies pretty much in, kind of anonymity. But yet you had military heads as bank directors. Their lawyer was William Colby. William Colby dies in a boating accident.
No relation.
Yeah, William Colby, who was part of the Phoenix program, but also leaked what they called the family jewels.
And the Franklin scandal.
Yes, he was. That's the one. Jack Allen used to say, "I never trusted John DeCamp, who exposed Franklin because he was connected." He kept saying William Casey, and I'm like, nope. It's Colby.
Phoenix program with William Colby. Yeah,
William Casey was Reagan's campaign director, then later CIA
they had
director,
so many Williams in the CIA at some point. You just get them all.
William Webster. You had a guy named William Webster who was FBI director, then CIA director, because he was like a squeaky clean guy. But with Bill Colby, so the story with him was, so he dies in 96, and he becomes part of the Clinton body count because he might have
wasn't it like a water death too?
He was home by himself. He was noted for being a very meticulous guy. His front door's open. His dinner's still on the table, not finished. His computer's on, and he decides to go out on an impromptu boat trip. He's reported missing. They kind of search the area, and then they find him in an area they had previously searched.
Yeah.
And they said he died of a heart attack and drowned. His son Carl might have still been CIA connected, winds up like doing a movie. It was called The Man Nobody Knew. And they talk about it because Colby would figure into some of the revelations around Frank Olson's death. And they said, that Colby was deeply, Catholic. There's a lot of, I think, CIA Knights of Malta connections. I mean, obviously, a lot of other secret
Frank
societies.
took a dive out of like a hotel, right? Like
Hotel Statler.
Yep. This is like
13th floor.
Impaled for shit.
He was thrown out the window.
Yeah,
he was thrown out the window.
Which
Hank
Ace
Alvarelli's
Ventura perfectly replicated. By it did.
Roger
I'm not even fucking.
Commit suicide.
Dude, Jim Carrey factors into all this, but the fucking Ace Ventura, that was a fucking tip of the hat to the Frank Olson death.
Frank Olson. For a long time it was like, and again, who runs cover?
Earth Girls Are Easy. I think part of their thing to show almost that you're playing into their narrative is leaning alien. I think it's almost like A Man in a Dress. And so I was like, has Jim Carrey ever done an alien movie? Oh shit, he has. But it was like I had to go way back with Damon Wayans, other CIA, with J-Lo and sorry.
No, I love hearing some of the. I completely forgot about Earth Girls Are Easy.
I interrupted and got you off though with Jim Carrey. It made my brain do that.
Well, there's the story about him with like, he was, he was a stand-up comedian, did impersonations, and that he to convince his father he was going to make the big time, he wrote him a check for $1 million, like early in his career, and then later on was able to kind of like make good on that. But I'm like, he had been in failed. He was in a shitty sitcom, The Duck Factory, that got canceled. One of the movies that I liked as a kid, Once Bitten.
Yes, a vampire movie.
Yeah,
vampire.
Lauren Hutton.
That seems that's like
Lauren
Alien.
Hutton, that was a good
he had
movie,
a vampire check.
And what's his name? Cleavon Little from Blazing Saddles. He was in like all these, and Nicolas Cage, Peggy Sue Got Married.
That movie is talking. It lets us know about Masonic ritual and like dimensional time travel, like walk-ins, like the amount of esoteric truth and how much can be done with rituals, with chanting, with almost like preparing a body and letting a body lay in wake and these kind of things. Peggy Sue Got Married is an untapped movie that no one looks
and Coppola
into.
made that. Francis Ford Coppola made it. And you know who was part of his early movie making? George Lucas.
Coppola?
There's a whole connection there. Yeah, there's a great movie. It was a great book, Easy Riders and Raging Bulls, about like they were like the iconoclastic movie directors. So it was like Coppola, George Lucas, Spielberg, Brian De Palma, who I'm reading a book about his making of The Bonfire of the Vanities, which obviously went bad side up. Robert Altman, like all these guys who were like, and Dennis
Disney
Hopper.
kid essentially get pedophiled. Like you have Jodie Foster isn't she in Raging Bull? And she's in Taxi Driver. Taxi Driver. Sorry, my bad. I'm like, damn. Like
Raging Bull is great though because
it's an interesting movie.
De Niro. Jake LaMotta was a guy who was mobbed up boxer, and at one point I think gets busted for statutory rape when he's kind of like in the busted years. His wife dies, I think, of like young, but there was like shit going on there. I mean, the movie is De Niro, Joe Pesci before he's really Joe Pesci, Frank Vincent,
movie.
Yeah, black and white. I think it lost for Best Picture to Ordinary People, which was a good movie.
Yeah,
and there's a Me Too thing there too, because Timothy Hutton got accused of rape, and that killed his career. Nothing's happened from him.
I thought it was just because he was not quite Breakfast Club or what do they call it?
Brat Packy
periphery.
Well, he was in one of my favorite shows. He was in the show Leverage, which was about guys who kind of like kind of all like cons who screw over greater con artists, and it was a TNT show, but yeah, they were going to bring it back on Amazon, and then he gets accused of rape, and then they were like, yeah, no, it's in your contract, morals clause, and they kicked him out and replaced him with Noah Wiley from ER. And I'm like, that's not a trade-off at all. An Oscar winner for a guy from ER. Not even one of the bigger guys from ER, to a degree. Just a quick thing, since we talked about Robin Williams.
That was on my list of things to circle back to, so great.
Man of the Year.
He was a stand-up
2006. He's a talk show host, becomes president out of nowhere, and then later on it's because they tampered with something happened with the votes. With the election, there was like a Dominion sort of thing, because Laura Linney is the person who finds it. Jeff Goldblum, I think, is her boss, and then eventually
they're easy again.
Yep.
Well, that's one of the weird conspiracies. It's weird you brought up Dominion that I heard. Do you remember how, I don't even know how long ago, but it was sometime very recent that all the internet shut down? Like all the internet had weird problems and
CrowdStrike? Was it the CrowdStrike thing?
The one just recent. I think
it was CrowdStrike, yeah.
I think it like just happened in the past 6 months.
Summer, I think so.
Yeah, like somewhere, like where it's like it shut down everything. Internet servers all over were all. I think the weird thing about these Dominion machines, because they're not supposed to go online, and so all of those machines were affected by whatever that was, whatever that blip was. It affected everything. Everything had to reset. And so I'm just curious about machines that aren't allowed to go online and if they have something going on. And I've also heard that all of the ballots before all were like watermarked, like all watermarked ballots that they didn't know were going to be the ballots of the time. Like it was changed last minute and here's all the ballots everyone will use. And so that's a curious I won't because you were talking about the election. I was like, I won't talk about that until the end. But I just think the Dominion machine is an interesting factor in everything.
I'm going to posit a theory. I think the people who question the 2020 election, I think someone infiltrated that and COINTELPRO'd that. Because you have, and you still have someone going hard, you have Patrick Byrne, the guy who was Overstock, who's been, and wasn't a Trump guy, but said they fucked with that election. But you had him, and he was saying Giuliani was serving his own interests. He said Giuliani was like basically a drunk by that point. And I said, Giuliani's not doing himself any favors. He I think he made a presentation to Trump and said, you're being misled. You had Sidney Powell, who all of a sudden starts, and I like Sidney Powell, but all of a sudden starts talking about Hugo Chavez, who's been dead for a while. And you had Flynn. And I said, I don't even know what to make of Flynn. I said, I know someone who's turned against Flynn, and that's Megan Walsh. She says that Flynn doesn't seem to be big on the whole, human trafficking thing. And she's like called him out.
I think everybody took just because Trump put them in the magnifying glass that, this is somebody we're going to back. This is somebody we're going to whatever. But a key part of Flynn is who's his brother? Who's his brother and what does his brother do?
Isn't it
his
Joseph?
Brother is like the general of the Pacific Fleet of the Navy still.
He's
so
still
it's just like, think of now chess pieces again. If you're somebody who is in charge of the thing, like we have China all on the west coast of us, and they're actually the big fear that we should kind of be looking at a little bit. And if this is really going on and you have a guy that would stand down because his brother was arrested, you take out a big, huge part of the story if all of a sudden he was, and if he's a guy that on film, he's like, oh, look at that beautiful black sky. And like he's on film, he knows he's being recorded. And so he, this whole thing, he also gets pardoned. It takes this huge piece out of, and then all of a sudden, begrudgingly, he becomes a Trump guy. It hurts him more than it hurts Trump. Trump don't give a shit. His whole rest of his career is going to be trying to peel Trump off himself. And so it's kind of funny what happened to General Flynn.
Yeah. I just like the fact when they said Obama didn't like him, I'm like, well, I think I kind of like him just by the fact Obama doesn't like it. But I don't know what his, I see some of these guys they're like Rubik's Cubes. You need to kind of like just keep turning and turning before you find out what makes them tick. And I might have said it to you in the past. I know I've said it to my wife. When it comes to certain aspects of where we are, and I said I didn't get into it at the time, but I hear it now. I think so much of this shit becomes the audio clip, the Yanni Laurel thing. People are going to hear Yanni when they want to hear it, and people are going to hear Laurel when they want to hear it. And I could be hearing my name for all I know in that entire thing. Like, people just are going to go wherever they want. They're going to take the road that they feel they're being led down. I think people like us are going to be skeptical. But even look at the Trump shooting. I listen to OBDM, and I love those guys. And Midnight Mike's like, I think it's real. And then he was like, guys like, Slow News Days, like, they think it was fake. And it's like, I listened to Ryan from Last American Vagabond. He's like, something's not right here. And I'm like, yeah, no, the whole thing's weird. But I said, then I see a guy like John Cullen, who's like, look at the shoot, look at the, the trajectories and stuff. And I'm like, I want to hear all aspects. Something's not right with the shooting. That much was clear from the beginning. You should be allowed to ask questions. Any of these shootings. But what made asking questions wrong? Well, Alex Jones with Sandy Hook. Or anybody from Fox News with Seth Rich. It's like they're poisoning the well to be skeptical. You can't ask, do your own research becomes like a joke. I had a cousin who had that with COVID, where it was like a Halloween thing, where it was someone's tombstone. I did my own research. That's what made us great, was be able to ask questions, be pains in the asses, and say, I have a problem. This doesn't look right to me. You're telling me 1 + 1 is 20, and I'm just going to be okay with that? I'm like, no, I should be able to ask questions about that. Certain things aren't right. Why was so many things done to try to deter Donald Trump before he even took office? They were talking impeachment before he was inaugurated. And I said, I don't even like the guy. And I said, there's things I like about him. But I said, I'm like, they were so quick to try to delegitimize his election. And I was like, I have problems with that. I'm like, he hadn't even taken the oath. And they were like, Russians. There was that whole star-studded celebrity video telling electors to vote their conscience, because no one else had ever said to, challenge an election. where it was like
He
Martin
did.
Sheen, and it was like all these people saying vote your conscience. And I remember saying, I'm like, can that happen? And they're like, well, they can make it, harder. But then they denied it, kind of like the Stacey Abrams thing. I never, we don't question elections. And like, if you lose, I said, if you lose, you do. I said, I remember Fahrenheit 9/11, the people who called Al Gore, President Gore, I'm not going to certify. And Gore's like, just do it. I said, in the end, Bush definitely cheated. I mean, his brother was the freaking governor of Florida, for God's sake. But I think it's not even just the event itself. They are so grasping onto the narrative because they're losing it. I think there are more and more people who are just like, this doesn't smell right. This doesn't pass the test. There are more first generation Kennedy assassination skeptics on other things now. The housewives, the blue collar workers, the people who are saying this is wrong. You got I'll give the names from back then, the Vince Salandrias, the Sylvia Mars, the people who question and say, I want all 26 volumes of the Warren Report, and saying, this is bullshit. Before you get a guy like Mark Lane representing Oswald, or Jim Garrison, or all these other people, you had people asking questions. We're asking questions, but they're trying to divide us further, and that's why, like, a Trump shooting leads to everyone starting to get aggravated with each other. I'm like, no, this didn't happen, I'm like, something happened. I said, you have a guy, one of the Oklahoma City investigators, a guy named Ken Silva, who literally has gotten the autopsy report for crooks, and they tried to hide it. I'm like, why are you trying to hide the autopsy report of the shooter? And then say that they cremated him? They did something before they released the report. I think there was like a 3-week lapse between his death and then the next step. I said, if everything was on the up and up, why are you hiding things? But then again, speaking of Oklahoma City, you have the guy Jesse Trenadu, who's still trying to get justice for his brother, a guy who was found dead in his prison cell, who was considered connected with McVeigh, and they're like, oh, it's a suicide. It's like, he looks like he had his ass kicked before he killed himself. Like, we wouldn't ask questions if there wasn't questionable shit. We wouldn't question conspiracies if you weren't conspiring against us.
Why is the camera never on? All these places are always cameraed, but the one spot we always need the camera is never on.
Yeah. How do you have 85 cameras at the Pentagon and none of them were working on 9/11?
Or Epstein's cell. Yeah. He didn't seem like you should check the batteries in the most important person in a cell in America.
Yeah.
Or Diddy, by the time this might come out, Diddy's probably going to be dead by then.
And I've recently said, I'm like, there was another suspicious death at a prison a year before Epstein, Whitey Bulger, where guys walked right into a cell and beat him to death.
Too, so many times. The amount that Hollywood has tried to rewrite the history on Whitey Bulger. You have never seen
Johnny
so many
Depp.
movies come out about a freaking person. There's probably more books written about Whitey Bulger than Jesus. It's like CIA is so desperate to clean up that messy. It's the same as Sandy Hook. Sometimes their false flags are so messy, they got to go big to quiet them. And Whitey Bulger is one of those false one of those false actors that just want messy in so many ways. And there's still too many people out there alive right now that can talk. And that's why they need all this books and all these movies and every famous person has to play Whitey Bulger. It's wild.
And you have, with Bulger, you have MK Ultra, because he said he was given LSD. You have the fact he may or may not have been a pedophile. His buddy Steve Flemmi, who was a quote-unquote top echelon informant, definitely was, because they killed Deborah Davis and Deborah Hussey, 2 young women that Flemmi was sleeping with that were daughters of his girlfriends. And one of whom they dug up right around the time of one of the Bush-Gore debates right around UMass that was hosted by Billy Bulger, who was the state senator. They have now officially, they said, the FBI, they will no longer honor Freedom of Information requests. on Whitey Bulger. And I had read a book, The Brothers Bulger, by a guy named Howie Carr. Howie Carr was a radio show host who said, "Oh, the MK Ultra stuff is BS and this and that." And I'm like, "Do you know it, or do you just want to say it?" I said, "That's, like, are you running cover for the CIA? No one should be running cover for the CIA. CIA is big boys. They do illegal shit. They're involved in dirty stuff." I said, I'm sure there are some good people, but I'm like, we're talking in the smaller percentages. They overthrow governments. They've been, let's face it, all the crap with Iran, we're still dealing with stuff from the 53 revolution. There's just blowback, from the beginning. Their Gladio, their connections with the Mafia, which I think still goes on. I said I would love to do a Freedom of Information request on John Gotti, because I'm pretty sure the Gambinos were running drugs for them. A Contra pilot named Richard Brennicky alleged that the Gambinos were running Contra drugs.
Who was Hillary's dad the attorney for? It wasn't Gotti. Was it? Was it Capone?
Hillary's dad, wasn't his name Hugh? I don't know who you represented.
I don't know, maybe not.
Hillary, the former Goldwater girl, and who they buried. What was it? They buried her doctorate or a thesis. One of the things they pretty much wouldn't release. I know that. And Hillary, who got fired from the Watergate committee from stealing documents.
And she was a Kissinger girl.
Yeah,
there used to be so much stuff you could find of her online, like the amount of pictures we used to be able to find, and I didn't think I'd need to save them because it seemed like you'd always be able to put in Hillary and Kissinger and find pictures of him walking with her on a bridge in college. I didn't know it was going to be something that would just go missing.
She was, I think, initially the wild card in the relationship with Bill. I think early on he cheated because he just couldn't help himself. And she hitched it, she knew he was going places, and she hitched the star to his wagon.
I don't think I would be surprised if they've ever slept together. That's how I feel about Bill and Hillary. I more so think that they're an arrangement.
That's the sex tape I want to see.
Yeah, I think he's a pedophile and is probably more into little boys. And the Monica Lewinsky thing was even a beard on a different scandal going on. And that was just kind of a shaming thing. So Hillary could be some kind of, oh, look at, she was a housewife that stayed with her husband. That'll sell good later on when we try to run her for office. But I just think she's a lesbian. I would be surprised if her and Huma Abedin weren't together. And so even the Soros marriage to Abedin right now seems like, what? There's just like a couple of little crazy ties that I'm like, I don't believe Bill and Hillary. I just don't buy them. And I don't believe Chelsea is Bill's kid. I think it's that attorney's kid.
Roger Stone thinks it's Webster Hubble, who's one of the...
that's who it is.
Yep.
I believe Roger Stone, somebody, I have to be real honest. I want to believe with Roger Stone's picture on it. I want to believe.
We were talking about him in the green room before he showed up. Actually,
he's such a weird, eccentric, I think is a great word for Roger Stone. He rolled too hard with Alex Jones. He is one of the people that seemingly, even funny enough, like the Tiger King or the Buffalo Shaman, there seems to be a few people that have made themselves very accessible to our realm. Like if I wanted to get an interview with any of three of those people, I could probably have it this week if I wanted. And so it is strange that the certain few players and where they're at now, and how accessible they are to us. So if we want a Tiger King, we can have that guy on.
And he's half Sicilian. I said to my dad when Stone got busted, and I was saying to Colby earlier, I said he'd be Omerta. He'd be the guy who wouldn't talk. I think he's that guy who just, because I said he was in a...
this is more Mafia. That's where I think people don't realize, like, the factions that are happening and how little control that politics has always had, and the families that some of the Italian families that have always been around, the Jewish mafia has been around too, and they've had to work around them. And some of the mafia, the Irish families that have been around, these factions have sometimes had to work together in the same way that I think there's made men and some people they're not allowed to kill of each other's people. Whatever that agreement was for the world mafioso table, that agreement's been broken. It's like somebody killed a maid guy, somebody did a thing, I don't know when it happened, but it feels almost like we're watching mafia family war take place with all the powers. Like, you own all the newspapers, I own all the news. You might have all the guns, but I have all the media. It's like these things going on where it's no longer just them taking one truck out of the corner of a city. They now own the shipping containers, and they make $140 million every time it's from coast to coast. And so what do you fill that shipping container with? Plastic toys that you make a little on, or do you fill it with humans and make a lottle on it? I don't know. So I think some of the families would be very anti, and they'd stay with whatever their faith was. And so if you were pish posh or messing around with kids, there'd be a big problem with it. And I think that's another reason that Godfather 3, Hollywood, and all the skeptics that they tell us, these people hate it. Rotten Tomatoes, you have to believe it.
I love that movie. I love Godfather 3.
Godfather 3, the reason that Hollywood hated it is because the family stands up against the church. And that is, it's pedophilia starts getting involved where they're like, oh. So I think there's levels to this and different factions going on, and some things I'm like, we couldn't begin to understand. My hope is that we get to, like, that's why I love Phil so much, because it's like, see, all these things are connected over and over again, like these schemes and stories. You can see these certain people where you might have just sold out a little bit just to save your tail. Like, they might have you might be a person that you're like, I don't care, I would never sell out. But would you sell out if they showed you a picture of your kid at school? Because I might. Like, there's certain things. Yeah, I was a person that way back in my most liberal self, I used to be a person that I was like, rape me. I would rather get raped than have to kill a man. Like, any day, like, I don't want the killing a man on my conscience. And then somebody said, what about Jules? What about your ma? What about, and I said, oh, damn, I got to go get a gun. Now I'm pro-gun. You made me pro-gun in one sentence. Because I never was pro-gun for myself. But then it was like, but what about if you're protecting somebody you love? Oh, okay. I'm pro-gun instantly.
Hey, while we're on the topic of Coppola, have either of you seen or heard much about Megalopolis, his new movie? Because it's supposedly like his Eyes Wide Shut. And
it's the movie.
Horrible reviews about it, but that makes me want to see it even more.
Oh, I know. I'm writing it down. If the reviews say it's bad.
Megalopolis.
What's his name's in it? Adam Driver.
Adam Driver's it's supposed to be like very Ayn Rand, which piques my interest right off the bat. Because, I mean, I don't care what people say. I'm a huge Ayn Rand fan.
Put on this list, too, of under Megalopolis, put on Hollywood Babylon. That movie, it got horrible reviews, but I think that's
I like the title alone. I haven't heard of this.
Yeah, I'm like, that's what's happening. It might just be called Babylon, and then I have a book, Hollywood Babylon.
Oh, yeah. I have.
Isn't Hollywood Babylon the Kenneth Anger one? The book, Hollywood Babylon?
Let me see. Yep. So,
Phil reaching into his fucking filing cabinet.
I've never read the book. I've heard about it, but
the movie, it's like, oh, you could go to a party. Oh my gosh, I'm so lucky. I got inside a Hollywood party. This is so great. I got inside a Hollywood party. And then can you go to 2 parties? Your second one, oh my gosh, they invited me into the special room. Oh, can you go to 3 parties? Oh, they invited me down the hallway and into the underground club. Okay, cool. Can you go to and then when you get the right names, you drive out in a car. You go into some like cave, you walk into the first level of the cave, and then every level you go down of an actual cave just becomes like a sideshow circus where there's like a guy chained up on the wall getting burned, and there's ladies getting tortured and midgets are dancing around. It's like levels of the debauchery, but it all takes place in like the 1920s, I think, and it's all around all the names in it and stuff, and a lot of the things that come up, you can almost tell the people they're based on, or they'll say real names. And a big thing about Hollywood, and a big thing about the whole bootlegging and East Coast, West Coast, there is a huge huge Jewish mafia.
Yep.
It's huge. And so the garment industry is what built Hollywood. But garments and getting garments from places would also be a first shipping. It would be important if you were worked in things of human trafficking that you had things that could get shipped that no, pish posh, customs can't open that. They'll mess it up. And so garment and them knowing what Jews know, they are like, don't mix your fabrics. Don't mix your fabrics. They'll tell that to all the other Jews, but we don't know that. But look, it is awful for you. So you should have just cotton on, or just wool on, or just one thing. And so it's interesting that most of them on the New York side and Los Angeles, Hollywood side, it's like, oh, it's all garment, and that is all a mafia. So
with with the garment industry, so at one point in New York, you had a guy named Lepke Buchalter, who was basically the guy calling the shots for Murder Incorporated, which was like the mob's, kind of like their murderer's row. Yeah, Brownsville, New York, Brooklyn. They operated out of a candy store, and it mostly Jews, but there was some Italians, I think a couple of Irish. Most of them wound up getting, if they weren't killed by their own guys, they would. They got the electric chair, like Lepke did, but Lepke ran the garment industry with a guy named Gura Shapiro, and they called him Gura because that's what it sounded like when he spoke, like he growled. And because later on it would go to the Italians, and one of the guys who'd run the garment district was a guy named Tommy Gambino, who was the son of Carlo Gambino, and Tommy Gambino married the daughter of Tommy Lucchese because, you know, a lot of times I like to intermarry to kind of cement the relationships. Kind of like how Salvatore Bill Bonanno, son of Joseph Bonanno, one of the old five families, married Rosalie Profaci, who was the niece of Joe Profaci. Profaci family would become the Colombo family later on. But they'd always do some intermarrying. Paul Castellano was related to Carlo Gambino as a cousin, but also a brother-in-law. So there'd be a little bit of the, not incest, but close enough. A little bit of the inbreeding. My theory, so as we're talking about everything Mafia, I have read a lot of Mafia books. What I am convinced of is a lot of this story could be bullshit. I almost think like we're getting what they want us to know. I think Godfather 3 was just the peak of what it is. Godfather 3, people hark on, Coppola's daughter. Okay, you fucking cast his daughter.
That's the reason no one likes
the story. Well, that and Robert Duvall isn't in it. He wanted too much money, so they fucking put in George Hamilton as kind of like a surrogate character. I'm like, it doesn't detract. I said Andy Garcia's great in it. Pacino's great. It continues the story. I said Diane Keaton's phenomenal because she always is. I saw that movie when I was like 10 years old, and I loved it. I already loved The Godfather. And the fact that it was set in where I grew up. Like, the Corleones live in Long Beach. The only reason why the movie wasn't shot there is because, unfortunately, the city by the sea, where I live in, is fucking prejudice. We don't want that element there. I'm like, Italians? That element. The guy, Luca Brasi, from the first one, was Mafia.
They were the original N-words.
Pretty much. They tried to keep my grandparents out where they moved in. They had kind of like one of those covenants, one of the things that they'd also use for black people. They used for Italians. And
I know a few Italians that they cannot go back to whatever their home country is still. And I'm like, what? You're like an Americanized white girl. No one cares. And it's like my last name. My last name can't be there. I'm like, this is crazy. I didn't believe it for years. And then I came across something. I was like, oh my gosh, there's places this really happens still.
Yeah. My last name is derived from a town in Italy, but it's where mine is Z's, it was S's. So it was like a close, they might have Americanized it at Ellis Island a few grandparents ago or whatnot. But, excuse me, with Godfather 3, I think Coppola had been told by the guy who was head of Paramount at the time, Charles Bloodhorn, a little bit of the story that kind of pushed that, because Godfather 3, yeah, it's about the Corleone family trying to get completely, legitimate or whatnot. But, just when I thought I was out, they pulled me back in. You have the whole thing with Vatican, and the Vatican bank was laundering money for the Mafia. And it's like, well, people are like, oh, that's not true. I'm like, yes, it's true. I said, John Paul I was going to get rid of Paul Marcinkus, who was the Archbishop overseeing the Vatican bank. Paul Marcinkus might have also been involved in the disappearance of the young girl who they called the Vatican girl, the girl who they've never found, who was like a teenager who disappeared. Orlandi, I think, Victoria. They did a whole Netflix thing on her, and I think Pope Francis told the girl's brother, that she was dead, something like that. There's so much to that movie that, to me, it's like it was hitting at the heart of the matter. Like, the first two movies are great because it's like they do hit on the mob wars that hit New York. They deal with the Gallows and the Colombos and all these things, and the Mafia. The Mafia saying no to drugs, that was BS. I mean, they were involved in the drug trade. I mean, that kind of helped push the CIA alliance, was the Mafia dealing drugs. But you have, Castro kicking them out being a story in the second one. But yeah, in the third one, when you had this whole thing with the Vatican Bank, there was so many levels to that. But then you just drowned it out by, he cast his daughter. It was like, okay, that's a sidestep. Like, it's a misdirection. Like,
should have
all these other
Julia
things.
Roberts in there.
Yeah, pretty much. I think, for all we know, that might have been they wanted her instead of Sophia, who went on to be like a good movie
or someone
director.
like her.
And by the way, that Megalopolis, Francis Ford Coppola had been trying to get that made for like 30 plus years.
He had to Mel Gibson that shit.
I think, because I'm seeing this, you mentioned David Lynch earlier, there's certain pet projects, they will never let these guys get made unless they do it out of their own pocket. David Lynch has tried doing a movie called Ricky Rocket for like 30 plus years.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of other people who had projects.
Well, it's weird. You said Natural Born Killers earlier, and I was like, I feel like that was one of Quentin Tarantino's. Like,
he wrote it.
Yeah,
True
like
Romance and Natural Born Killers are
like
two movies he wrote that he didn't direct.
True Romance, one of my favorites.
I love True Romance.
I love it so much.
And there's a Reservoir Dogs.
Perfect.
There's a Reservoir Dogs connection with True Romance.
I watched that.
It's
this week, Reservoir Dogs.
The Michael Madsen character, right?
No, when they go to the scene where Harvey Keitel, as Mr. White, is talking to Joe, and he's like, Alabama. He's like, yeah, Alabama. So the whole thing was Clarence was supposed to die.
Yeah,
in True Romance. There is another.
That's the thing. Tony Scott wanted to change was that he lived, and Tarantino's okay with it. Apparently, he says so in interviews. But yeah,
they say all the Quentin. He says all his universes attach. Like there's characters like throughout every single one.
Film directors. Yeah.
Well, they were supposed to do a movie because Mr. Blonde. Michael Madsen's character's name is Vic Vega.
Yeah,
he's the brother of Vincent Vega from
the John Travolta.
And they were going to do the Vega brothers. It never happened, and now they're too old. And I mean, Travolta.
No, that should be his last movie. Bring fucking Michael Madsen and Travolta.
It's fine. Yeah, we don't mind.
Loaded corpses together. Make him a fucking. I would watch that.
Put Samuel L. Jackson. I mean, the man doesn't age. Bring him in.
He has to say the N-word at least 70 times.
Yep.
And we'll watch it.
Yeah, I mean, the last movie Tarantino was supposed to make, he canceled. He was going to do a movie about a movie critic. Yep.
Yeah, and it was going to be that fat dude who's in like a shitload of movies these days. And they said that Brad Pitt's character from Once Upon a Time in Hollywood was going to be in it, and now he's doing something else.
Once Upon a Time in Hollywood was a really good movie. I like that.
It was, if you can suspend disbelief on the Manson killings. But
oh God, yeah.
I think it's second to Pulp Fiction on his movies. I mean, it's Leo at his best, another Diddy party guy.
Well, I had with the Manson.
Leo's interesting to me. Leo's this weird player right now because he went to court against Obama. Remember when that whole thing came out with the Fugees just recently, and one of them was not Wyclef, not who's
Ross?
Pross gave Chinese dignitary money to Obama. So he, for a picture, quote unquote, is what. And so Leo went to court for all of that. And so Leo's an interesting one. He gives me a John McAfee vibe. And they set this very Playboy thing up for him. They set him up. They give us a character of him, but he tries to stay away from it. And so it's like my head wants to automatically Jack Nicholson, Leo. But Leo, for all intents and purposes, he was with Robert De Niro in this boy's life and probably was effed around with a lot by these same Hollywood creepazoids. He was through growing pains, and even Kirk Cameron headed for the hills from Hollywood. And so I just got to think that Leo is a passed around kid too. And that is, I also think Hunter Biden's one of these kids. And that's how you build a mortal enemy. That's how you build someone that they can go to another place in their head where revenge is building, and they don't care how cold of that revenge dish is, because their only point of being left on this earth is to make sure everyone knows about you. And they don't care if it takes forever, and they don't care if they have to play the best role of their life. And that's kind of, I want to believe, like with Leo, he's one of the people that I can put everything in the same pile over here, but then I also am like, ooh, I could also add these over here for it. So he's somebody in the like a gray hat territory for me. That whereas he's not full Mel Gibson, but they're trying to make me see him as Jack Nicholson, but I just can't find all the
nice references.
you know who I'm wondering at one. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, take it away.
As we're talking about like Kirk Cameron, we're talking about TV. So he had accused the producers of Growing Pains of being pornographers. And that might have been around the time they were pushing the whole thing with him and Julie McCullough, who was the babysitter, Julie, who was like a Playboy model. And like at some point he became born again, and, you know, it was kind of the war of words. Part of me wonders if there's like, because you had that story, and then years later you had the whole thing with Scott Baio and Charles in Charge and Nicole Eggert accusing him of stuff. And then that shit's gone nuclear because you had two of the cast members from the later Charles in Charge accusing Scott Baio of stuff. And then Scott Baio said it was actually Willie Ames, who played Buddy on Charles in Charge and was on Eight Is Enough, as being involved in shit. I'm like,
but we never heard anything about David Hasselhoff. He had all the tits through his hands legitly. We never heard anything about David Hasselhoff. That's some of the stuff that I'm like, dang, is Betty White really that clean, or do they have that much power?
You're saying Betty White. You know who I'm thinking of? Waiting to hear about? Norman Lear. You know, like All in the Family guy. Like, I'm waiting to hear like someone who met like a Betty White, lived to over 100 years, and then it's like, oh, it's like, because I read one of the books.
Wait till Jimmy Carter. I feel like the Jimmy Carters are going to be dense.
How about? I mean, I've already read some of Mel Brooks. Like, I heard Mel Brooks was a wife beater. Not. I'm like, I mean, not Anne Bancroft, but his first wife, and it was like, you know, like, you don't want to hear that again. It's kind of like the Tom Hanks shit.
I mean, honestly. This is horrible to say, but if the worst thing about him is that he beats his wife with this part in Hollywood, I'll be like,
it'd be minor. I don't agree with it, but I'm like, it's.
He's just old school.
Yeah, because even Sean Connery is like, sometimes a lady needs a backhand.
I mean, there was the thing with I think
I would never hit my wife.
What was it? George Carlin's book, Last Words. It was his autobiography before he passed. When he was on drugs, but his wife Brenda was an alcoholic, he's like, you know, she'd get bad, even though he was, you know, probably on pot or whatever. And he's like, yeah, I had to backhand her. He's like, I wasn't proud of it. He's like, I backhanded her. And it was like, and you both were fucked up? And I'm like, and who was the normal one? Your daughter. And I'm like, and your daughter was young. And I said, because I've interacted with Kelly Carlin, one of the nicest people around and genuine. God only knows how you grew up with that shit. But you know, it's scary. You think of these Hollywood kids, and I'm like, I had a couple cousins who were, you know, on the periphery, wanted to act. They were involved in modeling. My cousin was had an extra role in Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, and you know, I'm like, I'm so glad they never cross that line into like mainstream stuff, because I'm pretty sure I'd be hearing stuff from them. But part of me wonders, like, as we're talking about people who could kind of be like that white hat role, when you talk about like the Corey Feldmans and the Corey Haims and people who are good, part of me thinks someone who was a good guy, like as much as could be possible, in the Corey Feldman role, like Goonies, a guy like Richard Donner, like a director who was around for a while. Maybe some of those guys kept the pieces of shit away. Like sometimes you hoped your parents would, but the parents were collecting the checks, like the Olsen twins.
Or
parents,
like a Michael Jackson.
Yeah.
Where he's gosh,
Joe,
these people are just all at my feet all the time with their kids sending them to me. And then he sees a kid like Macaulay Culkin. And he's
Kid Culkin.
This kid
oh my God.
is going to be ran through the mill. Like, I'm the only shot this kid has. Or Corey Feldman. Like, oh my gosh, this kid's already been run through the mill. Like,
Corey Feldman used his last dollars to emancipate himself from his parents. Which, by the way, that was the plot from Irreconcilable Differences with Drew Barrymore.
Mm-hmm. Drew.
And who's the dad in Irreconcilable Differences? Ryan O'Neal, who I'm pretty sure fucked up Tatum O'Neal pretty good too.
Yeah. Yep. 100. And Tatum O'Neal. Paper Moon is a little bit. It's a little bit weird. It's a little bit weird of a tale.
And I think that was Peter Bogdanovich who made that, and he had a weird relationship with Sybil Shepherd when she was kind of like underage or on the periphery, because she was in Last Picture Show.
And Sybil Shepherd, isn't her mom, or who's the one? Like, didn't she grow up with tigers in her house or something?
I think Melanie Griffith did.
Oh, it was Melanie.
Oh, well, her mom was Tippi Hedren.
Tippi Hedren from The Birds, and then you go into the whole
the Hitchcock thing. Yeah, his obsession with her.
Yeah,
there's weird stuff.
That's crazy. That's
nutty. Jamie Lee Curtis. Tony Curtis was weird. She, Janet Leigh seemed relatively normal, even though what movie is Janet Leigh in besides Psycho? The Manchurian Candidate.
Ooh. That's where I think we're at right now. And Manchuria, I think that's a Chinese dish, a Manchurian dish. And
such a great movie.
Yeah, and I think it's also interesting that you have John F. Kennedy Jr. writing Joe Biden and saying, Mr. Biden, you're a traitor. And like everybody being like, oh, Joe's a Chinese shill. I also think you have JFK giving speeches. Like, it's not just about secret societies. Like, I love, like, if you take C space I space A and you put an H and an N in it, it makes China. Like, I just think they're all Chinese shills. I think even that Walsh guy, he's back and forth all over China. If you look up any of the states that had like the big riots, like where there was the Burp or the Bart or whatever, the cities, the fake cities, because they really were trying to push for that to happen in every big American city. So they were showing it on TV. So they're like, here, we'll just evoke them because the sheep will all follow what they see on TV. So we'll give them these fake cities that are led by CIA ops themselves or Antifa or whatever. But all of those DEAs, all of these governors of like Rhode Island, of Kate, what was her name now? She's whatever, of Oregon, of all these weird governors.
Kate Brown, that's my
Kate
state.
Brown, hanging out with Chinese dignitaries. And so then I think it's even more so if you look at the places that like you've seen them just take a dive, the Portlands, the New Yorks, the San Franciscos, they all have a Chinatown. And so there's a whole, the Super Bowl symbology this year is all, red and gold. It doesn't matter what team you were going for. It's like we're in the year of the wooden dragon. And I also think dragon is the word worm. So that's wormwood. They're like sending us on a MK Ultra fucking trip this year. And that's what I feel like. Buckle up, everyone. And that's why I keep trying to tell myself if I'm starting to feel louche from a news story anywhere, like this maze, it's not meant for you, Dolores from Westworld. Like, this part isn't for you. It's for the normies.
I do got to mention Adam Schiff because he's one of the guys who was huge in the Trump scam, and he was fucking a Chinese spy for how many years? But also,
that was Swalwell. Eric Swalwell.
Wasn't Schiff? Oh, that was Swalwell.
No, Schiff. Ed Buck. Chef is
Shiv is with the Ed Buck and the black guy, which probably is scopolamine. And if you look at everything with Ed Buck, I bet you find so many similarities to Diddy parties and all the papers that'll be coming out soon about Diddy. Like, it's just interesting how many of these creepy guys' fantasies is a big black guy and having their way with them and doing whatever. So they want him all the way drugged up to the point they can't remember. But that's the part that it's not just everybody pictures Angelina Jolie when it was happening to Teeny Lester. You know, like, it's these athletes. The same as Britney Spears. If you're a chic and you're disgusting, you can sit on your couch with $1 million and you can get Britney. But if you're a weird fag guy with a weird, you can probably get LeBron James. And so the weird college scandal thing that came out, if everyone remembers that, with Felicity Hoffman and the mom.
Oh yeah, Lori Loughlin.
And Lori Loughlin.
Becky from
their two daughters, that all that stuff came out about their kids. Their kids all are huge Instagram stars. And so really an Instagram star back then, everything's been polluted now because we can get blue check marks. But back when, it was only certain accounts had blue check marks. And so these huge Instagram stars would put themselves out there, and then they get $200,000 to go on a yacht and sit with a sheik. And so all that stuff was coming out when we were all talking about Wayfair and all the other things that they make look like kooky conspiracies, but they had to cover it with a college scandal. Oh, are you telling us the elite pay extra money and get their kids to go to school?
No shit, right?
Are you telling me why we sit in the library named after your grandfather? We know what you guys are up to. This is not a big, huge thing for us. It was like when the Enron scandal happened and they gave us Martha Stewart. So that's kind of what I feel like. Sometimes it's just a whitewashing of like a cheeseclothing. That's what Joe Rogan is, cheesecloth. I always am like, Joe Rogan, cheesecloth for a thinking brain. You start to question things. And
we love JRE.
And then you get caught by Joe Rogan. If you question, if you make it through that cheesecloth, if you're, smart enough fish to make it through that net, you get caught by Alex Jones. If you're a smart enough fish to make it through that net, you get caught by. And so that's where I think it's okay to question things. You don't ever have to back an idea and then see if that idea carries weight. And if you get real emotional about it when somebody questions it, you need to do more research on it. Like, that's it. It's like you're not prepared for that argument. So you're going to get all emotional because your brain's starting to be like, oh my gosh, do I have to question another thing? Yeah, you should always. And so it's like part of this kind of thing is happening too. Where it's just like, and wash it out. If we put enough Harry Potter out there, everyone will think magic is fake because their little kid brain learned it. So they won't even believe in rituals. They won't believe that Hitler was looking for a spear of destiny for any other reason than he just wanted a Christ relic. Like,
As we talk about China, and I just kind of had, a couple thoughts. With Clinton, we had the whole China money. We had all this infusion of money coming in through people. Johnny Chung, Johnny Wong, all these guys, the Riyadi group. So you had China, you had a little bit of, I think, Indonesian, and you had a whole congressional subcommittee investigation. And just as quickly as it developed, it burned out because sex scandal. Because sex trumps everything. You had a point when Fred Dalton Thompson, the senator, says 500 witnesses have either taken the fifth, not appeared, or, just on advice of counsel or not going to talk. I think that scandal went both ways. China, you had mainland China, people taking money, and then you had Taiwan, which was the breakaway republic. Like that nationalist China, communist China, money going both ways. Monica Lewinsky comes, and then it's gone. It's no longer a story that matters, even though they probably could have nailed Clinton and Gore for the amount of money they took from China. And there was I didn't really know how in tune he was with everything. Norm Macdonald.
I want to believe in Norm. I want to believe in Norm. I want to believe every shaming and every way he doesn't fit in is because he says too much and doesn't give a shit. He doesn't want to go to their parties. He doesn't want that kind of fame. And so they never could lure Norm to it. So
they said he got fired for the OJ jokes. What if he got fired for the political jokes? And because it wasn't just him, it was him, and I think it was Jim Downey, one of the old school SNL guys, who got fired at the same time because
Patrice O'Neill was murdered. That's what I believe. Patrice O'Neill talked too much, and he had the live everyday microphone is the most dangerous thing to them. They couldn't censor it, so that news radio and all them doing that stuff. Patrice was on to some shit. And he, like, you can look into old Patrice, whether it's stand-up or anything on the radio. Patrice O'Neill on 9/11. Patrice O'Neill on, JFK. Patrice O'Neill on, he didn't buy any of it. And so then guess what? He's another one of the fat guys that they're just like, oh, fat guy died, and we don't even question it at all. He doesn't get the Heath Ledger treatment that we're all like, what happened? That's sus. But it should. People should be looking at those people. You almost wonder if they didn't play ball.
You could just look at I say, COINTELPRO didn't disappear. It was just rebranded. And what was one of the terms they like to use? Neutralize. Back when they were Rage Against the Machine, not Rage for the Machine, they talked about that in one of their songs. They were like, to neutralize any elements. I'm like, you neutralize the voices that are going to get the most attention. That's why you kill a 21-year-old Fred Hampton in his bed with 100 shots and say, oh, we got one, so we had to shoot him, 99 times, to that effect.
And people can get all warp speed or all like, oh, well, Trump brought up vaccines or Trump did this. But for at least 6 months to a year, he told you about hydroxychloroquine, which are Barry and Honey Sherman, that they were going to give free to Africa so that it would end malaria. Like, there's so many other things that I'm like, you guys have just a memory of what you want to remember about a thing. But there's a whole bunch of other things that I saw happen that I'm like, hydroxychloroquine, and then it was like, to get in front of that, they had to Joe Rogan ivermectin.
Yeah.
That's how they were like, oh shit, we got to make our own. How are we going to make our own? We have to make one we own. We have to make one we can make money of. So let's have Joe Rogan bring up this, and at least if people are getting it, it's still coming from us. And not everyone will believe Joe Rogan. Well, how are we going to get everyone not to believe Joe Rogan? We'll make him the Southern man. We'll have Neil Young go against him. That's how we always set it up. And so then I know Joe Rogan's reach is not, it is so much less. And their reach, it lets me know their DARPA reach is so much less, because there is no way Joe Rogan would come back to YouTube if everything was going okay on Spotify. That would be them admitting, that would be Howard Stern coming back to terrestrial radio. That would be admitting they lost a step. And that's what Joe Rogan did. Everyone's like, look at Joe gets to do all this, blah, 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 blah. Now, no, Joe had real power before. How are you the biggest podcast in the world telling everyone how they need to start a podcast, and then you're the guy that signs on with Spotify? Why? So they could take off 100 of your shows that if anyone wants to look up, you're like, why did they remove this show? Why did they remove this show? Why did they remove this show?
Because he said the N-word on it.
But then it just is like almost like the North Korea taking down the interview. It makes all us go look for the thing if they told us we can't have the thing. And then it becomes the coveted information that we can't have. And now we all believe in North Korea because James Franco told us.
And when you think about Rogan, so there's commonality. So like when I was younger, I'm like, I think Joe Rogan, I'm like, oh, the handy guy from News Radio. But
Phil Hartman dead.
Yep.
Sorry.
And there's the Andy Dick commonality there. With Rogan, he was the second set of hosts of The Man Show. It was him and Doug Stanhope. And some people said Doug Stanhope was more hardcore stand-up comedy than Rogan. And because Rogan came out
10,000 times funnier. Joe's never been funny. Doug
Rogan's whole thing was kind of
always
being
been funny.
He's funny because he yells things really loud.
Yeah. Rogan was kind of like a rat, because I remember him coming out and saying, "Oh, Dennis Leary stole bits from Bill Hicks." Well, that had been going on for years. That
Yeah, we're
people
gonna
said
circle
that-
back to Robin Williams and Chaney's theory on him, because Robin Williams was also known for stealing jokes. In fact,
And
people
they said,
were
though,
honored.
some of that wasn't intentional. Some said that he just would go to shows and would pick
He has
that
a
shit
memory
up.
like yours. If you were a
That
stand-up
it's like a
comedian,
sponge, yeah. Because a couple comedians threatened to kick his ass. Because I read one of the biographies that came out about Robin Williams, and there was a couple guys, David Brenner and a guy Tim Thomerson, who said, yeah, they threatened Robin Williams, and he's like, I didn't do it on purpose. Dennis Leary lifted. Bill Hicks had a thing about Jim
the
Hicks.
smoking.
Yeah,
it's almost fucking verbatim.
Yeah, and
that was right near at the end of Alex Jones' first life too. Like he died not long after that.
Because Joe Rogan also had a thing about Robin Williams, that people hated going on behind Robin Williams and how Robin Williams was always sweating. Like, Robin Williams was a hairy guy.
He was a sweaty cokehead.
Yeah. Yes. And he used to imitate shit that would get you in trouble now. He used to do like a blues man, and he did all that shit. But I said people loved his stand-up. And I said, and some of it was funny. I said some of it's also kind of like, he was very, like, he hated Republicans. He was very, but at least he was more tolerable.
So did Bill Hicks, by the way.
And he's right with Billy Crystal and Whoopi Goldberg. Comic
Robin Williams is so much better though than Whoopi, though, because Whoopi is just like, she doesn't even try. And Billy Crystal is from Long Beach.
Whoopi's best thing, The Color Purple, was a May. But that was like to reinstate, I think, that, hey, black people, you came from Africa, just so you know, slavery. Like, hey, this reminder. I don't believe that's their history. I think a lot more black people were indigenous to this land, and the way they re-educate us over and over again, they kill your elders, to steal your children, and then just tell them a new thing. And so I think there's a lot of, they can't have, like, part of their keeping this ownership over them is like reminding them that you're slaves, we have your back, like this Karen mentality, like we're more offended than you, the victim, like we're here for you.
You want to hear a crazy thing though with The Color Purple?
Yes.
So
I just saw you looking something up, so bring it.
Well, no, I was looking at something else, and then I was like, wait a minute, just to confirm.
Stephen King?
Alice Walker, who wrote it, she got in a shit ton of trouble and has basically been canceled because she was on a British show called Desert Island Discs, where I guess you like talk about your books too. And one of her books that she favored was a David Icke book. So she's friends with David Icke, and then of course David Icke, no matter what, has to be canceled. He's still, there's certain countries they still won't let him in, and they pretty much said, oh, she hates Jews, and it's like, wow, that's a broad step. I'm like, I don't think that's true at all, but
I know,
like,
it's interesting. And Spielberg directs it, right? The Color Purple.
Yep.
And then Goldberg stars in it with Oprah as and her husband in it, which is so wild. His name is Oprah backwards Harpo. So it's just wild that it's Oprah. Like,
Oprah had a relationship with Roger Ebert at one point. I came out and I watched his documentary about him. But yeah,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
It feels like beards.
Well, weird offhand thing. I'm reading a book about a bodyguard for Whitney Houston.
Kevin Costner?
Review books. Well, so yes and no. So it's about a guy who is a British cop. What do they call it? The SAS, like their special services, who was asked to take on Whitney Houston in the second album tour or whatnot. And that at one point, Whitney Houston's getting roses sent a lot by a certain Academy Award-winning actor who likes African-American women, Robert De Niro, to the point when they had to say, stop, because she was with Eddie Murphy at the time.
Not a shocker on Robbie's part.
No, they're going to unearth a ton of shit about Robert De Niro.
Dude, he's one of the most... His like vocal stance against Trump is almost borderline. I mean, it is paranoid. I don't want to say like borderline paranoid, but Yeah, I mean, it almost seems like a show, but at the same time, like what you're saying right now, maybe it's not.
You know what? I mean, I love Robert De Niro as an actor, but like one of the last movies. So in and around COVID, they released The Irishman. Now, The
Oh, where they showed
Irishman,
him as a 20-year-old with the AI before it was that good.
and I've read the book. I Heard You Paint Houses by Frank about this guy Frank Sheeran. Frank Sheeran was connected to Jimmy Hoffa, definitely did some murders, but then all of a sudden it's like, yes, I killed Jimmy Hoffa. Yes, I killed Crazy Joe Gallo. Yes, I did. He starts becoming like Richard Kuklinski, the Iceman. Yes, I was involved in this, and this. He fabricated shit, and people just
it also
like,
makes
oh, well,
me think of Henry Lee Lucas, to get back
yes,
to
Henry Lee
Chaney's
Lucas,
point
yeah,
of serial killers being fake.
And Geraldo.
yeah.
Geraldo
And who was Henry Lee
Rivera?
Lucas's good buddy? Yeah, Otis Toole, the one who took credit for killing Adam Walsh.
Yeah, wasn't he like a inbred second cousin or something to?
Yeah, well,
to
they
Lucas?
did. They did.
You know, me and Megan live in the same town.
Walsh?
Why do you think I've been trying to like get that podcast together?
You know what I will tell you? It is so, I think it could be so big, and not just big for whatever. I don't care about clicks and everything like that. I think internally so big that the universe knew that, like, because I had to go through the cancer thing. I was just about to interview her, and then it was like maybe within the 2 weeks I like went into the hospital and lost my spleen and everything. Like I had everything. I had like the craziest interviews set up, that it's the way the universe worked. I think because of how powerful her father is, not just in the world but locally, that where I was, like, I was a sous chef under a chef. Like he came into my restaurant all the time. It's small. I just think the universe kind of was having this way of like protecting me, that whatever we're about to do together. And I also think there's part of her that now she has her shit together. But there was a period of time that I think whatever she went through, I didn't judge her for where she was at. It was like this manic, you didn't know if she was on drugs, or there was this offness about her that I knew. This is before she had her. I didn't want to interview her and her look bad, because I knew there was too much relevance to what she had to say. Like, I didn't want anyone to think she's crazy or to lose ground. But now I think whatever the years are and whatever it's not so raw that her fucking family stole her children. Because I think whatever she went through as a kid, and then on top of once it starts happening to your own kids, I think the levels of like that she's going through, and I really believe this. Listen, she kind of comes into this conspiracy realm, just knowing what she knows in a personal way. And then from hearing all of us just talk about shit we read, things that we've attached, blah, 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 blah. She's woken up to her fucking real reality. And like when we just talk about, oh my gosh, like it's like a red rabbit running through the woods would be a hunting game they'd play for ritual, but it would be a kid or kids, and they would all just get to run after them. And if they caught them, fuck the kid. They're all gonna die. You know, like weird things that people could just say in different rooms. Now she's heard stuff that she's like, oh my gosh, my godparents this. I went to this person's house. I remember this when I was a kid. And I think the levels of that on her, I can't even fucking fathom. Like she's she's really in. Like
we're waking her up. Like we're like further cluing her in on shit that it's fucking scary. Like like that. Like, and what she's talked about, like the fact that her mom was involved, like openly in an open relationship with another guy while, you know, when Adam disappeared and all this shit. Meanwhile, like they've speculated that, oh, is it Ron DeSantis? Like there's just such weird shit going on.
And just the idea, like probably the laws that changed around all of Florida for that whole Adam Walsh case, the laws that changed around the whole United States because of that whole Adam Walsh case, like the amount of fingerprinting and videos and stuff, they started cataloging all of the kids in America because of that case. And then this is the ritual of it all that makes my like something weird happen to my brain. How is your head son your kid's head going to be found in the town you move to. That part to me, out of the whole entire crazy connection, every weird part of him, how they never find the kid's body. They try to link it to Jeffrey Dahmer at some point. They do all this other murky stuff to try to keep it in there. You, America's Most Wanted, and they push all the things. So if it was a pedophile that actually should be the most wanted, or a trafficker, you would just always make sure we see Osama bin Laden face. So way to play along. So it's just like, you're going to actually have the audacity to move to the town where they found your son's head. That's weird as fuck to me. That's where you'd move. That's where you'd raise your family. That's where you'd put your big, huge house right on the river. I don't know. It's wild. So I don't know. I think the Walsh, however dark he is in the whole thing. Yeah, I can't imagine what Megan, like what she's.
It's got to be a hell every day. That's what I think. I mean, I don't know what else to say in terms of that, but speaking of reality TV, America's Most Wanted is reality TV, or as much reality as they wanted us to see, and scaring the shit out of us with the creepy music and the guys stalking outside the house. They gave him a platform. They made him the front man. He was getting awards from the FBI, because I remember William Sessions, who'd get fired by Clinton right before Vince Foster was killed. And by the way, look into interim directors of the FBI when shit happens. Watergate, a month after J. Edgar Hoover dies. Vince Foster's death, right after William Sessions gets fired the day before. And Robert Mueller and 9/11. There's at least three. There's probably more, because there's only been so many FBI directors in the history. But if there's an interim director, something's going to happen, so they can be like, oh shit, I didn't know.
Doesn't it make so much more sense now how local cops would get so pissed when feds would call them off cases? And they'd be like, oh, like they knew that moment that the crime was never going to get solved. That's what it was really about all those times. The
like
local
a cleanup
cops,
crew.
Yeah, that were trying, like they were on to one. They were on to a serial thing. They were on to a next level thing. Like it wasn't just a murder. This murder is a cover up for something bigger than this thing. The feds come in. And so then it makes a whole, like, that local law enforcement, why you can see, like, don't defund the police. You don't want to privatize your police department or allow a federal police department. Fuck that noise. You want local people that you fucking know to be the only people that are, if you want police or sheriff around, you want them to be somebody like a sheriff that you voted in. And then that, like, you don't want the feds coming in and all of a sudden removing. Like, I just think, oh my gosh, how much power that would transfer immediately. And they could just take, well, here's everything we have on the case. And then it's just gone.
Well, going back to Whitey Bulger, where's the issue? His John Connolly, who's an FBI agent who knew the Bulgers since he was a kid. And the state police might have been infiltrated. But what about the Boston PD? Boston PD might have been fine. Greg Scarpa, who was informant on the Columbos, but was also a captain and actually helped solve the Mississippi burning case, the 3 civil rights workers who were murdered. But when the Columbos went to war, Scarpa is getting tips, possibly from his FBI handler, who's a supervisor, and allegedly said after one killing, hey, we're going to win this thing. And which later on led to charges against him, and NYPD had issues. Who also tipped people off about the Anthony Weiner laptop? NYPD.
Can I tell you another thing that I think should be looked into just randomly? The Fraternal Order of the Firefighters, and the amount of firefighters that are always killed in these false flags. Like, if sometimes the false flags just happen to quiet a big, huge bunch of people that might know where a whole bunch of underground tunnels are. It's like the firefighters just get completely unscathed in this whole questioning. They keep secrets. They really force them to be these heroes for us, but dead men tell no tales. And so there's like this question of, who dies in these false flags. Like, we know that weird shooting in northern New York grocery store and the guy had a water engine that he made. It's like sometimes you just are like, gosh, it was just like, oh, we're gonna have to lose some firefighters here. Oh, their kid's just gonna happen to be the same guy that ends up dating Ariana Grande. She has a false flag happen and then start dating Kim Kardashian, Pete Davidson. Okay, maybe it's not ritual. But it's crazy that I'm like, and then, you know, you were bringing up earlier the comedian who lied about being in 9/11 all together.
Easy.
How many times are the firefighters allowed in and out of any building they want to go into? And no one questions what a firefighter would ever bring into anywhere. And so it's just, I don't know. There's things that I think the top of every organization is dirty. And if they want us to see firefighters as heroes, but really they're all vested doing nothing. Paramedics are the ones really saving lives, and cops are the ones that are probably getting shot at. Why? How many structural fires are there? So I don't know. It's just a really crazy dichotomy. And big up firefighters, whatever. I know people that are triple badged because you can't be a firefighter unless you're a paramedic in my county, which I think is really how it should be. So, but yeah, I just think, a lot of firefighters died on 9/11. Certain companies were called in right at a specific time. Somebody would have to direct you. Firefighters aren't just allowed to run into a building. You can 1, 2, 3, go. Pull it.
Yep.
Like everything's just very timing wise. I just think, a lot of firefighters died.
And they were given some of the ones who survived. Boom, 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 boom. Were, telling how the buildings came down. I think the one where the French filmmakers were making a documentary, that might have been the chosen one to kind of like set a story that managed to catch the plane hitting the North Tower, at 8:46, whatever you want to call it. Surprisingly enough, 23 years? Yeah, 23 years later, there's still contention about the fact between the cops and the the FDNY. Yeah, 343 died. We lost this many. I'm like,
and you know what would be a fuck you back at the people that did that? If it was something that day upset you so bad, if you were a New Yorker and that day was like, oof, like just sat in your crawl, you would make sure that you arrested somebody on that day and everybody saw it. And that was Hillary Clinton, 9/11, 2016. I heard nothing about that day. She was doing a perp walk that day and you never saw the real Hillary again.
Ooh, we're getting into some territory here.
She had the flu. That was the story. She had the flu, and then she comes out of some.
She was
sort
coughing
of
up the Vril thing into the glass beforehand. Remember, she was like, bleh, and that big, huge thing came into the glass.
Well, I remember they tried saying it was heat, and I'm like, it wasn't hot. It wasn't that hot that day. I think it was actually hotter on 9/11/2001 than it was that day. I mean, it was just like. It didn't. I mean, I remember seeing the video, and I'm like, that doesn't seem right at all. And I always find it funny that in Charlie Robinson's Macroaggressions, his video stream, the last shot is Hillary going weak at the knee, and as she goes into the van or whatnot.
If you were my sensei, and you got weak in the knees, I'm gonna just me alone, not much less two men. You are going to put somebody in a van way different than a perp dragging their feet. It's everything about the body language. She doesn't go limp. She is fighting it. She cannot believe that is happening to her on TV. And as far as the real Hillary's concerned, wherever she's sitting right now, Guantanamo Bay probably, but wherever the real Hillary is, she has no idea that the world doesn't know that she got arrested that day. Like, she doesn't know what story played out. She doesn't know who the president is. I just have this dream of wherever she's sitting, and she's probably dead. And my dream is that we get to see that one day. If you want to watch Hillary Clinton's execution, you'll be able to watch it, because that's what I think should happen to tyranny. Like, you should get executed.
When her newest book, something came out, and like you see the cover, and it's almost kind of like that revelation, because I'm like, that doesn't look like her. Like, all of a sudden it's like she have surgery done at like almost 80 years old? I'm like, no, that doesn't look right. It's almost like that sort of tipping of the hat. Like, yeah, no, that's not her. You know, like, I mean, kind of like the Jimmy Carter, you know, almost about to be reanimated in a George Romero movie they're not going to make, you know, and they have him kind of like, you know, I mean, which, by the way, is disgraceful, trying to have a corpse cast a vote. It's almost as bad as like having a Supreme Court judge say, don't pick one after I'm gone, you know, or, you know, any other.
I know, and if he's like capable of passing a vote right now at 100, he's on hospice. What's he on hospice for? Hospice means you're not feeding anyone anymore. You're not giving them water anymore. Like, what? It's like that's where I like, those are the things where I'm like, that part of the maze isn't meant for you. That's to make some liberal realize it right now. Like, that has nothing to do with you. That's so a whole bunch of other people in America see a corpse laying back in a field and then being like, I just voted for Kamala. And you're like, what? Yeah.
With my last gasp, I will virtue signal.
Yeah, imagine. Peanut. Mr. Peanut.
I mean, they were pushing that. I mean, even back, like I said, with Ruth Bader Ginsburg, the people who were anti-vaccination. I wish I'd gotten the vax. You know, it was like, you know, like we were talking about that whole thing earlier, and right before, I mean, Christmas. I remember Christmas 2020 telling people in my family, I'm like, I wouldn't get it, and every one of them did. I said, I'm not. I said, I'm just to let you know. I'm like, I don't trust it. I said, I wouldn't get it. I'm like, are you sick? You know, like the people I knew who got it got COVID after.
The other thing that they don't talk about is how many vaccines. It's not just the COVID, but it's like the amount of vaccines.
Yeah.
But if you take healthy children, they've done studies in other countries. We're just not ever allowed to look at them. But there, and you can find tons of information on this out there. This is just like, people don't want to look. But they've taken healthy children with 0 vaccines and put them up against vaccinated children, and everything. It's not just how many times you get COVID. It's, do you have acne? Do you have allergies? Do you have heart palpitations? Do you have autism? Do you have blindness? Do you have a vision problem? It's like exponentially off the charts difference between unvaccinated kids and vaccinated kids. And so the big, huge thing with these studies is they didn't test them for a month. They looked at them over a 10-year period of time, and they realized, and this is where I think the dangerous thing of vaccines, where people don't realize it, is the line is like this for them, where it's like, yeah, nothing happens at first for a year, 2 years, but then it's a huge mountain. It's like all of a sudden a peak. And so right now, it's still just fresh off, and everything's going up. Everyone, at first it was myocarditis, but everything's going up. Every single ailment for those people. And so then some people got 2 and some people got 3. And so I just think somewhere their righteousness, their self-righteousness is what killed them. Like, some people did it out of safety, but a lot of people just did it because they wanted to tattoo it on themselves and wear their mask and prove they weren't MAGA. And that is wild. Like, that is like the whole other, they wanted to prove they were anti-Donald Trump. So as much as everyone wants to put it on DJT with the vaccine, I'm like, gosh, I don't feel that way, because I would feel like most of DJT supporters didn't get it. So, yeah. And if you're any person out there and you let a politician tell you whether or not you should stick a needle in your arm, you have fucking issues. Like,
or any celebrity, because I mean, they were doing that too.
Singing like, imagine all the people in black and white, like doing all that weird stuff. Or Mark Ruffalo, it's always Mark Ruffalo in the new Wonder Woman, looking over their shoulder, which she's like Israeli military, Gal Gadot. Yeah, so looking over their shoulder and being like, have you ever said the N-word? Remember how they all came out and told us they were racist? Like, that all happened. They all had these black and white videos from their house. And another great thing that happened was, when you put Bill Maher at home without canned laughter, all of a sudden Chaney was a lot more entertaining. And so it was like all of those celebrities, that's another reason they had to get out of we got to go back into the studio. We got to go back into the big auditoriums with these award shows because nobody gives a fuck about us anymore. And so it's like their spell was broken.
The emperor had no clothes.
It's kind of great. It's kind of great.
I like the idea, kind of like what I was talking about with the Man of the Year thing, the Robin Williams thing, with if Trump won, I mean, obviously Trump winning, but like them losing control. Like a panic mode of the establishment, whether you want to call it the deep state, you want to call it the shadow government, you want to call it the boys, you know, whatever it is, the big club. The idea that they lose it, even for a short amount of time, and are panicking, it makes my heart happy. Like just knowing that, like, oh shit, you know, like, and I think there's moments like even back to where they get to panicking, like sort of the Nixon trying to turn the Russians and the Chinese against each other, reaching out with détente to help influence Vietnam, even though unfortunately you use a guy like Kissinger who has his own motives, but it starts getting certain people nervous. Now, what is their reaction? Now, it could be a Kennedy reaction, where pretty much, let's face it, you have the military, the CIA, and, you know, enough people to kind of ensure the coup happens. Or does it become a little bit more of a silent coup and it becomes a burglary that eventually leads to an impeachment? You know, what's their line? Or do we just do a couple shots up your nose and then kind of just remind you who's boss?
Here's another thing they've done. They've set it up now. We can try a president. They did it. And so that part of the movie too, where everyone's like, oh, but look at Trump's on trial. Trump's on trial. Is he? We all know he is. We all seen him walking to trial in New York. And now you guys are just used to seeing presidents on trial. Is it being set up so you can watch Obama? Like, is anything going to happen to Trump? I don't think it is. All this seems like hullabaloo. So
a lot of sound bites, good sound bites.
Yeah. And so the other thing you did, it's like the raid of Mar-a-Lago happens on August 8th, 2022. If you ever have been in the Trump thing, he's always used 88022 as his number. If you ever donate to MAGA, if you ever get any like emails or anything for the link, it's always been 88022, but way before the raid on Mar-a-Lago. And so all that did was set up precedents for all those people that they're like, he should get tried on those papers. What do presidents have? What are these papers? Da, 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 da. And then what do we hear about immediately afterward? Where are Bill Clinton's papers? Where are Joe Biden's papers? Where are Obama's papers? And so all these things about Trump is being like, well, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. And so that's where I just am like, we're watching this movie play out where I just am like, I want to get like, oh, this dirty New York, these communists. And I'm like, this part of the maze isn't for you, Dolores.
I mean, you had, what was it? Clinton's national security guy, Sandy Berger, took documents and put it in his shoe. I think that was going to, like, I guess, reflect badly on him in regards to like bin Laden. So it was kind of like a CYA move, and he put it in his, like, you know, like so many guys have been nailed for, I think, like trying to deal with documents. But I'm like,
I would want to know two things. If you had an audience that had people that want to dig, I'd want to know every person when Trump did his signature and handed somebody a marker. I want to know everyone who handed the marker to. Because it wasn't just a marker, and presidents never sign with a big. Trump's never signed ever. You never watch anything, but all of a sudden he's the president. He signs with the biggest permanent marker ever that had electronics in it. He was handing them a bug, a microphone, information, something that could only be passed in that. So it was like, look, I'm just signing this. You stand over my right shoulder. I'm going to hand you the pen, and so it's going to be done on TV. Right out in the open, because that's how they have to do things. They can't change things through Twitter and do these codes because they know everything's infiltrated. And so that part has always been curious. Who has the pens? And then I want to know this, because I've been to enough Trump rallies now, and I can't believe it took me so long to put it together. But it's always bothered me with the YMCA thing. Why is he playing YMCA? This doesn't even make sense for the character Trump's playing. Like this is this. But then it's like all the songs. It's interesting what he's allowed to use. You're telling me all these artists that bitch, but Sony owns all these songs. But you know who really owns all these songs? Michael Jackson. Every single song that he's playing at his thing is a Michael Jackson song. And Michael Jackson, when he was done, this is it. The last words on stage were the best is yet to come. And then he fakes his own death. The trial with the doctor's fake. Everything about it's fake. And this guy, I think Michael Jackson was brilliant, like Marilyn Monroe. I think sometimes people get called dumb, so we all see him a certain way. Like Michael Jackson, how much prosthetic, how many times have we seen him in masks where everyone's like, look how freaky this guy looks. Real easy then to fake your death if no one knows what you look like anymore. And so I just like Elvis, real easy to walk out of the hotel if you shave your head and tear off your sideburns, done and done. Like, so there's certain things about Trump's rallies that I'm like, I just can't believe Sony would be like, you're allowed to play this without saying anything. Oh, Sony doesn't own Elvis songs. Sony doesn't own Frank Sinatra songs. Sony doesn't own Britney songs. Michael did.
The Dave Grohl thing, like, kind of took heat off what you're talking about because, like, oh, somebody was mad that he played There Goes My Hero. And it was Dave Grohl, whose dad wrote speeches for Reagan. And it's like, yeah, so what you're talking about is not even looked at because somebody did bitch and it was Dave Grohl.
And the There Goes My Hero thing was for a very specific, it was for John F. or RFK only. Trump never played that at his rallies before.
Exactly.
He was never going to play it again. Yeah. It was when RFK Jr. came out. So there goes my hero. Watch him as he goes. And I might be wrong on this. What the fuck? RFK can speak normally now because I listened to that guy on NPR my whole life. His voice is grating to me, like unbelievable. And I can't, like, now he just kind of talks like somebody just doing this. Like, it's not like the RFK I came up with. So I'm like, what's going on with this guy? Like, all of a sudden he's shredded TRT. It's like, if we're living in a world of CIA masks, he's playing RFK Jr.
He looks like he just came out of doing like lifting weights at like Alcatraz.
Elon, same
for like
thing.
10 years.
We all saw
Elon's skinny now when he's
without
jumping.
his fucking shirt on. Yeah, and you can't do anything to make your organs and rib cage smaller. No. And so, like, who's that guy playing Elon? And Elon's doing and saying and all the right things. I'm like, something is so. I feel like Mission Impossible, Tom Cruise, like that whole thing, there's something where people are like, is it clones? Maybe they do all this.
They don't need to.
Mask technology is easy and wild.
I just reposted something right before we got on, and it was somebody pointing out that J.D. Vance's eye sockets.
I saw that.
They're like 3 inches deep. Like there's latex and eyeliner on that motherfucker.
And I have said this, if you pull up a picture of J.D. Vance without a beard and the guy playing J.D. Vance, I feel like whoever's playing these people is a more handsome version of all these people. Like it's...
They got to gussy him up to get him out there.
If you take Elon Musk from 5 years ago to this Elon's way hot. He's like actually a cute dude. I never thought Elon was cute with the hair plugs, with the thing, never cared. If you actually take all of them, they just are like... it would make me laugh too if all the actors around you slowly got replaced and all of a sudden you're Obama and Kamala like standing on stage and everybody around you, Joe Biden's been fake for 3 years, you dumb bitch. Like this is the thing, like how many masks did we point out on Joe throughout? It doesn't matter, red pill, white pill, black pill, whatever pill you are, that guy's either been dead. Like it's like he started to play a role to lean into the Alzheimer's man. Like he was the character. The news wanted us to see it. Otherwise they would have hid it. So it's just like, I don't know. It feels like we're watching a scripted reality right now like no other before. And the amount like they're shooting up SpaceX and all these rockets and chemtrails and weather manipulate, it just is like, are they going to rush us in blue beam? Because I'm like a person, if they stole the last election and everybody knows it, some of these people can't ever show up again. Because you stole an election before. So I'm like, do they know the election's not going to happen? Is that why Trump's telling everyone to go vote early? Like, we're not going to make it to 11-5, so everyone go vote now. And that's why it's so important for like, you never heard any Republican ever say go vote early. They're like, no, go to the poll. Show your American flag. Put your, and it's like, no, they're telling everyone to vote early. Just like almost so they can show like, and here's an exact time that 10 million votes came in. I don't know. It's curious.
Most definitely.
Oof. So let me just say something with the "There Goes My Hero" thing. So, and a little bit with the Mafia. The whole thing with songwriting credits, movie credits are probably two of the most argued over, contentious, arbitrated sort of things around. Um, I'm pretty sure there might have been a couple of made guys who might have had their names on song credits at points. Um, look at
Frankie
any movie
Valli.
that what's up?
Frankie Valli.
Yeah, Frankie Val. I mean, you had what's his name? Sonny Francis. He was involved with the record companies. You had a guy named what the hell is his name? Morris Levy. He was connected to the mob. He ran a company called Roulette Records. He was connected with the guy from the Cavalcante family, which was used for The Sopranos. A guy named Corky Vastola. They were involved in a bunch of crooked shit. Later on, would be connected with MCA, which was Universal, but that was their record division. With movies, you have certain movies. Why do you have 6 screenwriters on one movie? It's because, well, there's contributions here and there, or one person came with the story, but the screenplay was shit, and then they brought in a script doctor. Now, script doctors, those are fun people. I've read, Carrie Fisher was a script doctor. Quentin Tarantino was brought in, and even if he didn't get credit, he got paid for it. He got brought in, he contributed a line about the Silver Surfer for Crimson Tide, which is a small part of the movie. It has to deal with 2 guys beating the shit out of each other and about the Silver Surfer, because Tarantino is a fucking child in certain ways about that. Robert Towne, who just passed this year, who did Chinatown, Coppola asked him to write a set of dialogue for The Godfather. He writes the thing about, you could have been anything, Senator Corleone, Governor Corleone. Robert Towne wrote that speech. And he told Coppola, don't pay me anything, just thank me when you get the Academy Award. And he did. And then Robert Towne would go on to write Chinatown. And I believe he did the first Mission Impossible movie script. A guy named Warren Scarron, who he was Texas Film Commission, worked on Texas Chainsaw Massacre, or got them the film permit, and eventually would chase down the mob guys who were screwing that entire crew out of the money, but also worked on Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Days of Thunder, Batman. But again, he'd get paid, wouldn't get credit. Certain things would become arbitration, sort of things like that. I think, in music, it could be just as contentious. That's why, certain music could be almost public domain, sort of thing. It can become stuff like that. But then again, it's an idea. Where does an idea exist? In the ether until someone says, hey, I have an idea. Well, put it down. It used to be you could mail it to yourself. They don't honor that anymore. You can't just say, hey, today I, Colby, wrote this down and then mailed it to myself. They're like, nope, you got to do better. You got to get a notary. You got to get a couple people, maybe put it on a podcast and submit it today, sort of thing. Politicians steal ideas all the time. I mean, shit, Joe Biden bowed out of the 1988 election because he plagiarized a speech from a Brit.
Yeah.
And then everybody forgot that.
Kamala Harris's book that just came out, they just already ran it through AI and saw that parts of it, and it's a ghostwriter, of course, but parts of it were just directly lifted from Wikipedia, apparently.
Yeah. Hillary Clinton didn't give complete credit to the ghostwriter on It Takes a Village. There's so many most politicians don't write their own books. There's got to be a ghostwriter.
Or their speeches, of course. We all know that.
Yeah. I mean, George Stephanopoulos was Clinton's guy. I said, don't get me wrong. I'm sure politicians add some of their stuff. A lot of these politicians are dumb as a box of rocks. They don't contribute anything.
The New York Times bestseller list is a payoff.
Yep.
It's all fake. Mm-hmm. It's all a payoff. It all is ways that they're embezzling money for all the politicians, or even Ellen. It doesn't matter who they have to Ellen doesn't have the only person with a slot machine at this place. That happens to, be all involved with MGM and everything else. It's just there's too many things that I think I'm this is how they pay people off, like art. art is just
Yeah.
as big of an embezzlement. They decide how much it costs so they can take monies and wash away and not have to pay any taxes. And, so I think these books sometimes.
You could just be the right person at the right place at the right time. I just saw for the first time, I'd heard about it for years, the movie Being There with Peter Sellers. It was like one of his last movies, and about a guy. His name was Chance. Chance, and he was a gardener. But then people kept thinking his name was Chauncey Gardner, and all of a sudden he's an advisor to the president. And it's like, all of a sudden people are taking him seriously, and in the end, he's just a guy who was in certain places to take advantage of that, to all of a sudden be speaking to people in influence. And it kind of grew from there. So it's almost like, well, is it that Forrest Gump thing? Or is it, oh, well, hey, just win, the winds of fortune brings you here. No, maybe you were planted here. Maybe the reason why Barack Obama became president was because of those years at Business International that he wouldn't disclose, or the fact that his mom, Ann Dunham, was connected with the CIA, and whatever his father, whichever one,
his grandfather,
the Nigerian one, or
he's related to the Bushes.
Yep, or the Indonesian. Like, at what point was he co-opted? Was he MK Ultra? Who know? He was around that time.
Fucking one with Obama. I mean,
why wasn't Guantanamo closed? It wasn't because Obama tried hard and just couldn't do it. It's because in the end they said, you're not closing Guantanamo. And that was it. They keep talking about Khalid Sheikh Mohammed. I'm like, I don't think Khalid Sheikh Mohammed's alive. If he ever existed. He's dead. He's been dead for a long time. Like bin Laden. How many times did people need to be told, Osama bin Laden was dead before they had to manufacture that video where Hillary's like, that staged photo.
It's like,
they walk in with the camera.
Dead just means Osama bin Laden, the character, took his beard off and went on about his existence.
Tim Osmond.
Yeah.
But Tim they walk Osmond, in and he's fucking got like a wall of TVs where he's watching American media. It's like from the worst fucking movie you could ever watch. Like that's what he's doing in his off time. It's watching American media.
Before then, they were, because it's in the CIA library, the books that supposedly bin Laden had, and they were ones critical of government policy. So in the end, you're kind of indicting those people with it. I think Thomas might have mentioned that too, like stuff that bin Laden supposedly had. And it's like, so are you shitting on those authors for saying that the CIA intervenes and constantly fucks around with other people's governments? Or are you just saying, the guy...
Well, that's what makes you a terrorist. That's the word, the key line, because it's something that Alex Jones set up all of the people to believe too. All the people that got onto conspiracy early is they're going to call you patriots when they come after you, which is the exact same way as in a way of setting up people. Like if anyone ever comes around and they ever want to do good, or if they ever come up with a cure for cancer, that's the Antichrist. It's like they almost set up ahead of time, like why they're the ones actually called philanthropists, and they're actually doing all the things. They're like, you don't get to own a football team unless you play ball. Like literally play ball. That's showing us you play ball. You get to own a whole bunch of black men, and everyone's gonna let you bully them around, tell them what to do, and you get to have them gladiator up against another white guy's black man. You don't get to do that unless you're somebody. And like all those names people should look at. Like,
oh God, yeah. I mean, there's Mafia connection. I mean, the Maras, who owns the Giants, the Rooney. First of all, the Roonies and Rooney Mara, the actress, the Giants team and the Steelers team are connected. Before Jerry Jones bought the Cowboys, the Murchisons, who were oil, Lamar Hunt, who owned the Chiefs, that was connected to H.L. Hunt, who was at one point named with the Kennedy assassination. Like, connecting things. Al Davis, I think, was crooked. There was Mafia, so many different involvements.
Robert Kraft. I think Robert Kraft, there's a good opportunity just because he was all involved with a human trafficking chain that was in Florida, but he got every other person that had sex at these rub and tug. That's what they just tried to put it off as. But really, it was a whole bunch of women that they had their passports taken. They weren't allowed to leave the building. And they eat, slept, and shit inside these massage parlors. And so whoever these dudes were, Robert Kraft was one of these dudes, but he had enough money to find every loophole. So if he found the loopholes, everybody else got taken off. This happens right after Aaron Hernandez, which Robert Kraft goes to trial for Aaron Hernandez to get him off. Like Robert Kraft goes for one of his football players. And then you see all this shit about Aaron Hernandez and all the stuff that comes out, and like in his cell, how it looked. He has a very similar to like Epstein, where he had all these drawings on the wall, Illuminati written. And then it's like, oh, we don't know the camera to the cell. He killed himself. And so I just think that's really.
Hey, but they joked about it on the Netflix roast, so it's all good now. I mean,
yeah, that's, I know, little Tony Hinchcliffe, even the names, like they even Hinchcliffe. Like, but that's Joe Rogan. It's like a setup. And like, I even think it's funny that the comedy mothership. And so they take Pauly Shore's mom used to be the Dawn of who was going to go on stage, and, which is MK Ultra, Pauly Shore, MTV again. And so now Joe Rogan, he has the power. That's so wild.
The Comedy Store connections. I don't know, Phil, if you've looked into any of the Mafia stuff with that, but apparently it's abundant.
Paulie's, it wasn't, so Mitzi Shore's like, oh, she owned it. No, it was Sammy Shore, Paulie's dad. But Sammy Shore used to, I think, tour with Sinatra. So, I mean, that alone, there is Mafia connections. I think it might have been, before then, a Mickey Cohen place before then at one point. I mean, let's face it, most of the LA Sunset Strip, I think, had mob guys. First of all, I've also heard the Comedy Store is haunted. That's the other thing that comes up.
Because they used to kill Andy people Kaufman in that room.
Yeah, they say Andy Kaufman's ghost is there. And yeah, there's weird shit. And to be honest, who's to say some of these guys, you know, for how many people go there and probably, you know, because Mitzi Shore paid her comedians dog shit until they struck at one point. Who's to say that, you know, there wasn't people who kind of had to sell their soul, you know, to a degree.
And we all admit that Joe Rogan's not funny. And now look at him.
He's not. He's really
Where
not.
Where did he come to be? Like,
Disney. He was on a Disney show.
I mean, the
Disney guy. MTV.
The Comedy Store connections, even after his like fuck you money, as he likes to call it, or fun coupons. And I mean,
I want to think Louis C.K.'s a good guy. Like, I think he was dragged and then everybody cut ties with Louis.
Yeah.
And it makes me think, because he hung out with Howard Stern, and I just think Howard Stern's dirty. And whatever went on that weekend, I don't feel like Louis played ball, and then everything came out. And the thing Louis did, it's like you jerked off in front of women after you asked them if you could jerk off in front of them. I don't understand where the issue is that this became
our dynamic, Chaney, for fuck's sake.
I know, but this is the other thing about he doesn't own a mothership or a comedy store or anything. He's another.
And he was on his way to being the most independently driven comedian in the history of comedy.
Separate.
And they took it away from him.
Yeah, separate from everybody else. Before they fake told you, like Andrew Schultz, I'm going to sell my own special. Louis was actually doing it. Louis was actually creating his own TV show. Louis was actually employing people and putting out storylines that were actually. So there's something about, they don't want you to Bill Cosby. Bill Cosby, like Michael Jackson, was about to own a movie studio. The amount of power this guy was about to have. And it was important for him to show his people that a doctor and a lawyer and a something else. But all of a sudden we get all these CGI images of black women, and we're like, look at, they don't believe us with 2 accusers. Let's try 10. Let's try 50. Let's try 75. Let's try this. But the hottest woman in the world, Lisa Bonet, never was touched by this guy. Okay. And then Zoe Kravitz is a director too. She's the one that did Blink Twice just now. And I'm like, Blink Twice tells more secrets than Eyes Wide Shut. So I just think it's interesting, like, what's going on? The things that are coming out seem like somebody's like, the coast is clear. We're allowed to talk shit about them. Let's go.
And Bill Cosby fired Lisa Bonet because she did Angel Heart with Mickey Rourke and De Niro. Yeah, because it was like about an NC-17, sort of like satanic.
And she probably said, I don't want you to be around De Niro. Bill was probably like, stay away from De Niro.
Yeah, because De Niro plays like the devil in that movie. Like, it's that movie I heard is a mindfucker of a movie.
Adding it to my list of mindfucker movies that I need to watch.
Oh, well, speaking of which, I just saw Jacob's Ladder last night.
That's great.
With Tim Robbins, Macaulay Culkin.
Oh, that's an old Macaulay Culkin.
Yeah, one of the first. Yeah, it might have been the same year Home Alone was released, but was done about a year or two before because it was Tim
Uncle
Robbins.
Buck.
Yep.
That was his first.
John Candy was the other guy on that
Another
list.
Fat guy.
The list of the Eskimo movie, John Candy was that fifth guy I couldn't think of.
If you see Rocket Gibraltar, that was Macaulay Culkin's first, with Burt Lancaster and Kevin Spacey, and it was about like everyone's gathered in for a father's birthday, but he's dying, and he talks about a Viking funeral.
I remember this.
Yeah, so that was Macaulay Culkin. I think that was his official first movie. But yeah, Jacob's Ladder is good because he plays Tim Robbins' kid, and there is an MK Ultra aspect to it. Like chemical testing on soldiers and all that stuff. And one of those movies that like gets to it, but then it's like, well, we have an M. Night Shyamalan sort of twist to it.
Or how much of their experience wasn't real, or them shooting at each other under psychedelics just to produce the experience for a thing. Like how many of them were running up hills to fight each other just to be told, okay, well, I guess we're done here. And then what is Vietnam? Nothing but tunnels, we find out. Curious. Here's the tunnels again. Seemingly the same problem as Israel, seemingly the same problem as New York, seemingly the same problem as San Fran. Like pick a city. I'll pick the Tampa. Yeah. So.
The Comedy Store.
Beach.
Comedy Store.
Had tunnels.
That wouldn't surprise me.
Well, guys, we've been going for over 4 hours.
Oh my gosh.
Before we wrap up, I want Chaney to come in hot with the Robin Williams take, because I've seen your posts and I always held on hope. So I'm giving you the floor to destroy my dreams about Robin Williams.
I just think just because they're Red Scarf Club doesn't mean anything good about them. And so Anthony Bourdain, a lot of people bring up Anthony Bourdain had meals with Obama. Like when they're celebrity chefs. So you can look up Jimmy Kimmel's celebrity chef. You can look up the guy that that died with the Obamas was a celebrity chef. They're cooking things. There's a reason they're celebrity chefs. So they show us a steak or a meal, but they're hanging out with them for reasons because they're cooking human flesh. And Chrissy Teigen told us about it on a Netflix show with another celebrity chef. And so I think that Robin Williams, you can look up a lot of the murders that they try to pin. Sometimes I think they make these serial things to just cover their own crimes, like Casey Anthony. Like they'll blame or Peterson, Scott Peterson. They'll just blame him, but really there was probably a strung of people during the time that were women getting killed and getting the babies ripped out of their belly in their last trimester, because that's another thing I think they're up to. They do weird. It's not because they just take this kid and automatically torture it. They might just raise it as their own, and then it become their own little Katy Perry later on or whatever thing they use it for. But it's with the Golden State Killer. He had expensive shoes, and they weren't shoes just anyone could get. They weren't shoes from just a run-of-the-mill guy that was a cop in his off time. And if you look at the original drawing of him, it is Robin Williams to a T. And if you watch the way the drawings change, it is Robin Williams into Mork and Mindy, and then Robin Williams and then the murders stop. And then you're like, oh, well, maybe it's not Robin Williams. But then you look up Robin Williams' career, and he's in Vietnam doing Good Morning Vietnam at the time. And so you start looking at these different gaps in certain celebrities where I'm a person that thinks the Rolling Stones don't give a shit about money or fame, but they need all those trailers and planes to smuggle humans and drugs and guns. And so that's the reason that we are under the illusion that the Rolling Stones or the Eagles or these bands are always retiring or going on tour, because they need this whole
it's their 20th last tour.
Yeah. And so in that way, I think a lot of these celebrities, there's no such thing as like Ted Bundy being good looking is because he was also being set up to be a politician, but his MK Ultra got a little screwy. Like, he was more like them than just the creepy guy that's jerking off in his basement dressing like a clown. But they like to put all these weird symbolism in. So if there was a rung of murders that was actually happening in New York, like a Son of Sam, there's other stuff going on that they want to cover. And so it's not that it's always not them, but a lot of the times I feel like they're bloodthirsty. Like, they crave things that we don't crave. They crave hearing people scream and hearing people cry, like stuff that would send, like, it would cause us to react in a way of like rage toward another human if we saw them do that to a human. That's the stuff they get off on. And so, like, they're so different than us, and it's been put in them since they were the kid running through the woods on the island. It's like they were the kid that survived the hunt, and surviving the hunt wasn't something good. It probably just meant you ate with the adults, and maybe next time you hunted too. And so, like, the most dangerous game is stuff they really play, and we can't fathom it because we think, oh, look at Epstein's flight log, instead of like, how many of these celebrities have their own submarine? How many have their own helicopter? How many have their own plane? Because I wouldn't fly on Epstein's plane if I was going to his island and knew they were keeping a flight log. So I don't know. There's like those people on the flight log, those people are all easily handled, but there's way more powerful people that control the people on the flight log. So yeah, Robin Williams, Golden State Killer. Look up all the composite sketches, but the first one, and then compare it next. You'll be like, holy shit.
Yeah, I saw a thread you did once, and I was just like, I went and burned my copy of Good Will Hunting after that, which I should have done anyway.
Even that, Good Will Hunting, who does that make famous for us? Oh, 2 CIA agents, Matt and Ben.
Yep.
And
Phil, you
while
have
we're
anything
talking,
to add to that?
well, just in terms of, talking about, something like the Golden State Killer, how many murders can be attributed to a serial killer where a serial killer can be like, oh yeah, no, I didn't do these two. I did these other 22.
Yeah.
What gets chalked off?
Berkowitz is a really good case of that, because he admits to like 3/4 of the shit they pinned on him. But he'll say,
because the other were the Carrs, were John and Michael Carr, the son of Sam. Like the guy's name was Samuel Carr, his neighbor. That's where, what's her name's great? Dana Duda, who's been looking into a lot of that shit, Process Church and all that stuff, and she's called out Tom O'Neill because they're going to be doing a whole chaos Netflix thing.
We tweeted each other about this, actually.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, the chaos. Everything is this to me. I cannot get past this storyline, and there's something in it. There's more truth than not in this chaos thing. Like, where I'm like, in the Bible, even God's like, don't worship any other gods, don't put any other gods before me. That means there's other gods. And so then we have this direct time in history from like Sparta to Troy, that we know Helen's this beautiful person, and everybody's like, oh, she's a god queen. Like, she's like, everybody knows it, and it's talked about in every book after that. So in like, we know like the Romans versus Jesus and all these stories, it's like, oh, these really overlay even down to the fallen angels, and then what would fallen angels do? And then you look at like DC and Marvel comics and shit, and you're like, is it the immortals, the ones that are the planet where it's like Angelina Jolie and Gilgamesh? They use all these fallen angels, but they're here to like bring humanity on in different routes, so to speak. But you almost can see like somewhere in our history, it is so much a bigger tale. The idea that they'd convince us of dinosaurs but not dragons, the idea that they do not want us believing in giants at all, but there's all proof that it's real. It's like, whoa, what's really going on? I think the like reality of us is astronomical, and I think if they stopped doing all their shit, I think we probably could just sit here, all of us like this, whoever listens to this, they would already heard it. Like, it's like we're in a whole different, like, the superpowers that we actually possess, they're just like blanketing them all or something. I didn't mean to stop the room.
No, I mean,
that's a lot to soak in. I mean,
with the whole thing with chaos is this book trying to be the quote-unquote definitive book? I don't think...
Whether it was trying to be or not, it became that in about 2 years' time. It took the guy 20 years to write it. He goes on Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan gives a
I
half-assed
watched that
interview.
one.
He didn't even fucking read the whole book when he interviewed him, and I was just going. But now,
It,
I mean,
it
Now, if you
gives
think though, these gods die if no one pays them homage. Like if no one gives, the more power they get. So like Zeus, he's become powerful because he figured out this window and da 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 da. And so he's like getting all these souls. So that's the only way he keeps power over all these gods. His wife secretly hates him. All his fucking daughters hate him. His son fucking hates him. But they need to get people to worship them if they're going to have any power over Zeus. And so if it is all energy and currency, and if you look at the way coinage and all that is metal, but all their statues are metal, and it was really big in the Bible to not have any of these metal statues. Like, so there's just these little weird things that I'm like, why does Obama carry a monkey god in his pocket? Why did Texas just put up that same monkey god? So there's just very curious where you're like, we see there's giant gods that are in India. There's giant gods that are in Rome. There's giant gods that are in the old Americas. So I'm like, something's weird. Like, but they like, do we resurrect them with belief? And that's why the Jesus thing is so anti them, because that's the first God that actually is in flesh. He's like, I'm you. I'm just like you guys. You're capable of everything that I'm capable of. Like, you are the Trinity. It's me, you, and like you can do all this too. That becomes, you can't do that. They have to worship the gods. They cannot worship some vacant god that doesn't have a statue. If that's what it takes for them not worship false idols, then we'll just say, this god, no idols. You're not allowed to do it at all. It's all a sin. So then it's like, all these people deep down, it's just this human man came in from human flesh. That's not allowed by the gods. There's just something else going on with the story. Even when in Blink Twice, all these girls are set up on the daughters of Zeus. All these girls' archetypes are set up on the daughters of Zeus, and it makes me think the women politicians we're watching right now are set up on the daughters of Zeus as well. I can't believe you guys brought up chaos. This has been like an obsession. Like, me and the ladies are like obsessed with this show. Anyways, I'm sorry I interrupted.
No,
I think there's like
I
a bigger
it.
story that we're watching. And so it's like you could put, Kamala, AOC, like the ladies that are playing the part for the DNC, and you're like, are they Aphrodite? Are they playing the goddess of love? Are they playing the huntress? Are they playing Artemis? Are they playing Demeter? Are they playing, it's like they have to fit one of the characters to honor their god. And so it's just, I think they are into Hellenistic worship.
When we were talking about earlier with Deborah gets red pilled, to be able to put your head down at night and to just have this trust where you're just like, it doesn't make your head heavy, and then when you think of us, where it's like, we just have that one thing that just niggles at us. And then it's like the next thing, like we just it's going to leave us unsettled. We're not paranoid. We're just curious. We want to like untangle that thread. We want to just like push a little more, but we're not going to judge the Deborahs in this world. Like there's like, when I hear someone like Deborah, and like I appreciate, like as you're talking about, like, because she is one of the sweetest people, and I think of my mother. There's things you want to know, and then there's things you're like, you know what, I don't want to know. I'm okay with things. I understand things are fucked up, but I'm okay with it. Like I'm
somewhere in my journey, there was like maybe a decade I wanted to wake everyone up. It was just so important to me. I wanted to wake everyone up. It didn't matter the conversation. And then somewhere after lockdowns and just seeing fear on people's faces, real fear, and realizing some people had to trust me with their literal life when I was telling them not to get vaccinated. Like, that's what they were doing. And so to trust me like that, and the people that did listen to me, it just really made me realize that my goal and job was never to wake them up. It was to protect their innocence and to protect them. And just because I knew all the atrocities about Ray Chandler or about Oprah schools or about whatever Hollywood thing or even thing that people think is not real or a big conspiracy, 9/11, it didn't mean that they had to even ever think about 9/11 again. If it's like, sometimes it's okay for ponies to play in the sun if other people decide to be sheepdogs and make sure that no wolves are getting into the pen. And so I don't need to have all the sheeps become wolves tomorrow, or all the sheeps become tigers. Let them be sheep. There needs to be all kinds of animals. Let them be that animal. Let them remain innocent forever, because the innocent ones are the ones we want touching our children. The innocent ones are the ones we want raising them and teaching them, and that's the important thing. So to see like a Deborah who's significantly older, or not significantly, however much older than us, and to feel some part of wanting to save her innocence too, because it's not an age thing. Like we were talking about, it's so, that being in your inner child, like it's important. You should just want to fight to protect innocence. And it's not always rubbing everyone's face in every fact about human trafficking. So it's sometimes scary for people. And we've all been brainwashed. And I think if I'm waking somebody up, I want to do it by like tapping their hand and making them breakfast in bed with a flower on it. And instead of just being like, here's water, like here's after water jumper cables. That's how I felt like I used to wake people up. And some people are really adamant. They feel like it's responsibility. These atrocities are happening. Everyone needs to know it. Well, bitch, you just found out about it. Glad you're here. But did you find out about it because someone was screaming in your face? I don't think you did. Like, that's not how anyone ever finds out about it.
Or you had a Twitter account. Yes. That's what that shit is anymore. I can't go on there without seeing Diddy butt fucking somebody on my fucking Twitter feed. I don't know if you guys are getting that.
Now I'm gonna. You just changed my algorithm.
Sorry.
I mean, in the end, it just becomes, are you someone who is literally like just pure of mind and just doesn't see the malevolence that we see, someone like a Deborah? Or is it someone who is just willfully like two-party illusion, like just stubborn? I said, because in the end, I stopped listening to that show because there was so many times when he couldn't do the show with her anymore because he apparently had crossed the Rubicon and, pardon the language, was a dick to his own mother-in-law, and was too harsh. And I'm like, if I can talk to my mother about conspiracies, if she's saying, oh, okay, I got to pull back because if she doesn't want to see it, she doesn't want to see it. I'm not going to, that's not what you got to do is be shake them, it's not going to help like that.
And if you tell me okay, I want to show you this source of this thing, and then I'm like, I don't believe that source. Well, let me continue to show you 4 things from the said source. Yeah. Well, I already told you I didn't trust that source, so what are we continuing this for? Part of it is I don't know.
Is it for her or is it for you? At that point, who who are you trying to convince at that point?
Yeah.
I know where you come from. I know the good place where you come from. I know the good place where Colby comes from. There is so many good people in the podcast and truth community, and then there's other people who are out for themselves, and out for the clicks, and and maybe there's some people who can see that better than others. I said I've listened to a bunch, and I said there's shows I don't listen to anymore, and then there's ones who have either quit because it just didn't pay, or they just felt they'd gotten their truth out, or there's other ones that kind of went possibly the Deborah gets red pilled way and just kind of got too righteous and kind of went out that way too.
It's curious when you look at who are the guests that have been on Joe Rogan the most, and then you see who our whole movement's led by. Oh my gosh. But
that's fired.
I mean, if I have already with Sam, because he's like, oh, I'm not voting in this election, and something of recent, and I'm like, no surprise. Surprise. I was waiting until now for you guys to all do this. You said to him,
I will quote verbatim, you said to him, Hollywood's gonna Hollywood. and he said back to you, what's that supposed to mean? I actually felt that same wrath from you last midterms. I did some smart ass post about the ritual voting, and I was like, God damn, I pissed Chaney off.
I live in a place that I need people to require everyone around me to continue to show up and vote how they vote, because I love the place that I live. But what I realized is a lot of people don't love the place that they live, and maybe their grandfather never put any blood, sweat, and tears in the soil in that place to make it the place that it is. And that's why, like, part of the breaking of the whole thing was us to not realize that, is it fucking perfect? Fuck no. Has it been infiltrated? Everywhere. But somewhere, and can you pick up every forefather and pick it apart? Yep. But we're all allowed to say this thing. We're all allowed to do this thing. You can say what you will about all these countries where people are like, there's all these other countries on the world that have freedom. Yeah, that you also have to be in your house by 9 o'clock so you don't get stoned, or be a girl that covers your head so that you don't get raped because of how much that their borders are just open. Well, we don't let that shit in my state, because we have a National Guard in my state. And in fact, we'll send that National Guard over to help Texas with their borders. So I just think there's things that people don't know what their rights are. Like, everybody talks about the Constitution, but I'm like, what's your state's Constitution? Because most states, they're in their Constitution, they can't work in a deficit. So it's super important that your state do an emergency once a year. If you're a fucking piss poor state, that you light your whole state on fire so you can get a bunch of federal money, because there's probably something in the Constitution that if there's no taxation without representation. So you can't be a state that's also asking for taxes on your people, when everything in my state we don't ask for taxes on, and it's run even better. So it's just like, there seems to be a lot of things that if voting didn't matter, I would say to Sam Tripoli that you're shithole Los Angeles, that you wear your hat all proud, that everybody fled from, every CIA agent moved to Texas about. Everybody came to my fucking state of Florida, and your same dirty market skyrocketed property values to try to make real Floridians not be able to afford it. But all it did, all the masks, was make people move here and fucking vote. And so instead of our state being purple, it's red as fuck now. Miami's red, which is an unheard of thing, because all the Cubans are like, no. We all came from communism. Do you want to know what it's like to not even be allowed to have a god? Well, I know, because my grandmother wasn't allowed to have a god. So we have Santeria in our house, Catholicism in our house, hoodoo in our house, voodoo, because they weren't allowed to have any faith at all except the government. So this means everything, that my grandmother came over on a raft. And so I will die for everything that it means for the value she came over on the raft on. And so then I have somebody like Layla on my show that she's Albanian, and she was going to be married off. And then her dad was it was normal for him to just beat the shit out of her. And then she was an American Albanian. She didn't have to take those fucking beatings anymore. And because she didn't have to fucking take the beatings anymore, her younger sister, who was a lesbian, didn't have to take all the much more rash she would have gotten for that. And so there's something about seeing my first gen friends come here and tell me voting matters, because all these people slowly infiltrate and they don't think it matters. And that's how you become a communist country. It happened to my country. It happened to my grandfather. It happened to my father. And so that's where I'm like, oh, okay. So you guys are telling me something's worth fighting for? They're like, Chaney, you're a lesbian allowed to marry your wife and speak on a microphone about loving Trump, and you're not killed? Yes, you have something worth fighting for. And so I'm like, I can see how different it looks in Portland, Oregon for a lesbian like me. So I'm guessing voting still matters. But maybe I'm just under an illusion. But everyone's like, president. And I'm like, do you know who your sheriff is? Because I know half of all of you motherfuckers know my governor, but literally don't know your own. Because I'll show you your governor with Chinese dignitaries, and I'll show you mine with the Israeli army coming in to look up some collapsed building in Miami that we're still not talking about. It's a false flag.
Well said.
But that's just how I feel about it.
I don't have any rebuttal to that, Phil. Are you voting this year, Phil?
I'm gonna vote
locally, at least.
And I feel like, to come now and just be like, I'm not voting. Everyone, just so you know, my audience, I'm so cool, I'm not voting. Then get in the way of what? Get in the way of what? Like, why? Why are you going to come out and say that? Because that feels like Hollywood dictated shit, that you all got to take the same cue card at the same time in the month before it matters, and just remind your audience, I'm not picking a side. So I'm just like, I never mind taking a side. My audience is here because they've heard me take a side. And then guess what? If I'm wrong, I'll fucking say I'm wrong. I don't think any of my sides are cement shoes that I'm going to fucking sink to the bottom of the ocean on. The only hill I'll die on is Michael Jackson was framed. That's the hill I've always died on. It's the way I first came out of the closet to Gordo those conspiracy guys, because I'm like, you know what? I will come on camera and talk about this.
That's a good one to die on, I gotta say. My mom and my brother will both approve of this if they've made it 5 hours into the episode. But
I mean, Michael Jackson was exploited from childhood to the day he died and after. I mean, makes sense.
Did he die,
You know?
Phil? Is he dead?
I mean, in a perfect world, he didn't, and he managed to,
What about our world?
He's Q. Michael Jackson's Q. He has the Q on his land, right in the back.
I'd be okay with.
Big.
I'd be okay with that.
I think that's the arrangement.
The original Q, not the one that went sideways.
Not the one that went sideways,
Code
the
Monkey.
OG. When you realize who you're talking to, it'll blow your mind, or whatever the statement was in this. When you learn who you're talking to, somewhere in the thing. If I were to pick a Q team, somewhere in that Q team, like white hats to me, John McAfee, I think was a white hat. I think he made the original backdoor, and then every government in the world put that on the virus scan on their computer, and he was just absorbing information and became he was like, holy shit, this is what they're doing. And immediately, once they realized that he always had that back door, even once the software was stolen, that's why he went on the lam and lived on a yacht like Onassis and like DiCaprio, or all these other people that live at maritime law, so nothing means the same to them. They're on the lam, and then whacked, fakes his own death, same as Michael Jackson. Same as Ivana. I just think there's the Japanese Prime Minister, Ivana Trump, all these people. You just have this certain amount of celebrities that it's like, that seems.
Well, can
weird.
I ask you something to circle back to Jin Saki, back to something we said earlier? You were talking about Assange and how a lot of people are saying that he was fake and gay from the beginning. Do you think the guy that just recently got out is the real Assange?
I don't know. Something about the extradition of him to America, somewhere it really matters. A key piece here, not to David Hasselhoff it, the last person that went and saw Julian Assange is Pamela Anderson.
I knew you were going to say that.
We see this sharp change of Pamela Anderson. Pamela Anderson isn't playing by the rules of Hollywood right now in any way, shape, or form. She's in Canada. She's at her house. Something is off. It's almost certain people, whatever their shackles were, they're free of them. And Pamela feels like one of those people that she is free of her Hollywood shackles for the first time since they saw her at a football game. Which is, come on, you guys. They saw her at a football game, then she became Pam Anderson.
Yeah, she's not doing the makeup anymore. There's a whole thing she's natural looks and everything like that. I said, wouldn't surprise me. I mean, that whole thing with Assange was they loved him when it was stuff against Bush.
They said he was rubbing his shit on the wall.
Yeah, I remember hearing that. Yeah,
it's crazy.
Batshit crazy.
Skateboarding down the hallway.
Elon Musk's Lady Grimes ends up dating Chelsea Bradley Manning from WikiLeaks fame.
While they were still together, apparently. I don't know if they are these days, but...
And then Elon was going to give him a baby. I think that's the last kid that Grimes had. And it's also rumored that he has kids with Johnny Depp's homegirl. Amber Heard.
Speaking of shit. Wasn't the whole thing she shit in his bed or whatever? Or something
doesn't it seem like something they wanted to put that on McAfee too? Oh, he liked shit play. He likes scat play. It's something. It even feels like comms to me when RFK Jr. said he had a worm in his brain.
I was going to mention that when you were talking about the dragon and the worm. The brain worm thing was a huge fucking story right before he jumped ship too.
Yeah, he was almost saying oh, Chinese dragon in my brain.
Yeah, I'm insane. Well, and he used it in a custody thing too, which I thought was interesting. That's why the story came out. It was on record because of a custody trial, which...
That is interesting, especially talking about Megan Walsh earlier.
Yeah.
The one thing I've heard is that, what's-her-name, Ethel Kennedy was a little off as a mother. It could have been the fact having to raise, 11 kids after Bobby gets shot? But 11? I heard she was... Yeah, it was 11 kids. I think out of the 11... Michael died, I think, in 98, crashed into a tree while skiing because he was playing football, multitasking. And there was David, who died of a drug overdose in the 80s. I think there's 9 left.
The old skiing into a tree death is awfully suspicious.
Yeah,
too.
the old Sonny Bono.
Yes,
Yep.
Sonny Bono, right around the same time. Yeah, I remember
Those
that.
fucking trees that year, they were something.
Yeah,
else.
Sonny Bono got whacked. I mean, there's
totally
weird shit
whacked.
with him.
I heard rumors, and I used to have so much documentation on this shit. It's probably on an old computer. I'm usually good about saving my technology. I just learn how to forget how to recharge it or lose a battery cord for it or something. That Sonny Bono was getting information of maybe it was the Clinton White House with all the Arkansas drugs, guns, human trafficking coming through.
Stuff?
Yeah, he got a big file on his desk and a weird phone call that was get this. And then he got some other weird phone call that was hey, and he's I'll be right back. And then he went skiing and died. And then Cher comes out and kind of gives the public discourse, the public, speeches, goes on Letterman, goes on all these places and talks about how much she loves Sonny. So people stop looking into the suspiciousness of the death and just all remember Sonny and Cher as her being a child and him being a grown-ass man.
Oh, that was her rebirth. That was the believe in love. There was the whole thing. It kind of, that was her second coming.
Was pop music's intro to
Oh my gosh, we could do this for another 33 hours.
I know. All right, guys, before we leave, do we want to sully the greatness that this episode has been by making election predictions? I'll leave it up to you two, because I actually think I want to release this sooner than the election because it's been such a good episode. So Phil, do you have any inkling or you want to share it all? You already said, actually. So.
Yeah, I think Trump's going to win. I just don't. I think there's just a lot of smoke and mirrors. You're talking a vice president who had the lowest approval rating, and that's considering Mike Pence, that's considering Dick Cheney, that's considering some pretty unpopular VPs.
Who is endorsing her, by the way.
Yeah. And then all of a sudden kind of becomes the accidental candidate and coasts on nothing but smoke and mirrors.
Or as Jim Gaffigan said, the tip of the fucking coup spear, because I think Chaney reposted that yesterday.
Yeah, Jim Gaffigan pulled the Ricky Gervais, I think.
He totally did. He felt... Yeah. Jim Gaffigan felt whoa, good movies need great actors, and he did the whole exact same flip. Not that Sam Tripoli did a flip, but all of a sudden being just so you know, I'm not doing this, to put it loud out there. It's Jim Gaffigan worked in the opposite. It's this guy, he's been a liberal guy, tons of Netflix comedy, done all the things, really clean cut wife, has his wife and all his kids, family guy, played all this certain part, and then flip. No one ever talks about what a strong Catholic Jim Gaffigan is.
Yeah. Yep.
So if all this shit was going on and you're somebody that is trying to take down the church, Godfather 3 style, you're going to need some people that were fucked with by the church.
Jim Gaffigan is a little boy, that little albino walking around, he had a target on his back.
Oh, yeah, little blonde hair, blue eyes.
Yep.
Sorry, Phil, to cut off your prediction. But
sorry.
No. It's all good. No, I think it's going to be Trump. I think it's going to be not a landslide, but I think it'll probably be a definitive. I don't think it'll be something. I mean, they'll still bitch.
I think we'll know in a week of the election night.
Yeah, I think it'll be something that won't be drawn out. I think it'll be as decisive as when he beat Hillary, if not even a little bit more. I think there's enough pockets of the country that really do not like Kamala Harris. We're only seeing your New Yorks and your Californias. We're not talking about the heart of the country. We're not talking about the parts where it matters, because that's what the Democrats, the modern day Democrats, choose to do. They ignore those areas.
Black men hate Kamala Harris.
Yep.
It's a big, huge, her biggest problem.
And Obama fucking showed that card when wherever he made that speech. I think it was Pennsylvania.
I think it was in PA, PA. And then who does Trump bring out? Antonio Brown, don't get me wrong, he's a little cracked in the head. And Le'Veon Bell. You get two former NFL
Antonio
players.
Brown is the Donald Trump of fucking professional sports.
Oh, God, He froze his foot. He did, something when he was with the Raiders, and he was putting his foot in some sort of
he shot himself in the foot in a nightclub too. He snuck a gun in, and that was when he was playing for my team, the Steelers, to bring back.
Plaxico Burress did that with the Giants. I mean, it
Oh,
happens. You know?
I just fucking mixed those two up. They're both ex-Steeler receivers. I'm not gonna edit that out. I'm not like you, Phil.
I think he's going to win. I really, honestly, more so than when I did when he ran against Hillary in 2016.
See, I called that one. The last one I didn't make a prediction on, but this one, yeah, I like what you're saying. Like
he won 100% the last time.
Yeah, honestly,
like 100%. A weird
Phil,
part is like
agreement with that. Did he win the last time?
Oh, I believe he won in 2020
okay.
also.
So we're all Absolutely. On board with that. Okay.
Yeah, they fucked around.
So you're predicting Trump's going to win this time. What's to stop them from doing that again?
Last
Insurrection.
second indictment or last.
He already said he would call the National Guard, but they said he was talking about Adam Schiff. So.
You know the person I'd worry about? I mean, is Milley's still in the military, right? I mean, who's
General
to say
Milley.
they don't like a 7 days in May? You know, the thing that Kennedy always worried about. That's part of the reason why those movies came out in and around the time he died. Dr. Strangelove and 7 Days in May. Those were made partly with White House cooperation. That Kennedy was convinced that a coup was going to come. Well, Dr. Strangelove is great. I mean, so many reasons why that movie is a great movie. But 7 Days in May was
in Kubrick's catalog because he made so many other great movies. But that is one of the.
I mean, Peter Sellers in multiple roles, and George C. Scott as a general. You know,
and the level of satire in that. I mean, it just goes over most people's head what they were saying.
Well, it was based off a book that they had also done a movie called Failsafe. So they did a serious movie and they did a comedy. And yet at the same time, it's like a bittersweet comedy because it's saying like, oh shit, it's about the end of the world. It's about something where it's like mutually assured destruction. But you had at one point our Joint Chiefs, you had Curtis LeMay say, hey, if the world ends, we have two people, they have one, we won. And, JFK left one of the meetings and he's like, and they call us the human race. Like he was convinced the military was going to take us to that point because they had, the Cuban Missile Crisis took us to that point.
All right, Chaney.
Cuba. No, I'm like, the amount Cuba keeps coming up still right now. It's like we're in this loop. I don't know. I think Trump won the election.
Will there be an election, first of all, because you did hint at that earlier?
I don't think there will be. I just think that it's an amp up. And if the cabal, everything that they've built up, if everything we talk about, Pacers and, Khazarian Mafia and all these kind of things, if there actually was a chance, they're not going to go down without a fight. It's like if losing America, they might still have Australia, they might still have Mexico, they might still have these other strongholds, but I just think losing America is like somewhere in the chess move, too much of a piece of a chess move. It's like having your queen fall. And so even somewhere in the queen's gambit of it all, sometimes I think that is Trump. We all pay attention to this. What else is happening? And so, I almost think the election doesn't happen, but it's not because the last election didn't happen. And it's not to prove to you that this election, it's like sometimes you have to let the criminal walk out of the store with the sweater before you can call the cops and say they stole. Otherwise, they're just walking around your store with a sweater in their purse. And so part of the crime, I think the crime has to happen. Like you would point out the cops, hey, these people are going to rob this jewelry store. But like we were talking about, like if they don't ever show up, Mr. White and Mr. Blonde don't show up to rob the jewelry store, then the crime never happens. They have to rob the store. Otherwise, it's me just saying they're stealing elections. So some part of me feels like that so much of what the world's waking up to is the stuff that I thought was going to lead to me having a mental breakdown. And so now I think the same thing about them stealing elections, and that it's super important that everybody at least take part in, if you don't ever want to vote, at least take part in knowing who the people are that run your town. At least know who is in charge of making the people, what they're picking out at your school board for your kids, who runs your park if you're not allowed to go in there without a mask. Like all of these things are all people that you put in office with your vote. So if you're not going to vote, don't, but hold their feet to the fire. Show up at these things, like just or don't put your kids anywhere around it, but they still have to do with your property appraisal. They still have to do with your mosquito control commissions. Like, there's so many things in your government that it will affect you even if you think it doesn't affect you. So it's like, look at in your own town how many things go uncontested, and then look at how long that person's ran that thing, and then look at that person's attachments and where they went to school and who, and then think, how much does my town matter? Has it ever been gerrymandered? Have they ever changed the lines of my town in a county to make sure the vote went different? And so all this stuff, if voting doesn't matter, they wouldn't be constantly doing these things. So I just think that part of the maze isn't going to be for me. When the election gets stolen again, it's the play out for the normal people to be like, who voted for Kamala? There's no, are you convinced us Joe won? And so I think that's a lot of this TV thing we're seeing now. When they do this deal, they have to have it convincing. Look at how big her rallies are. Look at like all the celebrity endorsements. Of course she was going to win. But I almost think like, no, normal people have to see that this is what they're up to. They can't just think Trump wins, your gas goes back to 90 cents, and now don't protect anything. Stop fighting. Don't pay attention anymore. Your savior's here, and now you're, everything's good. Dust off your hands. No, taxing is theft. Taxing us is theft. And it has been. And they've been sending our money to Israel, into Ukraine, into the Pentagon war projects and the CIA and underground human trafficking, literally. And so it's like at some part, all of that has to come down. And the only way it comes down is to bring light to it. And so as much as I want it to just be Trump wins and we all go on and we can't stop winning, I feel like, no, you guys need to know what's been happening. And the way that happens is for this election to get stolen right in front of your face again in such an obvious way, and all the proof be laid out there, and you see all your media lie to you about it because it happened before. And so it's gaslighting if all the people that voted for Trump before and all your dead relatives that they had vote for Biden last time, it's like in vain if that doesn't come to surface in a little bit. So I hope that it's such an obvious stolen election and they put in too many votes for Kamala, and it makes some kind of weird thing like Kamala gets 100 million votes to Trump's 81. So it does some like, whoa, that many people didn't even vote in the election. Like, I hope it's such a something, whatever. And then you also get to see all the Joe Rogans and the people who set up the election night steal beforehand. You get to see them because they're all going to be on script election night this time too. And so you're going to get to watch it all play out when they have their Sam Shepard's or whoever the smart guy is from their Elon Musk think tank that's in Austin. They're going to have all those people on, and they're going to set up the same script again. The same black pills that we all think are a normal podcast that are all just one of us are going to be the same one that automatically right at the end have a whole bunch of bad shit to say when it matters. And it just feels too on script. So maybe Sam wasn't trying to be on script, but Hollywood is gonna Hollywood. And so, I wasn't in a Britney Spears video.
Chaney!
I fucking love Sam. I've met him so many times in person. And I think he's a good one. He's given everyone a platform in the same way. Like, if people are like, cues the psyop. Well, fuck, they didn't mean for Alex Jones to wake so many people up. They just meant Alex Jones to make everyone look crazy. And so I think sometimes it doesn't even matter. Like, you wake people up, even if you're a gay shill like me. On a podcast with the Mason, hanging out with the Jew. That's how that's me and Donut and Paranoid American have this idea that we'll have a gay Jew show podcast.
I'm a Jewish Mason, so I don't know about you, Phil, but no, I'm
joking.
I don't know
Jewish
if I'm
Mason.
Jewish.
I'm just Italian and Irish and go along to get along.
Well, I'm going to stick to what I said about a month ago, and it's actually looking like it might happen. I think Trump's going to go on Rogan probably in the next week and a half. They're saying Kamala might at this point. I think Trump might actually go on there, disavow Operation Warp Speed as his October surprise. I kind of feel that's in the air, especially with the rest of his cabinet right now. I don't know if that would push it over the edge, but I do like what Chaney's saying as much as what you said, Phil. So if there is an election,
I hope 100. that like Trump wins and then we just can't stop winning. Like Diddy gets sued and Bill Gates gets sued and all those lawsuits are like so
Diddy's
big
getting
televised.
Oh yeah, he's definitely.
I actually think Diddy's the first arrest that will shock the world. I actually think Diddy's the dominoes that fall. He's the one
tip.
that
Okay.
yeah, he owns land at the border, and Trump always talked about the border wall and certain parts that he couldn't get like figured out. It's like Diddy's security guard owns land at the border. Diddy has an island right by the port of Miami. It's like the human trafficking ties to Diddy. These politicians, the exact Kamala, the Obama, the Hillary, the Kardashians, Hollywood, the music industry. It's so big. Even down to Kanye West. And every celebrity always has to thank Beyonce and making sure he handed Taylor Swift that street cred so everyone would start following that CIA op. I just think the whole entire thing, it's easy for everyone to accept that Diddy's doing the atrocities he's doing. It's going to be real hard for them to accept Taylor Swift. But this is the shit. I think it's going to be when the women, because the women are the dangerous ones. Epstein's not allowed to steal 10 ladies. Everybody notices. It's not like he's Leonardo DiCaprio walking through an airport with stewardesses. It's like you need the woman there if you ever want to walk through an airport with children. And Ghislaine, the women are more dangerous. The women that play along with this are so much scarier. And that's
Laura Stillsby with the 33 kids.
Yeah, exactly. So that's the stuff that I think a teacher can walk away with 30 kids and no one thinks twice about it if it's a lady. But if it's a dude, everybody asks questions. You can't even hold your own kid, like your own child as a man without, you're like, it's okay, everyone. I'm allowed to kiss my kid on the cheek. You know, you have to, like, everyone's so weird if you're a dude nowadays with a kid. But a lady, she can steal a kid from anywhere. And so that's where it's like, Ghislaine's not sitting in minimum security prison in Florida, not New York, for no reason. It's because we all live in 50 separate countries that they want to call states that have very different laws once you cross that line. And so there's a reason she's here. And not in a place where, oh, the cameras were off. Like, she's turning in evidence, too. She never thought she was going to be arrested. Everything about the court case, she wasn't allowed to be tried on anything they tried Epstein for. So this is new charges. This is new stuff. And then what do you see immediately? She's sitting in medium security. You got to give us a big fish. Who's going to be the big fish, Ghislaine? Diddy.
Ooh. Okay.
Homeland Security is the first one in to Diddy's house, not the FBI. This is a whole different thing. This is like one of the first times we see like one of these big raids where it's not the FBI covering it up. It's what? Homeland Security? This is weird. That means it must go across borders. I don't know.
When the history is written, it'll be the FBI. You know, they'll redact Homeland Security. You know, they'll tell
I didn't even know that
and whatnot.
At this point,
that's crazy.
It wasn't the FBI first. Did you know that, Phil?
No.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I mean, my issue. I mean, like I said, I've never liked P. Diddy. I always thought the weird shit. Like I always thought it was interesting that Biggie's mom had a whole thing with him in regards to what he was holding back, and in regards to Biggie's murder. And then you had that whole bullshit with that. The guy who got arrested, what was it, with the Tupac thing, that guy Keefe D, who they're like, oh, they knew it for years. I'm like, I think that was like a hangout, and I still think the cop who worked that case, Russell Poole, I think he was murdered, and he was on. I think he was trying to connect everything going on. Suge Knight's always known more. There's just so many angles because to both of those record labels, there's mafia involvement.
Lisa Left Eye Lopez,
yeah,
she was death row.
Yeah, there's just such, it winds up being interlocking connections. It's an octopus. There's just so many legs to these things. You'll wind up looking like Charlie from It's Always Sunny with Pepe Sylvia, and it's like, it's funny, but it's also real because you need to keep connecting the plot lines further and further up. And when you think you got your Epstein, you need to realize it goes further than an Epstein. It goes further than a P. Diddy. You got to go to the money men. You got to go to the intelligence heads. You have to go to the guy behind the guy.
Les Wexner just had a Victoria's Secret fashion show this week with angels and all their wings. And that was just a human trafficking runway walk. And everybody in America, even the Netflix educated, know that he gave his house to Epstein for $1. And we know how that shit works. So it's just like nothing happened to Les Wexner.
Yep.
So
and there was Ohio weird shit. Whitney Webb's called that out in terms of mob connections, a mob hit, weird stuff.
Paul Brothers.
There is in Social Network, when Justin Timberlake, Sean Parker's talking to Mark Zuckerberg about the original founder of Victoria's Secret, the guy who just wanted to buy some lingerie for his wife, and him selling it to Wexner for, I think, $1 million, and then that guy jumping off the Bay Bridge or one of the bridges in San Francisco because realizing, oh shit, I sold the golden goose. And then Zuckerberg's being like, was that a moral or, something like that? Was that, like one of those sort of stories? And he's like, yeah, like don't sell out cheap or whatnot. And then you look at Facebook and the true factors behind there. Was it just someone like a Peter Thiel, or was it, what was it? LifeLog, the John Poindexter project that was scuttled with DARPA, total information awareness.
Or was he just threatening him in the moment and saying like, just because I gave you $1,000 check and pushed you off a bridge doesn't mean shit. Thank you for your stuff. So it is interesting even in that you have the guy over from Napster and stuff sit down and you have this kid essentially get threatened for all this stuff because whatever the CIA couldn't figure out, he did, and then steals it from Winklevoss twins, who then they actually have a real life admitted cannibal play the Winklevoss twins.
Yep.
And he's related to the Arm & Hammer family, which is like the whole Hammer. Every single man in the Hammer family you could look up like their own serial killer self. So it's just wild.
Yeah. Endless rabbit holes. I think, shit. The amount of crazy nonfiction and the amount of crazy fictional conspiracy books will never coalesce around. It would be almost an encyclopedia set of books to kind of go from A to Z with all this stuff. Rabbit holes.
We tried tonight, I think.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Okay, I know. I'm like, I can't even believe what time it is right now.
I don't even want to say what time it is in the East Coast because I'm 3 hours behind you guys. I'm not going to do the math. That's how late it is. But so we'll sign off. And I know, Phil, do you want to plug anything at all? Your X feed?
I'm on X, Vic Foster. I post book reviews for ones. I just did one on what's his name, John Lewis, the civil rights leader, the guy who wasn't a Trump fan, surprisingly enough. But actually, it was a pretty good book. I said if you can ignore when they mentioned January 6th and the bullshit there, I said it was a good book. But that's to be expected. I say anytime any book mentions January 6th, I kind of sigh, or I call it the audible eye roll. And if it's a good book, it's a good book. But just don't bullshit me about January 6th and Trump. I'm a little tired of it. So,
That's awesome.
I just stay busy.
Just to even be like, oh, I don't want to hear about this. Like in your book review, it was a good book, except for, do we need to be pandered to about this anymore? You could have cut this fat.
I called out one author. I'm like, yeah, he doesn't hide his political affiliation, like sort of thing. And I was like, all right, because I've read enough about Trump. I know what I like about him. I know what I don't like about him, but I don't like what they've tried hanging on him. And it's like, after a while, I'm like, it's enough. I said, it's like saying that John F. Kennedy banged every woman he could. I'm like, that's not true. I said, yes, he cheated, but I said, he still had to be president. And I said, you're making him not even able to president in 2 years because he was banging anything that moved. So I'm like, I don't think that's true. We always read more. That's my thing. I'm like, don't just settle for one book. Don't let Chaos be the only book you read about the Manson killings. Read more, even if you got to read the shit.
Oh my gosh, I was talking about a Chaos movie. That's totally different. A different Chaos show on Netflix.
It still worked.
The Manson killings? That's a whole different rabbit hole.
Well, they're doing a Netflix series on it at some point.
Still,
the
Chaney,
Tom O'Neill
everything
book.
you said still fits.
Yeah, yeah,
I
absolutely.
mean, I had no idea you were talking about something else because
Oh my gosh, it's Chaos, the Jeff Goldblum show on Netflix that they just canceled. And I was like, what did that hit on that they canceled that so fast? Because it was
I don't even know about that show. Is it worth watching?
Yeah. I loved it. I wouldn't tout off Blink Twice so much if I'm like, you guys, I know it's Hollywood. I feel like just if you're in the shit we're into, it's actually Zoe Kravitz does it. We were talking about Lisa Bonet earlier. So her daughter, I just think, damn, like they didn't hold back at all. And it's such a filter that people, they need the scopolamine filter in their head. They need to think about like how much of your life that you might not know, and then you just go on. How somebody could walk you right to your ATM machine and they could be like, give me your money, and you would love to do it, and then you just move on with your life. And so if this could happen too all the time with women, children, men, then it's like, what is in the Diddy party? Like, I don't think it's oil. It's not baby oil. They don't confiscate baby oil. It's because there's some other kind of liquid inside that is making people forget things. And so it's either G, like GHB, or it's something that we don't know about, but 1,000,001 scientists know about, that they're like, when you put this with this and spray it on these people, just like the movie Blink Twice, they won't remember at all. And all of a sudden, one day will lead to 1 week, and 1 month later, how long have you been there getting tortured? And so that's where I think a lot of that.
Stanley Gottlieb in the 50s was making stuff like that. He was the guy that would take over MK Ultra, and he was
Sidney Gottlieb, yeah.
Did you read Poisoner in Chief?
Yeah, that was a really good book.
It's not oil. That would not.
They've had this shit for fucking 70 years now.
Yeah, they're not taking oil, baby, and it's not pink cocaine either. It's there.
Costco.
Yeah, and whatever the pink cocaine was, it's interesting they made it pink because it means it was snortable. There was MDA enough in it, and then whatever other drug. They made it pink specifically so they could tell if it was cut with anything. They knew a color pink that it was, so they knew exactly when to use it at their parties. And I think it's so curious. Andrew Schultz and all his boys brought it up and how much Andrew Schultz never tried cocaine before, but that Burning Man cocaine was like the best drug he ever did in his life. And so that's curious that it's like pink cocaine, here's baby oil. Sure Jan.
Baby oil's not even that good of a lube. Sorry.
No, it's the worst. And I don't even like, why are they, unless it's baby oil, like it's actually some kind of some
I didn't
weird,
even fucking think of that.
God like it's something that we can't even fathom, where they're like, and they took 8,000 things of adrenochrome out of the house.
I was gonna say, where's Paranoid American when you need him? He'd have something to say on all this.
Oh my gosh, you have to have him on. Everything
I'd
going
love
on with
to.
the adrenochrome is so...
Dude, one of my favorite episodes of any podcast ever is your episode with him talking about adrenochrome. I think I've listened to it like 3 or 4 times.
We went on, where do we hang out on? At the Tower Game with Nephilim Death Squad with Raven and Top. And I got the luxury of like sitting in on an interview with him. So it was like added on to the stuff we already talked about. And I'm like, I can't wait till you get this book out. It's going to change conspiracy in such a way, because there's a whole bunch of black pill people that are like, nothing's real. Adrenochrome's fake. It's a psyop. No, you just don't. Just because you haven't looked into it doesn't mean, like, I've fought with some of my closest friends about adrenochrome, and I'm like, but you're wrong here. Maybe you should talk to Thomas. And then I realized I said it so many. I'm like, fuck this. I'm just going to make a show about it. And Thomas is like, you can't make a show about adrenochrome. It'll never stay up. And then it did for like a year on YouTube.
Is it gone now?
I don't know if they gave it back to me, but it's on Rumble now, the video version. And then the audio is kind of a little...
I downloaded it on my tablet when it was on my Podcast Addict, so I think I've got it. I don't think they can take it.
It is like the amount of information. He's cut his book down from like 1,000 pages to 700, and he's still doing work on it. But it's just like the aspects of like, once you open up, what if this is what they were up to with pineal glands and adrenochrome and what have you, then what of these other lures in our whole entire zeitgeist, from zombies to zombies are eating brains. So they tell us this: the dead are eating the brains of somebody, or the dead are sucking which is just our adrenal gland. So that would be a really funny way for them to be like, look at the adrenaline, we're just drinking it. Like, I don't, there's just tropes that you wonder how much of Hollywood is laughing in our face because they're all up to this.
Yep. Well, Chaney, do you want to plug yourself? I don't. Now that I said him might be releasing.
No, find me at Project Chaney anywhere. Follow me on X at Project Chaney, and that has all the links to everything else. And I'm around every Friday night at midnight with the Secret Society of Good Guys, and we'll probably be doing a big, huge Adrenochrome Part 2, thing for the release of Thomas's book. That's part of like the building up of like doing a Wednesday night show.
I'm gonna order his new one, the NASA the comic.
NASAcomic.com. Yeah.
Shout out Paranoid American. I mean, we've shouted you out officially.
And then, Sunday nights I just hang out with the ladies and we talk about like our ovaries and periods and everything else that's conspiratorial, but really guys don't pay attention to, like the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills. And, but that is something.
All right. Well, Chaney, I just fucking opened the chat and you said you had to get off in 15 minutes, like almost an hour ago.
I know. I was like,
if I would have saw that, I would have tried to wrap it up. But
it's okay.
All right, I'm going to stop recording and then we'll say goodbye. All right, conspiracy players, if you watched this whole thing, you are a true fucking player. And I'm not going to break it up into parts like we did with the Clinton death count, Phil. But all right, good night, everybody. We love you.